Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Beautiful country, Malta. I've not been, but my wife is part Maltese, and she
our ex telling me that he can't do, our relationship anymore because I've gained too much kilo.
See your number, nigga, pick up in the color.
Where hip-hop and R&B lives. I'm a star.
On the weekends and school holidays, and just ride our bikes down there and spend most of our time at the stables. And started off with Owen Lynch, and then
Sydney. Russia was the first a COVID vaccine, with its health ministry.
Ireland, Great Britain fourth. What a magnificent performance by Stephen, Popper, Morrison and McIntyre.
Our new Olympic champions. And awesome foursome. Isn't that fantastic? The pressure.
Absolutely. So that was our women, and then the men not to be outdone. And we heard awesome foursome, and we put our minds back to 92 in Barcelona, to 96 in Atlanta, and now 2021 in Tokyo.
What a massive moment this is in the history of Australian rowing. The men's fours lead by 3/4 of a boat length. The Romanians are coming with a challenge over on the far side. Then it's Great Britain, and then over on the near side, the Italians are finishing strongly too. There's about 100 metres to row. It's Australia in front of canvas. Romania's coming at them.
The British crew have gone off the course. There's going to be a crash. But the Australian crew, without the composure, just delivering on top of the screen.
They're still just in. Alexander Purnell, Spencer Turren, Jack Hargraves, Alexander Hill. We have a new awesome foursome.
And I'm going to hand over the mantle to them personally when I get to see them.
That's a special moment. Beautifully called, both of those by Maddie Hill. So congratulations to our women's fours, Lucy Steffen, Rosie Popper, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, and in our men's, Alex Purnell, Spencer Turin, Jack Hargraves and Alexander Hill. And within the hour, we had our third gold medal, the second for Ariane Titmus. Again, she knocked off Kayla Decky, chapter 2 in this 3-part saga that will culminate in the 800 metres. The 200 metres was up for grabs after she won gold in the 400, and this is how she brought it home.
Yep, watch Ariane accelerate into this turn, but it is Jorge that she's going to be up in this final 50 metres.
So the world record holder in lane 1 is her world record going to go. It's Jorge, Yang and Titmus just tired ever so slightly at the concluding stage of that lap. Now Arnie needs to go.
Arnie needs to go here. She's 0.5 of a second behind, so half a second behind Jorge of Hong Kong. She really needs to put her head down.
Ledecky was 5th at the turn. I don't think the great American can get into the gold medal position. Now she goes up, Arnie. She gets into the lead. Ariane Titmus, the legend is growing before our eyes. She does it again. An Olympic record. A golden double. Ariane Titmus, the 2 and 4.
Ian Thorpe, Shane Gould, those are the names that she joins the pantheon alongside. Winners of the 200 and the 400, and could she equal Shane Gould in winning 3 individual gold medals at an Olympic Games? She's got the 800 still to come, and we cannot wait for that. So it was a gold day for us, all within an hour, of course, and then we got 3 bronze as well in the men's 4x200 freestyle relay. Alexander Graham, Kyle Chalmers, Zach Inserti and Thomas Neal. Another incredible swim from Kyle Chalmers to put us in contention and make up some lost ground early on, and then bronze in the men's and women's quad scull. So 6 medals for Australia today. The medal update, of course, is always for Rebel Sport, and we'll go through the full medal tally a little bit later on in the night. So before I set the scene of what we've got this evening, I'll introduce you to a couple of Olympians, a 2-time Olympian to my left and a gold medalist at the Rio Olympics to my right. It's a pleasure to welcome back Chris Anstey with the Boomers playing tonight against Italy. Hello, mates.
Hello, Sammy. Yes, it's good to be back, and hopefully a much better result than we had with the Opals last night. But certainly the Boomers started the tournament in great form, and we expect them to get a little bit better tonight. Yeah, so Nigeria actually lost to Germany today as well. So this is a tough group that they've found themselves in, maybe tougher than they thought. So they've got Italy, who will be no easy beats tonight, I think ranked around 9th or 10th in the world. Absolutely. The German win over Nigeria really rubber-stamped Italy's win over Germany early on in the tournament. We expected, or many people expected us to be able to get through this pool undefeated, but just looking at the shooting ability of this Italian team and the way they were able to shoot the ball at, 3-point shot at 48%, if you don't mind, for the entire team in the first game is a very different proposition than what we saw with Nigeria. So we'll be dropping in a lot to the Saitama Super Arena for the Boomers taking on Italy, ranked 10th in the world. And the woman to my right, it's never, not very often am I in the presence of gold medals. Not that she's got it around her neck tonight, but our Aussie men in the rugby sevens just claimed 7th place overall, beating Canada 26-7. It wasn't a great Olympic Games for them, but Chloe Dalton is here, gold medalist at Rio, when the first year that rugby sevens has ever been included in an Olympic event. It's the bronze medal games tonight and the gold medal games in the men's rugby sevens. So at 6:30, Great Britain take on Argentina, who have been the surprise packet, and then the gold medal game between the two highly fancied early tournament favourites in New Zealand and Fiji. But Chloe Dalton's in tonight to take us through that. Chloe, hello to you.
Hello, it's great to be here.
And we'll just get your mic on. I don't know, did we have your mic on then? Just talk again for us.
Can you hear me now?
No, we can't, but we'll get that sorted out in just a moment. We can't hear you just yet, but I'm sure we will momentarily. Just go again for us.
How are we going now?
No good there at all. We might get you to jump around on to one of the other ones. Give that one a go.
Are we on here?
No, not that one there either. That's all right. This one might work.
Take 3.
There we go.
Hey,
That's one there for you. So I'll let you readjust yourself and get yourself sorted there. Sorry about that. It's wonderful to have you here. What have you made so far of the men's tournament? Australia, how did you see how they fared. We haven't been able to play. Both our men's and women's team have barely been able to put competition matches together in the lead up for about 18 months now, and it sort of looked a little bit like that.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult preparation, as I'm sure it has for so many different sports. We had the opportunity, both the men's and women's Aussie Sevens teams, to travel over to Auckland about 2 months out from the Tokyo Olympics and play a 6-game series against New Zealand, who are really big rivals in rugby sevens. And then again, about a month ago, had a tournament up north in Townsville where we played against New Zealand, Fiji and Oceania. So looking at they're pretty much 3 of the top 4 teams almost in the men's competition and in the women's. So from that perspective, it was really good preparation, but I think the men would have been really devastated. You could see the emotion on their faces, the way that the tournament progressed for them. They had a tough loss to start with against Argentina, had a really solid win against Korea, and then they actually just went down to New Zealand 14-12 in their third match of the pool round. So they managed to progress through to the quarterfinals, but because they finished third in that pool, it meant they came up against defending champions Fiji, who are tough on any day of the week to beat. They play a beautiful style of rugby where it's so unexpected the way they play. They just offload in all different directions, and it's really inherent the way that they just get into really good positions. So I think for them, as Australia put up a really good match against Fiji, but Fiji were incredibly physical at the breakdown and got the better of them there.
Hey, just news coming through now that Rowan Dennis is our 4th bronze medal today. He has finished 3rd in the men's individual time trial. So congratulations to Rowan Dennis. We'll bring you some audio of that in just a moment. But that's just phenomenal news on what's been a 7-medal day for Australia and has us in the top 5 of the medal tally at the moment. So congratulations to Rowan Dennis. We'll give you a little replay of the final stages of that when we can turn that around. But Rowan Dennis, bronze in the men's individual time trial. So, Chloe, for those who might not know that you're a gold medalist at Rio in the women's rugby sevens, they might know you as being a superstar with Carlton in the AFLW. I remember the announcement coming through saying that you were going to be stepping away from AFLW to focus in on Tokyo. And if there's ever been more of a booby prize in sport than not being at the Olympics and having to sit here with me, and it probably softened the blow having Chris Anstey across from us, I can't think of anything that's less, I suppose, deflating than having to not go to the Olympics and sit here with me. Why are you sitting here with me?
Yeah, look, it's pretty unfortunate to be here in this room rather than over in Tokyo competing. I
don't blame you.
About a month ago, in that tournament up in Townsville where we were playing against Oceania, my teammate and I went to tackle the same person, came from different directions, bit of a head clash, and I managed to fracture my cheekbone in about 4 places. Had to go in for surgery to have 3 plates put into my cheek, and that meant it was pretty much touch and go for a little while about whether I could do a 4-week recovery in time for Tokyo, but they just made the decision medically that it was a bit too much of a risk. So unfortunately got ruled out from the Olympics.
And the chances of the women to be able to repeat, how obviously really tough in the build-up as we've spoken about. What realistic hopes do you give them of being able to defend the gold medal from Rio?
Yeah, it's a big ask of any team to be able to back up an Olympic gold medal. I know there's going to be a lot of pressure on the girls going in. If you look at the nature of rugby sevens, a lot of people might just tune in come around Olympic time if they're not huge rugby fans. So I think the girls will have a fair bit of pressure from a lot of Aussies to go back to back. If you look at the World Series and how New Zealand have performed over the past few years, they've been the dominant team on our world circuit. It's a really great traditional rivalry in rugby, that match-up between New Zealand and Australia. So I think the way that they've been performing, they're definitely the team to beat. But I think that 12 months extra that we got to prepare meant that we could have a little bit of time away without the rest of the world seeing how we were preparing. And I think the girls are definitely ready to go and hopefully defend that gold medal. All
right, so we've got a huge night tonight. There's beach volleyball happening at the moment. Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann in action against Spain in men's Pool A. Sky Nicholson at the moment is in the quarterfinal in the boxing in the featherweight against Caris Ardingstall from Great Britain. Tennis is going at the moment. Ash Barty and John Millman's round 1 in the mixed doubles. Then Sam Stosur, Ellen Perez in the doubles quarterfinals for the women. Australia, Italy in the basketball, the equestrian dressage, Mary Hanna in her 6th Olympics, Kelly Lane, Simone Pearce. We've got hockey, the women's Pool B match, Australia v Japan. Heaps of swimming heats. We'll get up to date with Rob Woodhouse before that. Later on tonight, the Olyroos taking on Egypt. Beach volleyball for the women's at 10 o'clock, and at 10:15, the Kookaburras as well. It is a huge schedule that we've got tonight. When we come back, Chris Anstey will preview Australia's game, their second game of this Olympics campaign. and the Boomers taking on Italy. That's up next on SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. The night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Good evening. A truck has gone into a bridge in Essendon on Mount Alexander Road. It's closed at the rail bridge just north of Essendon Station. You can use Buckley Street or Lincoln Road instead. There's been a crash in the city on Collins Street at Elizabeth Street, so watch out for crews trying to clear that one. And the Westgate Freeway pretty slow outbound at the moment from Williamstown Road to the Ring Road Princes Merge. Tonight, I'll be eating 5 Neapolitan pizzas to share and hot potato gnocchi via the Uber Eats app. What'll you be eating? Order with Uber Eats tonight. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Would you let your health insurer tell you which doctor you had to go to? I didn't think so. So why should your car be any different? Many insurers dictate where you get your car repaired after an accident. You do not have a choice where or who they send it to. With Choice of Repairer, you do. Be in the driver's seat and choose Choice of Repairer. Find out more at yourcaryourchoice.com.au and you could win your insurance for a year. Supported by the VACC. You're in good hands. T's and C's apply.
Looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 20 pie. Oh.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 Supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Ooh, blend for you.
A COVID-19 vaccine is your best defence and our only way forward. Now's the time to arm yourself, your family, your friends, your workmates, your community, someone you love. Find out when you can arm yourself and book your vaccination. Go to australia.gov.au or call 1800 020 080. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Sale Greyhound Club gives you twilight racing every Sunday, plus AFL on the biggest super screen in Gippsland, Tab, Keno and weekly raffles in the Sports Lounge. Dining in the award-winning Grey's Bistro or casual catch-ups in the cafe and al fresco. Free membership with free entry to monthly promotions. Bingo 4 days a week. Function areas for special occasions. Sale Greyhound Club. More than greyhound racing every Sunday twilight. Gamble responsibly for 1-800-858-858.
Welcome back. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night session for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre expert Sam Hargraves, Chloe Dalton and Chris Anstey are both here for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. So Chris Anstey, 2-time Olympian, 3-time NBL champion. MVP, finals MVP 3 times. We did the resume last night. I'm happy to do it again, but we don't have much time before it's quite an extensive resume. We don't have much time before Australia, Italy. So Australia, pretty scratchy in that first game against Nigeria. Italy, no slouches. What are we expecting in this game from Italy, first of all, and what are you looking to see from Australia?
I think a little bit better than no slouches. Danilo Gallinari, I can't wait to see Matisse Thybulle have a crack at him at some stage over the duration of the game. You know, first game against Germany, 18 points in just 20-odd minutes, and just such a smooth scorer, really well balanced on the offensive end. Not quite there defensively, so we'll look to exploit him on the defensive end. But Nico Malley for the Dallas Mavericks fans, my old team, another big guy. The thing with their starting lineup, what we are going to see, between their starting 5, they shot 13 or made 13 threes. So their perimeter threat comes from all over the floor with this starting group. Nico Mannion, a Golden State Warrior, another one for the NBA fans out there, 23 minutes, 10.7 assists in the first one. But We expect an extraordinarily tough game here for the Boomers, and expect to see Dante Exum shake the rust off a little bit and be even more effective than what he was in Game 1. Would love to see Jock Landale shake off those nerves, get a few touches early, see one go through the basket on the offensive end, because we need a little bit more depth in that forward position. But let's be honest, we want to see Paddy Mills, we want to see Joe Ingles, we want to see Aaron Baines. So anytime Paddy Mills sets foot on a basketball floor with Boomers colours on, it is going to be a spectacle, and no doubt tonight will be just that.
What did you make of his performance Game 1? It seemed that it was, I think we felt lucky that he came in that sort of touch when it didn't seem like many others were. He finished up with 25 points. He was 5 of 8 from 3. The three-point shooting in the first game was exceptional. It probably was what may have saved them a little bit in the end, because they were going at 45.8 from outside.
When you step into an Olympic arena, I'm sure any athlete will tell you need and depend on someone who's been in that environment before, and at some level it seems normal. And that's exactly what Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles were over the first couple of minutes of that last game. Knocked down a couple of tough shots. Just, it's nice to see the scoreboard tick over in that first game, and that's exactly what Paddy Mills got the scoreboard doing. It ticked over. Everyone's always comfortable when the ball's in his hands, and we mentioned it in the call of the first game. He's so active on the offensive end, he makes other people around him better players.
Chris, we're going to get back to you in just a moment, but action has started. So let's get to the basketball now. Australia have won the tip-off and have possession, and we'll take you to Australia v Italy now.
Ingles looks like his Landale had an opening initially, worked back to the right-hand side, it ran around the rim and jumped out.
And I like it, trying to get Jock Landale with 2 feet in the paint early, try to get him going, kind of a quiet game for him in the first one.
This is Fontecchio. Gets the ball out to Melly, who fires from deep and short on the rim. Mills with the rebound. This is Ingles. Landale down low, the target. Has a double team to beat. Takes them on, and he was having none of it. Melly rejected it straight away. Tonute with it now. Dangerous outside scorer as well. They work the ball down low. Fontecchio goes to work with the left hand. Italy open scoring.
Great recognition. Got the mismatch. Paddy Mills down low against the bigger guy and threw it in there, and that's an easy 2 to get it going for Italy.
And that help has to come much sooner. You realise Paddy's on an island by himself with the big, as he comes right down and answers with a big three-point shot.
Great start for Paddy Mills. He's 5 of 8 from deep in the win over Nigeria with a game-high 25 points and a game-high 6 assists as well. So the Aussies on top, early stages. Tonute with it, guarded by Mills. Good screen provided there by Melly, and he has the answering triple.
How you deal with the on-balls is going to be critical. So many on-balls you see in games these days. And that time, just uncontested 3.
Mills got it from Landale, needs help. This is Baines firing the triple himself, and it's all the bottom of the net.
And sometimes criticised for not rolling as much as he should, but that's why. He has the unique ability to be able to get on the rim and dunk it, and also pop and make you respect that three-point shot.
Australia 2 of 2 from deep. Missed their 2 shots inside the perimeter. Shot clock is single digits here for Spisu. Shot comes now, and it's off the mark. And the chance for the Boomers quickly up the floor. Mills catch and shoot in rhythm. Can't complete it, and Polonara grabs the rebound. Tonute does the ball carrying duties. Wants to take on Dellavedova, who goes down. No whistle provided, and Italy add another 2 here. Back in front by a point, the Italians. 3 scorers so far.
Everything for both teams so far is above the free-throw line. All the action, nothing really getting down low, right as Jock Landale rolls for a layup. But it seems like all the action's from that screen roll action. Not many post-ups before that initial one from Jock Landale early in the game.
Landale opens his account. Baines and Mills from deep also on the ball from close range. That's an elite finish there from Fontecchio.
No, he's a scorer, and he's looking to score first and second option, and very effective. Can put it to the deck and can shoot the 3 ball.
To go to 3 minutes played, Italy by 1. They find Landale in the corner ready to go. It's off the mark.
Aggressive start by Jock. A couple of shots around the rim. He's now 1 of 4.
Spissu with it. In a mismatch against Baines. They lob it inside for Melly. He's against Dellavedova with a mismatch. Likes his chances. Couldn't get enough on the shot. Loose ball scramble. Dellavedova just undersized there against Achille Polonara, who gives up the foul.
And there you see the benefit of Matthew Dellavedova. They have that switching action, and he's guarding the big, but so strong and gets that low centre of gravity, moves his feet, and Melly, although with a size advantage, wasn't able to take advantage of it. And
we just have to get that rebound, Drew. I mean, we have 4 or 5 bodies in there, the one Italian, and they get that offensive rebound. It gives them a reset now and a chance to score again.
So Nick Kay, Matisse Thybulle check into the game. Catch and shoot play for Tonu. Hands over Spissu. Shot clock, single numbers. Top of the key, Polonara will put it on the floor, wanted a passing lane. And well done, Jock Landale. Read the pass, knocked it down, and now draws a foul.
And just reaching in from behind. And a legitimate play on the ball.
Hit the ball a little bit with the arm, they'll let it pass.
And because they are very sensitive to those fouls in transition.
So, with 6 minutes to play, Chris Anstey, 8-9 Australia trailing. Early 3 from Paddy Mills as Dellavedova can't get one of his own. What are you making of the early stages?
Jock Landale has been very, very aggressive, and while we like that, it's not the NBL now. It's bigger defenders, a little bit more physical, and without going too early. You know, every time he shoots one early in the game, it's Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles not getting touches, but Matisse Thybulle straight into the game makes a great pass and gets Nick Kay on the rim for a dunk, and we're back in front.
We certainly are. So let's take you back to the action at the, I always can never say this name right, the Saitama Super Arena. Let's get back there.
Tonu picks up the dribble. Outside, Polonara, the left-hander. Well short on the rim. Dellavedova the rebound. Landale working hard. Mills ahead of him. Thybulle joining in. Screen from Kay, who rolls now. He's got Landale available. Couldn't find a passing lane. Didn't need a passing lane as Thybulle knocks down the three.
Great jump stop by Nick Kay. Just let the defense react before he made a decision. A lot of people in that position might go off 1 foot, you know, maybe a charge, turn the ball over. Fantastic play.
And the other thing is, Matisse Thybulle, he came into this Boomers lineup not renowned for his scoring or his perimeter shooting. Elite athlete, but we've seen the last couple of possessions. That is just a beautiful on-point pass, and then the next time down the floor, comes in open, splashes the three. Now, if you're Paddy Mills and you see what's happening, you see Thybulle hit down the three, you see Baines hit it down the three. Paddy Mills' eyes start to light up because now they've got to play those guys less help that they can apply on Paddy.
Thybulle, 30% free throw shooter with the 76ers most recent season in the 3-ball.
Thybulle just loves that fever line, it seems. I think that extra couple of steps in the NBA, it's a bit more helter-skelter, but it's pure, and he's not even thinking secondly about that. It's going straight up.
Thybulle thought there might have been a hint of a hook on that drive, but he picks up the foul.
Third team foul on Australia in this quarter, and getting close to the hoop, Fontecchio makes it fit.
There's a high chance you're getting hooked by any European player in the post. A very high chance. It's taught there. Once you come out of the womb, you'll get hooked in the post.
Mills shares it with Kay. Now Thybulle. Back to Paddy. Works inside one defender. They stood off him, Melly, and he paid the price as Paddy Mills comes up with the finish.
You have to be extraordinarily dedicated to stay with Paddy Mills. They're doing a great job. He moves from side to side without the ball. So much of the game these days with the ball, he is also elite without the ball, and that really puts a lot of pressure on the D.
Mannion into the game now. Skip pass finds Gallinari, who steps inside Kay, confronted by Thybulle, who did a good job, but Gallinari is elite. Mills top of the key. Now tracks a double team, but he's got a quick first step, and Paddy Mills is up to 7 to pace Australia.
That's a great take by Paddy. Look, on my scanning report, I would try to run Paddy off the three and make him finish inside the paint. But if he's finishing like that, it's a good start.
Firing over the top, Fontecchio once more. He's got 8 points to lead all scorers.
Well, they do a good job of recognising those mismatches and that time the size advantage, shooting straight over the top of Paddy Mills.
Both teams 58% from the field in a high-quality start. Sig over 3 minutes out from quarter time. Mills behind the back to Thibault.
Look out.
Single digits on the shot clock as he throws it down.
Well, it's been encouraging to see the driving lanes. Paddy Mills the time before that. This time Thibault. Not a lot of weak side help. And that's what happens when you start knocking down some threes. It really spreads the floor.
From close range, athletic finish from Tonut comes up empty. Thibault's quick outlet pass. Landale was perfect on the money. And Australia have got back-to-back dunks. Italy need timeout. It's a 6-point lead. 2:42 left here in the opening quarter. It's Australia 21, Italy 15.
21-15, 2:42 on the clock, and Australia looking really good. Chris Anstey, before we get to a break, your thoughts?
It's a really great game. Italy are very, very long. They're crafty. A lot of lanes open up with their ability to shoot the three, and they're going at Paddy Mills in the post. So their plan is obviously to make Paddy defend in the post, put him somewhere where he's not comfortable. And hey, Matisse Thybulle's been fantastic. 2 on the rim. He's just kicking that ball ahead in transition. A lot of really good looks. If we can continue to attack the rim, some really high percentage looks, and we'll keep the scoreboard ticking over.
The Boomers are looking to take another step towards their first ever Olympic medal as they face off against a strong Italian team. Tokyo 2020 live and free in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. Chris Anstey and Chloe Dalton are both here for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Update in the rugby sevens, Chloe.
We've had in the 5 versus 6 playoff, South Africa get up over USA 28-7, and we're just about to see in the bronze medal match, Argentina come up against Great Britain.
So Great Britain, 5th in the world. They finished 2nd in Pool A, and Argentina, the surprise packet of this whole Olympics, ranked 9th in the world, but they knocked off the 2nd-ranked South Africa in the quarterfinals before losing to Fiji in the semis to set up this bronze medal game.
Yeah, it was pretty special, that one. Argentina are a team very well known for their passion and their heart that they play with out there. They had an incredible performance against South Africa in the semi. Also had one player in the bin. So the fact that they managed to pull that win off against a class team like South Africa was really impressive. So it'll be interesting to see how they go here. Great Britain probably haven't had their strongest tournament so far, but known well in the World Series for being able to execute late in the tournament. So it'll be a good matchup.
We'll get to Ariake Tennis Park very shortly as well. We'll take a quick break. Sky Nicholson unfortunately knocked out in the quarterfinals, so congratulations to her on a fantastic debut Olympics. Carissa Artingstall from Great Britain defeated her on a split decision 2-3. John Millman and Ash Barty have started their mixed doubles clash as well, and 21-18 make that 23-18 with 1:45 in the first quarter. The Boomers and Italy. This is the night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tires are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tires fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tires.com.au.
Now's the time to get your pool paving cleaned and protected. At Prestige Surfaces, we specialise in cleaning and protecting porous surfaces from pool water and other harsh corrosive elements, which is vital in keeping your pool surrounds intact. Prestige Surfaces are the market leader in cleaning, protecting and maintaining natural stone tile and concrete, and the first choice for landscapers, tilers and builders. Prestige Surfaces, exceptional protection for natural stone, concrete and porcelain.
Good evening. There's been a crash in the city on Collins Street at Elizabeth Street, so watch out for crews trying to clear that one. A crash in Clayton as well on Dandenong Road, heading outbound at Clayton Road. The right-hand lane is blocked, and a truck's gone into a bridge in Essendon on Mount Alexander Road. It's closed at the rail bridge just north of Essendon Station. You can use Buckley Street or Lincoln Road instead. It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au, authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Designer Appliances are your premium kitchen appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create stylish spaces, converting the kitchen into the heart of your home. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am.
World-class international racing requires a whirlpool, and that's exactly what the Hong Kong Jockey Club have set up. For glorious Goodwood this week, you can enjoy sizable pools on each and every race from the famous UK meeting. Win, Place, Quinella, Duet and Trifecta are all available via the Hong Kong Jockey Club's Whirlpool. Enjoy Goodwood thanks to the hosts, the Hong Kong Jockey Club and their Whirlpool. Check tab.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Carpenters, did you know the new VBA regulations require you to be registered for any work you complete valued over 10 grand? Master Builders Victoria help you navigate regulations. They also offer legal support, OH&S compliance and upskilling opportunities to keep your team's building and construction skills up to date. For just $1.40 a day, can you afford not to be a member? To be the best, you need to train with the best, and that's Master Builders Victoria. RTO 3935.
For decades, Lexus have pushed the boundaries of motor vehicle technology. With a focus on efficient yet exhilarating prestige vehicles, our aim is to provide our guests with the most memorable buying and ownership experience. Lexus of Brighton invite you to let our experienced professional team introduce you to the comprehensive range of Lexus vehicles, located conveniently on the Nepean Highway. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
Would you let your health insurer tell you which doctor you had to go to? I didn't think so. So why should your car be any different? Many insurers dictate where you get your car repaired after an accident. You do not have a choice where or who they send it to. With Choice of Repairer, you do. Be in the driver's seat and choose Choice of Repairer. Find out more at yourcaryourchoice.com.au and you could win your insurance for a year. Supported by the VACC. You're in good hands. T's and C's apply.
Wonderful to have your company as part of SEN's coverage of the 2020 Olympics. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better. You can get involved with us, 0433 98 11 16, just like this one, Chris Anstey. Chloe Dalton's here as well for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. I do like to welcome our guests with a certain amount of flair and really pump them up. And just remind people of all they've achieved. But some people don't enjoy that, Chris Anstey. I've got a text here from just a lovely gentleman. Sam, stop blowing wind up Chris's arse and get on with the interview. Well, it's not really an interview. It's more of a broadcast, a presentation, if you will. But is that a fair comment?
No, I enjoyed it.
Hey, Chloe, have you got an update for us, Rugby Sevens, the bronze medal match between Great Britain and Argentina?
So we're about 1:30 to go in the first half, sitting at 5 apiece. Great Britain, got a very quick try within about 30 seconds of the game. They were able to retain their own restart before Argentina, who are about to cross the line for their second try, to be up 10-5. They had a nice little sneaky try down the blind side off a scrum. Typically, the hooker will break left off the scrum. Argentinian halfback saw the space and finished the try nicely in the corner.
Now, for those who aren't in New South Wales, Queensland, and for those in other states that aren't as well versed in the vernacular of rugby, a scrum?
A scrum, usually when you play 15-a-side, you've got 8 people in the scrum. In 7-a-side version of the game, we've just got 3 people in the scrum. So you'll have a scrum if someone knocks the ball forward or throws a forward pass. Then you'll have a scrum where 3 forwards go up against the opposition. The halfback will feed the ball in, and then the 3 backs, the fast and agile, nippy ones, not me, will play.
That's where they all link arms and butt heads almost. John Peers and Ash Barty, 6-1, 2-1 up. So first set claimed. John Peers has come in for John Millman. 6-1 in the first set, leading 2-1 in the second set. We're underway in the second quarter, locked at 25 apiece. Boomers in Italy. Chris Anstey, just your impressions of the first quarter?
Nick Kay's been fantastic. A consummate role player, running the lanes well, passing well out of that short roll. Chris Golding looks aggressive. He came in, he's looking for his 3-point shot, which is a fantastic change from the first game. Dante Exum looks a little bit better. He's passing on his dribble penetration. The one that concerns me a little bit, Aaron Baines on the defensive end. All of the Italians can shoot the ball, and Baines is really struggling on the switch on the mid pick and roll to stay in front of the quicker guys and then to get back to the bigs who can shoot it. So a little bit of a concern there, but just fallen down 3. And, we're looking okay, but Italy are tough.
Saitama Super Arena, let's head back there.
And a three-point edge is Mannion exploring. Ritchie. Guarded by Sobey behind the back and draws contact. So foul on Sobey.
Both teams in a similar pick and roll coverage, both with a hard, quick show. Italy look like they're holding it a little bit longer with Paddy Mills till he gives it up, but identical pick and roll coverage at the moment for both teams.
Yeah, you saw that last possession. They were desperate to get the ball out of Paddy Mills' hands. They stayed on that double team for quite some time, and Australia might need to just find a way to get Joe Ingles going. He's played 7.5 minutes in this one so far, yet to take a shot. He's got the 1 assist and hasn't really been involved.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for Joey, and just needing to get a nice feet set 3. And Joey's the best when he's involved in some action to be able to distribute. He's an elite passer, great out of the pick and roll, although it's slow at times. And that's when his confidence for the 3-ball rises. So I hope Gorge can get him in some pick and roll action early, let him find his feet.
Yeah, particularly that middle on ball when he's got those choices and he can very crafty at getting to the rim. And if they collapse, he's extraordinarily unselfish. He'll find people on the perimeter for easy shots.
15-4 run from Italy, bracketed across quarter time here. Ingles picked up the dribble, looks inside the Baines, slow pass, eventually got there. Sobey fires, caught it deep. And a chance for Italy to expand a 5-point edge at the moment. They've got it on their terms. As Moraschini exploring. Gets it back from Gallinari. Again, Baines drawn a long way out. This time Moraschini goes with the right hand, couldn't finish it. And Sobey hands over to Ingles.
Great solid defense too by Baines. Just nothing out of the ordinary. Didn't try to do too much. Didn't try to block that shot and maybe foul. Just contested at the rim. And if he finishes over you as a big fella at times, you shake his hand and say congratulations.
Gianpaolo Ritchie there with a perfectly executed way to commit a foul without getting it an unsportsmanlike.
Ooh, now we have got an offensive foul called on Australia as Mannion hits the deck.
I think it's going to be on Joe Ingles as he tried to set that screen. Just a little too aggressive.
Not happening at the offensive end right at this stage for the Boomers. None of 2 since quarter time, but at 21 with 2.5 to play in the opening quarter. And just able to get any motion or fluidity in their offense at the moment. Nico Mannion's been good after coming off the bench. Ritchie attracted Baines, works to an opening, fires, caught the front of the rim, and Baines the rebound. Now Mills, harassed by Vitali. Ingles, string from Dellavedova, confronted by Mannion. Dellavedova uses K. Shot clock rolls to single digits. Again, not in sync. Dellavedova, less than 5 on the shot clock. Ingles, skip pass. Baines in the corner. Under pressure, knocks down the 3.
And I'd say there, Drew, that was a very stagnant offensive possession. Not a lot going on. We got stuck on one side. Aaron Baines bails us out with a big 3.
They swing the ball around the perimeter, Italy. Mannion shares it now with Gallinari. Confronted by Kay. Spins baseline. Fires over the top. Can't get to use a friendly roll, and Ingles snatches the rebound. Baines looking for the tip-in finish. Likewise, Nick Kay from close range does. They've scored 5 unanswered points here to be back on level terms, Australia.
See there again, the hard show. When you're going to do that, it is vital you put ball pressure to try to get by some time for that kick-out pass. But there was that really clunky half-court set. And full credit to Italy and their defense. I think defensively they're really showing something. They're well prepared and good ball pressure and making it difficult in the half-court for Australia.
Timeout called. 6:56 left here, term number 2.
So 30 apiece, under 7 minutes to play. Second term, Chris Anstey. It's a real arm wrestle at the minute.
It is. Andrew Bogut and Andrew Gaze called for it, and Joe Ingles became involved. They put the ball in his hands. They put Paddy Mills away from the ball and let Joe Ingles create, and he... couple of beautiful passes, one of them right at the end of the shot clock to Aaron Baines in the corner for a 3 to bail him out of a possession. But Joe Ingles, as the boys have asked for, involved in the play, makes the Boomers a much better team.
So Matisse Thybulle, you mentioned him before, but he's up to 5 points. He's got the 3 assists as well. He's having a real influence.
Yeah, and in just 5 minutes, the team's up 6 when he's on the floor. He picked up his second foul on a dubious foul on a jump shooter, so... Gorgeous put him back on the bench. Wouldn't want to pick up his third in the first quarter.
Well, let's take a break so we can get the final stages of this second half. We'll come back on the other side of this. Chloe Dalton, Chris Anstey here for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Lexus have a proven and undisputed history in hybrid electric vehicles. A passion for performance and technology has cemented Lexus as one of the most dynamic vehicle manufacturers in the world. Today, the Lexus vision is simple: to create amazing experiences for our guests from the initial purchase and throughout the entire ownership. Lexus of Brighton invite you to let our experienced professional team introduce you to the comprehensive range of Lexus vehicles. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
Harvey Norman stores are now open, with our team practicing social distancing to keep us all safe. So if you need it now, you can get it at Harvey Norman. Shop safely in store or shop online with contactless click and collect and home delivery available. Plus, purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum financed amount $1,000, 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman stores now open.
You don't dig wearing thongs. You don't dig during a lightning storm. You don't dig drunk or under the influence of drugs. And you don't dig blindfolded. So don't dig without checking Dial Before You Dig online first. It's the best way to make sure that the next hole you dig isn't the last hole you dig. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search Dial Before You Dig online every time. And avoid digging your own grave.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
The Boomers tonight brought to you by Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today. Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. 34-30 Italy lead, under 6 to play. Let's head back.
Floor for the Italians. They lead by 4. Fontecchio looking to extend it under pressure. Bible playing with those 2 fouls was good there. And here he is Euro stepping his way to the basket at the other end unsuccessfully. Paola, Nelly, Fontecchio still lurking. And here's Paola under pressure. They look inside, it broke down, and eventually Fontecchio rolls to the hoop for his 10th point.
And that is just fantastic ball movement by the Italians. They had it stretched out to half court, and they just moved it. Easy layup.
On top by 6, middle stages of this second quarter. Biggest lead they've had. And foul, an obvious one on Alessandro Paola as he gives Landale some treatment.
And folks, one of the noticeable differences between Brian Gorge...
All right, so we've got about a minute 50 left to go on the bronze medal match of the Rugby Sevens. Just a score update before we take in a bit of that, Chloe Dalton.
We've got Argentina up 17-12 with a minute 30 to play.
All right, let's head to Tokyo Stadium.
Tracks back to stop the conversion being any closer to the posts. At this stage in the game, these conversions are crucial, and that is not an easy one.
Well, they've lost
their ace kicker, Gaston Rivol, who's had to sit in the stands and watch after being red carded. But the way these young players keep stepping up for Argentina and doing something out of the ordinary.
Take a look at this average age of the team, about 23 for Argentina, 21 Mendy, 21 Moneta. This Argentina team are building something very special indeed.
Well, the clock has stopped. We're inside the last 2 minutes of the game. Argentina edging towards a bronze medal, but it's only a 5-point lead. Ball slapped back by Great Britain. Norton has it. They'll try and work it away. This is the man who's been really threatening, Ben Harris. He's the biggest man in the team, but he's made great inroads. Swooping on it was Hazan Velez, and the penalty is won. McCann is on the field. He's not happy about it, but I think that man is.
Oh, why not be pumped? That was fantastic. Herman Schultz with the tackle. The chop tackle, as it's known, you take the legs out of the way, it means the players fall heavy, and the man with the ball, Hazan Velez, brilliantly over it. These are players who often are scrum halves, wings, perhaps fullbacks, guys that are not well versed with contact areas. Yet they've been
so a bit of a break in play. We might take the final stages of that. Chloe, just a score update again for us.
Still sitting at 17-12, looking whether Argentina can hold on to that win over Great Britain.
4 minutes left to go. Australia 32-38 down against Italy. We'll go back to the basketball. The basketball update for City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com.
Do in drag situations with ball screens, but everything's just pushed up above that free throw line.
Inside the last 4 minutes, Ingles is going to be fouled by Ritchie.
Yeah, and I guess the theory behind that is what we saw early on in that first quarter is if you open up the driving lanes and take away some of that help. But the other thing that's missing is not a lot of post touches. Now, I know the low post game is slowly being eradicated from the game. For the life of me, I do not know why. But even if it's not as a scoring threat, as a passing threat in that low block, just some post catches, defence collapses in, and then you still have another option to kick it out for the perimeter guys.
Ingles elevates for the triple. It's all the bottom of the net. Breaks the drought for Australia. His first score in the game. And Australia over the limit in terms of fouls here in this second quarter. Need to be very careful. Paola just down low.
We're jumping in and around and all about, but Chloe, we were a bit of a lag on our feed, but just a result from the bronze medal game.
Argentina have taken out the bronze medal with a win over Great Britain, 17-12. They're beautifully emotional at the moment. I think it's a pretty special moment for them taking out that Olympic medal and pretty well deserved. We talked about that win that shock win that they had over South Africa. I think they've had an awesome tournament. Great Britain would be pretty bitterly disappointed with that one, but I think very, very well earned there by Argentina.
Yeah, they finished second in their pool and they defeated South Africa, as you said, lost their semi to Fiji, but you can't really hold that against them. Fiji, the reigning gold medalists. That's extraordinary. That's one of the stories of the team sports for the Olympics so far. They were ranked 9th or 10th coming in and not expected to do much, were they?
Yeah, and I think that's the beautiful thing about sevens as well. Like, the fact that it's a 14-minute game, it happens so quickly. If you can manage to hold on to the footy, that's such an important factor. We saw throughout this bronze medal match a couple of handling errors from both sides. I would have liked to see Great Britain get the ball in the hands of Dan Norton, the highest try scorer of all time. He's a pretty massive threat out on the wing there. He didn't get much opportunity, and Argentina just with some really good one-on-one footwork and managing to finish off some great tries.
All right, well, in just under 10 minutes' time, the gold medal game between New Zealand and Fiji will take place. Chloe's here to take us through the action there. Chris Anstey, timeout, 3:10 on the clock, 38-37. Australia back within a point of Italy.
Yeah, we've managed to contain Nico Mannion, largely because he went to the bench, but a couple of really easy ones in transition. If there's a flaw in the Italian defence right now, it's their defensive transition. So Matisse Theibel, a couple of steals, a couple of defensive rebounds, kicked ahead all the way over the top of the defence, and Nick Kay and Jock Landale running the lanes. We've been really thankful for those high percentage shots because we're struggling to score the ball in this second quarter. 25 points in the first quarter and only 12 so far with only 3 minutes to go.
John Peers, Ash Barty up a set and up a game in their mixed doubles first round clash. Let's get back to the basketball.
They're 4 of 10 from the field in this second quarter, Australia, after being 11 of 18 at quarter time. So Exum with the ball carrying duties. As we count down the last 3 minutes of the first half, Mills, then Paola, now Landale. There you go. Wanting to muscle his way in down in the low block. And with a hook shot, just couldn't get the finish.
Well, that's what we were just talking about with Bogues. Trying to identify a few more low post touches. And good option. Landale's just not able to finish it off.
Good ball movement from the Italians. They get it inside. Thibault knocked it down. He thought he'd won it back, but referee says Italy will restart. Already with those 2 fouls at Thibault. In a tight situation. A little hard in the mouth. Landale, 8 points in the game. Has been impressive. No one has more for Australia. Here's Fontecchio taking on Kate. Couldn't finish it, but certainly Polonara can. Italians enjoyed that. Exum gets it from Thibault, goes back in that direction. Working on Fontecchio. Ingles worked to a spot, fires the 3 unsuccessfully. Chance for Italy to build on a 3-point edge as Tonu sends it down low. Polonara from close range with a hook shot adds 2 more.
And I've looked to get Matisse out of this game in this half with 2 fouls. You can tell he's not trying to be as aggressive defensively, and you just don't want him to have his 3rd foul. If I was Brian Goorjian, I'd get him out of the game for the rest of this half.
Exum, a little out of control, coughed it up. Chance of Polonara.
All right, we've been resisting trying to take a break to stay with the action as it was close, but with Italy having a 5-point lead, we will come back just before the top of hour and assess at half-time here as we're a minute 45 away from the half in the Boomers over Italy, trailing by 5 points.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
We went searching all over the world for better internet, even the top of Mount Everest. Turns out, better business internet was right here. Summit Internet. From just $99, they're 5 times faster than the NBN with Australian phone support. Summit Internet. Better business internet.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Good evening. A few crashes on the go at the moment. One in the city on Collins Street at Elizabeth Street, so watch out for crews trying to clear that one. A crash in Clayton as well on Dandenong Road, heading outbound at Clayton Road has the right-hand lane blocked. A crash for Cranbourne West on Hull Road at Radburn Drive. And a truck has gone into a bridge in Essendon, that's on Mount Alexander Road. It's closed at the rail bridge. Switch to Power Shop and get $200 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to new Victorian customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's applies. Search Power Shop. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy. And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So there's just 30 seconds left in the first half. Chris Anstey's here before we've got to hit the mark at the top of the hour to welcome in some new audience. Chris, your thoughts?
offensively, it's almost flipped on its head a little bit. I'm just going through the shot attempts. You know, Paddy Mills has only taken 4 shots in 17 minutes. Joe Ingles has only taken 4 in 16 minutes. Matisse Thybul's only taken 3 in 11 minutes. But on the flip side, I think Italy would be wrapped. You know, Nathan Sobey took 2 in a minute. Jock Landale's taken 7. Chris Golding took 2 in his 2 minutes. So I'd love to see the ball in Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles' hands in scoring situations more often. I think if you asked Italy coming in if they could limit the number of shots that Mills and Ingles are taking, they'd take that. And we're battling, we're playing okay, but we've got to keep our head above water.
So Aaron Baines with 8 points and Nick Kay leading the charge. Australia have levelled it up just before the half. Our basketball update for City Venue Management-based compression, crafted compression with a conscience. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games and night sessions for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre experts. Chris Anstey's here. Chloe Dalton's here covering the rugby sevens. The tennis is going on. We've got hockey a little later. There's swimming trials. Oh, we're only an hour in. It's going to be a big night.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno and my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Wonderful to have your company. If you've just joined us, welcome to the night session, SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. We do it all for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero online accounting to help you do business, but better. Sam Hargraves to take you through till midnight tonight. And for the next couple of hours, I'm joined by a couple of superstars, Olympians in their own right, and one of them a gold medalist as well. We're covering tonight all around the place. There's a heap of team sports going on. So on the menu this evening, before I re-welcome in our special guest this evening, co-host in the broadcast with us, there's tennis going on at the moment. Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez are just about to start their women's doubles quarterfinal. The mixed doubles, Ash Barty is playing alongside John Peers. They're a set up, but they're 4-5 down in the second. We've got basketball happening at the moment. The Boomers taking on Italy in their second game at 45-44. They trail at the moment at Saitama Super Arena. They won their first game against Nigeria by 17 points, and it's Italy that confronts them tonight. And it's been a tough match so far. Chris Anstey will talk us through that very shortly when I re-welcome him. There's equestrian going on tonight. Dressage, the individual Grand Prix freestyle. Mary Hannah, Kelly Lane and Simone Pearce in that. And Mary Hannah in her sixth Olympics is just a remarkable story. We've got hockey tonight at 7:30. Australia, our women, our Kookaburras, Hockeyroos take on Japan in their second pool game. And then swimming heats tonight start just after 8 o'clock, 8:15. Emma McKeon, already 2 medals at these Olympics. Her 100-metre freestyle heat. Kate Campbell's 100-metre freestyle heat. Tristan Hollard in the 200 metres backstroke for the men. 200-metre breaststroke for Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin. We've got the Olyroos in action tonight after 9 o'clock, taking on Egypt in their third pool game. We've got the men's 200-metre individual medley, the heats, Brendan Smith, the bronze medalist, and Mitch Larkin as well in action there. And the women's 4x200 metre freestyle relay looking to take that title back from the Americans, who have dominated for the last couple of Olympics. Beach volleyball, Mariafa Itachi de Sola and Taliqua Clancy are taking on Italy tonight after 10. And then the Kookaburras in the men's hockey take on New Zealand. The men's beach volleyball just finished and they were eliminated, unfortunately, by Spain. Couldn't get a win in their pool games, but, geez, they competed hard against highly fancied opposition. If you're just joining us today, 3 gold medals for Australia. It's been a magical day for us. All of them came within an hour, and it started off with the women's 4s in the rowing. They claimed gold, and then shortly after that, the men's in the very same event. And then, isn't it just sensational? Ariarne Titmus creating history, joining Shane Gould and Ian Thorpe as winners of the 200 and 400 metre freestyle. So she wins the second encounter with the legend Katie Ledecky, with another bout to come in the 800 metres freestyle. Ariarne Titmus, gold again today. It's been a really special day. We had bronze medals as well in the men's individual time trial. Rowan Dennis got bronze. In the men's quad sculls and the women's quad sculls, we had bronze medals there. And then in the men's 4x200 metre freestyle relay, Australia got bronze behind Russia and Great Britain the gold. So a massive day it's been for Australia. We've got 7 medals in total and are now 5th in the overall medal tally, the medal tally for Rebel Sport. So I welcome in our special guest tonight. Half-time at the basketball, the Boomers trailing 45-44. Chris Anstey's a dual Olympian. What have you made of it so far, Chris?
We've battled. It's probably not the style or the scoring opportunities certainly haven't come from where we expected it to come from. Aaron Baines, Nick Kay and Jock Landale, 8 points each with Paddy Mills 7 and Joe Ingles 6. We'd love to see Paddy get some more shots, some more open looks in the second half. And a couple of players I just want to highlight. Matthew Dellavedova, while you would look at his box score and say, look, he really hasn't done that much, good things happen when he's on the basketball court. He puts himself in the right spots. He gets his teammates, the correct teammates, the right shots. You know, Dante Exum, he's still working his way back into game condition, but, you know, the 3 turnovers in 10 minutes, the charge, almost like he's going into the paint without a plan. And I played with the great Darryl McDonald for a lot of years, and he explained it to me like this one time, and I've never forgotten it. He said, every time you put the ball on the floor and you get your feet in the paint, take a mental snapshot. What's ahead of you? What's your choice? Where's the help coming from? Take that mental photo and make your decision quick. So Dante's almost a step too slow. He's taking the extra dribble. The defense is collapsing on him, and he's finding himself in a lot of trouble. So love to see him fix that up, or alternatively in the second half, put the ball in Joe Ingles and Matthew Dellavedova's hands a little bit more often. The
Boomers updates for Basketball Jersey World. So a basketball purist today, Basketball Jersey World home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Chloe Dalton, Olympic gold medalist at the Rio 2016 Games, AFLW star as well. Yes, one of those very annoying people that seems to be able to play any sport that or any and utilise any ball that gets thrown to her. She's been covering off the men's rugby sevens tonight. Argentina, a massive upset in the bronze medal game, defeating Great Britain. And now the gold medal game has started. Chloe, hello again to you.
Hello again. Yeah, we're looking pretty good here in the gold medal match. We saw Fiji got off to a really strong start. They've been able to retain possession off the restart, off both of their kicks. So when we look at a game of sevens, for those who don't watch it a lot, you start the game with a drop kick that's got to go 10 metres, and same thing will happen after you score a try as well. Fiji have some pretty big blokes out there who are able to get up in the air and tap the ball back and retain possession. We had an interesting one where Fiji quickly put the kick through. Andrew Newstub from New Zealand chased it back and tried to ground it over the try line, but fumbled it, and Fiji were able to score. And we've just seen New Zealand have a bit more possession, be able to control the footy a bit more, to see Scott Curry score in the corner for 12-5.
And in a pretty quick succession, straight after that, we've got a couple of different screens going. Yours might have a little lag on it. I'm sorry, you're using my laptop, so I'm a Luddite, so I've probably got something wrong. Fiji have just crossed to make it 17-5. So let's take in the last couple of minutes of the first half before we get back to the basketball.
But Wainingolo, too strong in contact, pumps the legs through the tackle. Incredible.
Wow, 17 points to 5. And there is another 2. 19-5 Some of the Fijian team members, staff, allowed into the ground to cheer the lads on. Oh, that's great work from Curry. Just buys a bit of time now. And has a settling run. They go in digging, but no. Coming in from the side is the call. Damon Murphy, our referee from Australia. He made his debut on the World Series in 2016, 2017, and now in a short time he's got the gold medal final. Newstart. This is where he can be very dangerous.
He's got so much composure as well, Andrew Newstub. He's the engineer behind connecting the forwards and the backs. A wonderful playmaker. What can they produce here, the All Black Sevens?
And he finds the target. Curry down to Collier. And Webber. That's the halftime Hooter sounds. There, but they're offside Fiji, so... No need to rush this one. Final fling in the first half.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory here for Fiji. They need a big defensive effort if they're going to keep New Zealand away from that try line. Setting up for a tap move here.
So Webber. Back to Newstub. Nicholson. To backtrack a bit on that one to take it cleanly. It was an easy target for the defence, but it's still there for New Zealand. And Molia, here's another penalty. So Fiji will have to be careful here. They're giving away penalties inside their own territory. And Newstub gets it to Mickelson. Webber. Back to nobody. Fijians try to scoop it up. And now they fall off Sione Molia. And he is going to score a very timely try indeed for the All Black Sevens right on half-time. Mistakes coming from Fiji.
Sione Molia, the wrecking ball, just pumping his legs through the contact there. A timely try indeed for New Zealand. Fantastic. He was also part of the Rio squad in 2016.
I'll tell you what about that. Just before, in the shadows of the first half, Chloe Dalton breaking 2 tackles and crossing. They needed that one just to stay in touch, New Zealand. 19-12 at the minute with a kick to come.
Yeah, particularly against a team like Fiji, you want to be able to hit back with a try like that before half. They're now within 1 try. I think I like what New Zealand are doing, keeping the ball alive at the moment. It's a little bit risky sometimes against Fiji to replicate their offload game, but Fiji love keeping everyone in close and trying to make those isolated one-on-one tackles and then get to the breakdown and make a turnover. So I like what New Zealand are doing in terms of keeping the ball alive and trying to spread Fiji across the field and get the reward for effort there with the try.
I don't waste any time, do they? I thought it was 19-12 with a kick to come. 19-12, they took the kick. There's very little time wasted. It's the most efficient game I think we see at an Olympics. This is wonderful. So Chris Anstey, Chloe Dalton here as we go from basketball to rugby sevens. We'll keep you updated on the tennis and every other event currently going on that Australia are involved in. In the tennis, tiebreaker at the moment. They claim the first set, Piers and Barty. They're up 4-1 in the second set tiebreaker. We'll take a break and come back ourselves when the Boomers in Italy get set to retake the court for the second half. The Boomers trailing 45-44.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
A
start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for two sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
At Apia, they know that retirement age doesn't mean slowing down. It means finally going at your own pace. You're not past your prime, you're Generation Go. Carol's here to tell us about the good life in retirement thanks to Apia. Now that you're retired, what do you do more in your life now?
I've joined the CWA.
Oh, lovely.
I'm a member of the Kiwani and I'm on the Committee of Management of a local learning and community centre.
Wow, you're a busy lady. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you have another passion? Get out and about?
I walk.
Yeah.
I do a lot of knitting and through the community centre we sell those to raise funds for Relapse for Life and I'm doing a lot of reading and gardening.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and I would just like to say a very big thank you to Apia for this wonderful surprise.
Sounds impressive. Generation Go for Apia. Helping you get the most out of retirement. Visit apia.com.au. Apia. Get set. Go.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Let's get back to the basketball for City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Still 45-44. 30 seconds played in the second half. Let's rejoin.
Well, it's not taken us long to go from Dean Park.
Been good, 8 points for him. Mannion's restart was a little awkward, and still Italy get it back, this time with 8 on the shot clock.
Great job by Daly there, jumping to the passing lane, taking away the easy corner flash. Left them with nothing, they almost turned it over. So just watch Daly on this play, tracking the ball.
The Mannion restarts, had to retreat a long way. Molinara is deep, and he's knocking down the triple. Wow.
Jock Landale bid on the cut. The cut to the basket, felt he needed a help, and just a wide open 3-ball.
Baines for the answering triple is off the mark. Mills gets after the long rebound. And the Aussies will reset here. Now looking into the paint, Mills off the glass, couldn't finish it. Baines got a piece of it, couldn't direct it accurately enough though. And now Nico Mannion for Italy. Back the other way, got Deliver over, unbalanced, and Mannion adds another 2. He's got 11 in the game. And the margin is out to 6. As the Australians swing around the perimeter, Ingles from close range helps himself to 2 more. He's got 8 in the game.
never explosive. You've never used that to describe Joe, but just crafty and reading the defence. Modest play looked really easy.
Mannion shares it with Polonara. And cross court, Nelly gets involved. Back to Mannion against Baynes. Fires over the top. Jeez, that's a tough shot.
That's what you want if you're a big. You get switched, late contest, but just too good from three there.
Well, they've got the answers here at the moment. The Italians, as Mills elevates, and he knocks down the two.
It is. It's on this end. They've made a couple of big plays. The defence, sometimes just good offence beats good defence. And the last couple of possessions, they've been good contested shots, just not able to stop it.
Mannion looks inside. Good cut. What a finish, though. Didn't time it well, Polonara, but they'll get another opportunity as Melly penetrates against Landale. Worried out of the points by he and Baynes in tandem. Aussies get an important stop. They're down 4 as Mills explores. Pulls up for the jumper. It's short. Loose ball. Baynes is there to clean it up and add another 2. He's got double figures to lead Australia. So Mannion hands over.
So trailing by 2 points. Chris, what have you made about the intent of Australia in the third quarter?
I've written here on my notes, so I was going to be a little bit critical of Aaron Baynes. He'd only played the 8 minutes and 1 rebound only for someone that big and physical. But since I wrote that 2 minutes ago, he's gone, had 2 offensive and 2 defensive rebounds, a putback, and he's come to life a little bit. So we need Aaron Baynes to be that.
Chloe Dalton, 2016 gold medalist in the women's rugby sevens. 2 minutes to play. What's the score, Fiji, New Zealand?
Fiji have just scored again, so they're up 24-12 with the conversion to come. Fiji is so difficult to defend. They don't often go to ground with the tackle to create a ruck, so it means that you've got to make tackle after tackle and then run across the field, and you can just see the fatigue that's having on New Zealand and the impact that's having there. So I think it's going to be tough for them with 90 seconds to go to hopefully score 2 quick tries to come back.
Let's take the last minute and 20 seconds of this gold medal clash. 24-12, Fiji leading New Zealand.
On the sideline. They go long, trying to pin New Zealand deep inside their own territory. Nashu. Oh, and there's a miscommunication. Have to be a little bit rattled at the moment as they're playing catch-up. Oh, he can't sit down, can he? The Fiji coach, Gareth Baber. This will be huge if they can hold on. Their country is hurting at the moment. So much COVID-19. They need to put a smile on their countrymen and women's face. Good field position for Fiji. Oh, New Zealand offside. And they will take their time now, Fiji. Gold 5 years ago, and it's going to be gold back to back. And now they're going to take a shot, and they're allowed 30 seconds at least to have that shot. And it hits the post, it goes through. Look at the celebrations. And everyone in Fiji will be absolutely delighted. Back-to-back goal for Fiji. They've beaten New Zealand by 27 points to 12.
Emotional scenes. Most of the Fiji players down on one knee giving thanks. There's a lot of tears being shed, and you heard in the commentary, Fiji still being ravaged daily, over 1,000 cases a day at times with COVID-19. This is just their second Olympic gold medal, and it's in the same event that they got their first in the men's rugby 7. This is a pretty emotional moment. There's not a dry eye on the field at the moment, Chloe Dalton. I'm tipping there might be your yours as well.
I almost had a few tears watching them. It's so beautiful to see how much it means to them. And as you said, the way the nation's having to cope at the moment and back in Fiji, you look at the rugby sevens, it's a national sport. No matter where you go in the world, when we play on the World Series, there's hundreds, if not thousands of Fijians in the crowd. They just come out of nowhere. They absolutely love it. We saw after Rio 2016 when they won the inaugural gold medal, Fiji actually made a $7 note, the only $7 note in the entire world, in honour of the Fijians winning a gold medal. So it just means absolutely everything. I think it's really beautiful that they've managed to go back to back, a pretty incredible feat 5 years later. And I'd love to be in Suva right now to see what's going on there, even if it is isolated in people's houses. I think there'd be some pretty big parties happening.
We've been speaking during the week, and as a lot of Australia's been in lockdown. So when Ariane Titmus got her first gold medal, and when the women's 4x100, and when those moments were happening, it was just bringing joy into a time in our lives when sometimes there hasn't been a lot in those lockdowns. It's far worse at the moment going on in Fiji. So you can only imagine the impact that this is having right now.
And I think that's where sport is so powerful. Obviously, there's so much going on and people struggling with lockdown, but it's really cool that we can watch moments like this. And I think for me, I may have a slightly different perspective as an athlete, but you can see how much they've put into this and particularly how uncertain and difficult the past 18 months have been. Seeing athletes like Ariane Titmus, I was in tears watching her. I've had a lot of tears over the past few days, but it's so incredible to see the way that these athletes have worked through so much uncertainty and to achieve success in the pinnacle of sport is something that's really special, and it's an honour to get to watch it.
So we know that they won in, I'm just double checking this, was it New Zealand they beat in Rio?
I think it was Great Britain.
We'll check that and we'll get a handle on if it's history repeating, but certainly it is from a gold medal point of view. So congratulations to Fiji. They claim gold in the men's rugby sevens. Chloe's going to stick around. We're going to preview the women's campaign, which starts tomorrow. Games against Japan and then China as well. Australia have got a lead back, 56-52, with just under 5 to play. But Chris Anstey, what's changed?
Aaron Baines has changed. Joe Ingles is creating. We're getting shots on the rim as Jock Landale dunks another one. Just much better shots, and Italy have become a contested perimeter shooting team. So looking good for the last few minutes. We're on a 14-7 run to start the half.
In the last minute or so.
Great adjustment by Paddy Mills, knowing that he hasn't finished the last few times in the paint, going himself, drawing that big, making him leave the feet, jump off pass, slammed up.
Just one bucket for Italy in the last 4 minutes. Landale shuts down Polonara again, who's forced to fire a tough one and gets it done with the shot clock expiring in the background. Half the margin with that shot.
Huge shot. Great defense by the Boomers. Can't fault the defense there, but wow.
Landale's doing them all sorts of problems at the moment. Heads up play from Nico Mannion, who knocks it down out of court. Boomers will get it back.
Well, they're so conscious of Paddy and the perimeter game. Those slips and the rolls to the basket is opening up, and there's an example of it. And Jock Landale goes upstairs and tucks that in with some sort of authority, and this is just the breaks of the game. Maybe shouldn't have left his feet in the last second or so, just trying to contest that shot done for him.
Mills the 3-ball on the bottom of the net. Back to a 6-point edge for the Boomers. Their lead has never been bigger. There's never been a bigger margin in the game. Vitali penetrates, draws a foul, gets it done. Chance at a 3-point play. So he opens his scoring account in the game.
Italy with just a lot of players that are very like each other. Put it on the floor, can shoot it, can finish at the rim. Pretty good balanced team. So we're just going to continue to grind it out defensively, stay to our principles, and we'll be okay.
Gee, they're doing a good job. Anytime Australia get a bit of momentum, they've been able to answer with some big plays on the offensive end.
Italy 5 of 6 from the free throw line. Australia 6 of 8. Exum takes them up the floor against Paola. Picks up the dribble now. Hold on to it. And under pressure, and the ball's come out of court, I think, last touch by Exum. So that's excellent play from Alessandra Paola.
It certainly is. And, gee, they're allowing a lot of contact on the ball carrier. And time just wore Dante Exum down. And good heads-up play to throw it off the legs of Exum.
4 turnovers now for Exum. Had 5 against Nigeria. Single numbers on the shot clock here for Italy. Down 3. Paola decides to go solo. Can't convert. Excellent work there from Vitali to keep it alive. Now they'll get another opportunity, and a nice soft touch. It rolls home for Fontecchio.
He's not passing the ball. If he touches the ball anywhere on the court, start boxing out because it is going up.
And he's been effective.
Excellent baseline. Nice pass. Threaded the needle to Baines, who couldn't finish it initially. Stays with it, the big man, and eventually gets it to roll home. Well, Andrew Bogut's flexing in the commentary box here. He loved it.
I am. That is great poise to stay with the possession. And Bainesy just too strong down there.
He's got 5 offensive boards now in the game. 7 in total.
Paola looks low. Gallinari against Mills attracted plenty of attention. They swing it around the perimeter. They find Polonara open. Well done, Fontecchio, reaching in over the back to grab the rebound. Looks as though he's going to be called for the foul.
He's
a little bit lucky there, Drew. I think even though he was over Paddy's back, he had 2 hands on the ball. So we'll take it.
That's over.
Sorry, Dante. Apologies.
No, it is, and didn't do a lot wrong, did he? But that's where if you do the right thing, Dante getting the box out, he got rewarded.
So 2.5 minutes to play. Chris Anstey, 63-60 Australia lead. We don't want to miss much of the last quarter, so we're going to take an early break and come back with Australia 63-60 leading Italy at the moment. The Boomers updates for Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today. Basketball Jersey World home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Sam Stosur and John Peers won their opening round mixed doubles match against the Argentinian team. The Hockey Roos are just about to start in their clash tonight up against host nation Japan, and we've got a big last quarter to come. Australia really being tested by the number 10 ranked Italy, so the Boomers will be top of the agenda on the other side of this. And just repeating that Fiji have won the men's rugby sevens gold medal, defeating New Zealand tonight. Back with more.
I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Imagine a world where our Aussie Boomers hang out every day, where Paddy Mills is making clutch baskets, where Aaron Baines is posting up in the paint. It's a world where Joe Ingles marshals the troops. New Aussie Matisse Thybulle is making an impact defensively, and you can rep your Boomers. There is a world. Basketball Jersey World. Official NBA jerseys and apparel. Hit up basketballjerseyworld.com and use the code BOOMERS for 10% off store-wide.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate serves up award-winning all Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Cold Flow.
Get your day-conducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Get your day-conducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Sam Hargraves with you this evening, bringing you SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Fiji gold medal tonight in the rugby sevens. They beat New Zealand. Sam Stosur and John Peel are through to the second round after winning their mixed doubles. It was a mixed day for Ash Barty, bowing out her and Storm Sanders in the women's doubles. But currently, Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez, games on serve, 3-2, trailing their Swiss opponents, their Swiss opponents. A basketball update. The Boomers updates for Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today. Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. So Chris Anstey's here, Chloe Dalton as well, gold medal at the Rio Games in the women's rugby sevens. Chris Anstey, a 2-time Olympian for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Boomers have been doing it tough. Italy are a tough side, a 3-point lead with a quarter to go for the Boomers.
It was a good quarter, 65-62 we lead, and we can go through a whole bunch of analytics here. We're over 20 assists. We've passed the ball well. We've got other guys involved. The shooting percentages from the 3-point line are about even, but make no mistake, this game will come down to putting the ball into Paddy Mills' hands and letting him either create a shot for himself or a teammate. Now he's played 25 minutes. Scoring, a little bit, 12 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, but just 1 turnover. So good things happen when the ball is in Paddy Mills' hands. And just the scoring had dried up a little bit towards the end of that third quarter. We put it in his hands. He got dunks and layups for teammates to keep that scoreboard ticking over. We need to see him. We need to see Matisse Thybulle. Aaron Baines will come back in the finish. Love to see Joe Ingles knock down a couple from the perimeter.
Hockey Roos, early stages of the first quarter, 0-0 against Japan. Let's rejoin the action. Boomers lead by 3 at the start of the fourth.
In the paint, and a foul going to be called on Italy. And Paola in the vicinity.
I'm calling it now, gents. Matisse Thybulle will have an NBA Defensive Player of the Year award before his career is over. I'm calling it today.
And it's a good call because we've seen enough of it already in his short career with the Sixers and what he's doing internationally. And you look at his assets, and I'm not sure it's one of your most bravest calls.
Maybe two-time then.
Well, now he's starting to get there.
He's just phenomenal. Fundamentally sound, length, athleticism. Just causes an absolute problem out there.
Dellavedova from deep at the front of the rim. And Moraschini grabs the rebound, and now Mannion. Italy down 3. Led by as many as 6 in the second and third quarters, Italy. Paint there, Ritchie, nothing on offer, so he feeds outside, and Battaglia's there to knock down the triple. We're back on level terms.
It's a big, big play, and Ryan Georgian's continued with this small lineup with Nick Kay in the 5 spot.
Ingles wheeling and dealing, nothing on offer. Kay in the corner, high up on the shot. Nick Kay knocks down the triple. First 3 of the game for Kay. He's got 13 on 5 of 6 shooting.
What about the bigs?
The bigs are back, Drewy. They are back.
Baines 14, Landale 14, and now Kay with the 13.
Inside breakdown there from Australia. Finishing touches provided easily by Ritchie. Dellavedova reverses into Go Mannion. Well, the pass intended for Ingles when he wasn't looking. Again, just all on the same wavelength. And Moraschini just succeeding in knocking it down out of court. But that's a nice finish there from Ritchie. Ingles into Kay for that 3 ball.
Just missed the fundamental. Nick Kay just does everything right. Takes the shot when it's there. When it's not, happy to move it on. Always moving without the ball.
Mills in trouble. Got in the air. Nowhere to go. Cut out by Moraschini. Mannion. And some treatment from Ingles. He's been impressive, the 20-year-old, youngest player in the game.
He has. He's only played for 16 minutes.
He's firing the 3 at short. And Thibault doing a good job there with Gianpaolo Ritchie to win it back for Australia.
Yeah, it's a little surprised that Mannion hasn't looked. He's looked very competent and causing some real problems for Australia. He's only played the 16 minutes. He's 5 of 8 from the field. He's got the 4 assists as well. So he's been productive.
Scored the first 7 points for Italy in that second quarter. He really hit a purple patch. He's excellent. Into the game.
Oh, yeah.
Off the ball foul. Offensive foul is going to be called on Australia.
Jock Landale as he rolled to the basket. He's soft, folks.
Always a tough one when you're a big man trying to roll to the rim. You're looking at the ball, ready to get a catch, and one of these little tackers slides in and just goes down, gives you a foul, and you turn the ball over.
Here we see, there you see, just didn't use spot. But please, folks, please. I mean, Jock virtually stopped. That should have been a flop warning, in my view.
Elevating to the shot, Vitali off the mark. Ingles with it again. 10th turnover for Australia. Gets them open. Gets it back again from Thibault, but reluctant to pull the trigger. Exchanges passes with Ingles. Now Mills from well outside the 3-point line. Overcooked it. Landale did well, kept it alive. Ingles with a wide open 3.
Huge.
Great job by Jock Landale on the board. The sole boomer down there in the paint wrestling gets a tip out, which leads to a wide open jungle smoke.
Australia by 4. Took over 3 minutes played in this final quarter. Pool B action. The winner are likely to top their pool, you would think, as Mannion penetrates, unsuccessful with it. And just dried up for the Italians here at the moment. Just 2 of 6 from the field since 3-quarter time. Ingles lucky not to travel. Mills sold it well. Open 3. Ran it around the rim and jumped out. Now Ingles with single digits on the shot clock. Australia up 4. Hands over to Mills, who again dances into the paint. Wanted Landale, and shot clock expires in the background.
Well, such a small margin between getting an advantage and not. Paddy Mills has one rattle in and out. And there's the kick out and that extra effort you're talking about. Jock Landale get their advantage up to 4. And been in this situation a lot, where they just had their noses in front but just can't extend it out. And again, Italy got a chance to peg it back, and they've been good in these situations so far.
Boomers with 5 players in double figures. Nico Mannion is in that category for Italy. Shares it now with Vitali. And an offensive foul is going to be called.
Great job by Ritchie. Just battling in there, just draws a foul just because he's one of the most annoying defenders out there. Just does everything right. He's in your legs. He's applying pressure, and he gets rewarded there, drawing the offensive foul.
There you see it. Would you just put the arms over? Not a lot in it, really.
So Australia starting to flex a bit of muscle here, Chris Anstey, 71-67. What are you seeing?
We're seeing great intensity and effort on the glass. The right guys are shooting the right shots, and Italy have actually resorted to flopping 3 or 4 flops now. They got rewarded for a couple, but the great news for us is, as we saw Matthew Dellavedova, the referees are calling it, so if we put ourselves in good defensive position and go to the ground, we'll get rewarded as well. But again, a great effort on the offensive boards. Don't quite come up with it. Much better effort. We need to sustain it now for 5 more minutes. We're up 4.
5:11 to play, 71-67. Boomers up in the last.
Game can blow open, but the Boomers are battling. They just can't get that lead away from a handful of buckets.
Mannion kicks outside pass, not his best effort. Now Mannion's going to have to fire. Landale got a piece of the action. Great defensive pressure from Jock Landale. Okay, Dellavedova now Exum. Australia by 4 inside the last 5 minutes. Shot clock to single digits for Dellavedova. Landale was there for a long time. Draws a foul. He's off to the free throw line.
Well, they need to reward their defence. They've got the last 4 stops and haven't been able to connect down the other end. And this time they go inside to Jock Landale. And again, it wasn't necessarily a really well-constructed play. But just at the end, Matty Dellavedova forces that little bit of help and was able to drop that off to Landale, who goes to the free throw line.
And Jock has been battling down there. He's ducked in the last few possessions a few times. His teammates haven't seen him. He continues to provide a big presence and actually bails Delhi out there, because that would have been a tough fadeaway if Jock did not duck in.
Marked improvement on game 1 for Landale, whose 4 points all came from the free throw line. And tonight he has scored in every quarter. And there's 15 at the moment to lead Australia. Kay kept it alive with the offensive rebound, and Landale for the triple. Makes it count.
4-point possession.
8-point lead for Australia is the biggest margin that we've seen at any stage in the game.
Big shot by Jock, but even more work down there, down low on that offensive board again by Nick Kay.
Single digits on the shot clock for Italy. Fontecchio tried to sell a foul there. They weren't buying it. Likewise, Polonara came up empty. Well, that's going to be a foul, almost unsportsmanlike on Fontecchio, pulling at the singlet there. If Landale is asking the question.
Well, Fontecchio, as you mentioned, Bogues, they'd be calling him Haley's Comet. Only passes once every 70-something years.
Starting to see it now, Chris Anstey. We're starting to see the medal contender Boomers come out to play.
We spoke about it in the first game. Eventually, the pressure of the Boomers on both ends of the floor will break you. And we see Jock Landale. I was a little bit critical of the shots he was taking in the first half, but he has stepped up. He's got involved on the offensive glass. Missed a free throw there, and offensive rebounds on missed free throws are worth their weight in gold. And Nick Kay, the work he and Jock Landale are doing with Aaron Baines on the bench has been outstanding. We've gone up 8 points, 4 minutes to go. Italy have called timeout. Momentum certainly with us right now.
Sam Stowes, Alan Perez have got a bit of work to do. They're trailing 5-2 in the first set in their women's doubles clash. Still 0-all, Hockeyroos and Japan at the moment. And we've got 3 Aussie women currently competing in the dressage individual Grand Prix freestyle in the equestrian. Mary Hanna, the 6-time Olympian, Kelly Lane and Simone Pearce. When we've got some updates there, we will fill you in. Swimming tonight, the trials don't start until about 8:15. We'll catch up with Rob Woodhouse before Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell swim in heats 6 and 7 of the women's 100-metre freestyle. Plenty happening this evening. We will take you back now. The Boomers leading 75-67. The update for Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivaled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys, and for City Venue Management. Power through the training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience-based compression.com.
For this very reason, you're never really out of a game. It's a 3-possession game still.
Ingles restarts and gets it back from Landale. Goes on with the dribble. Nothing on offer. Kay. Now Mills zigzagging his way down low. Oh, that was excellent footwork. Can't finish it though. And now Mannion and Italy are off and running. Fontecchio fires from deep. He was fouled in the process. Chance at a 4-point play. Well, that's how quickly an 8-point margin can be halved.
It's incredible, and that's what he's doing. It's no surprise. I mean, right now, you kind of want a guy like this with his skill set that really has no conscience. He knows he's going to let it fly every time he gets it. And this is a huge, huge possession for Italy, a chance for the 4-point play.
Well, the complexion of the game has changed in the blink of an eye. Straight by 4 as Kay hands over to Dellavedova. Mills doing a lot of work off the ball, trying to find an opening. Gets it now. 10 on the shot clock for the Australians. Nick Kay with it now. Shot clock to 3. Kay baseline off glass. Adds 2. 15 now for Nick Kay. Only Landale with 18 has more for Australia. Nico Mannion slows it down. Australia by 6. Here's Fontecchio again, and he's still knocking them down.
He's shooting that ball no matter he catches it at the Tokyo 2020 logo in the middle of the court or in the paint. It is going up.
Australia by 4 inside the last 3 minutes. Top spot on the pool up for grabs. As Ingles and Mills combine once more. Shot clock to single digits. Patient. And he's isolated against Nicolo Melli. Shows him some tricks. Step back 3 off the mark. Well done there by Jock Landale to get Ingles the look.
Massive 3 ball for Joe Ingles.
15 offensive rebounds now for Australia. That's been huge.
That's been the key to the game. Second chance opportunities when we can't get a bucket on that first try. We tip it out, reload, and they're the best time to get wide open offensive threes is off offensive rebounds.
And they're hard to guard. The defense is spread. It kicks out and takes a little bit of luck. But 42-28 is the rebound count in favour, the total rebound count in favour of Australia. You know what that says? That says hustle. That says determination and a commitment to get on the glass.
Australia of 11 of 29 from deep as well, including 4 of 8 in this final quarter when they've needed it most. Aussies won the rebound count against Nigeria 44-38. And being good again, the bigs have been key.
That's a staple for the Australian Boomers. We have to win the hustle points every single game. Now you factor that in with the talent that we have, we've got a better chance.
Roll it back, cut it, roll out your offensive rebound. Help here, you might get one. Hey, if you got here we go. Can't rebound it.
All right, so timeout call, Chris Anstey. Chloe Dalton's here as well for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. 2:28 to play, 7-point lead. The tactics required from here, do they look to hold on to a lead or look to extend?
They look to do more of what they've been doing. In the lineup Brian Gorgin's had on, he's got a containment group on the floor, long and athletic, carrying a hand. And what we've done is we've taken away that open 3-point shot the Italians were getting in the first half. We're making Mannion finish in the paint, and those tough contested twos aren't their strength. But they mentioned it in the call, but second chance points and tap back rebounds have led to a couple of threes. We are absolutely killing them on the boards. 42-28, 15 offensive for us. So more of that, some second chance points. We've only got to hold this lead for another 2 minutes.
Let's get back to the action.
You don't want a shot here anywhere beyond the last 6 seconds unless something really cheap comes up. Try and milk this shot clock as much as you can.
Landale shares it with Mills, top of the key, 10 on the clock. He's deep. Landale wins it back again. Hustle play again from Jock Landale. Ingles with it. Takes on Melli. Pulls up for the 3 and is off the mark.
$16 offensive rebounds to 6 for the Australians, as was spoken about. That's the game right there. Against the Nigerians, we spoke about turnovers. Well, tonight, offensive rebounds, that's what the Italians will be circling on their whiteboard at the end of the game.
Coach Georgian brings in Matisse Thibault for defensive purposes, takes out Jock Landau, who's been huge on those O boards.
Mannion wants to take on Dellavedova. Leads Polonara, who retreats back to him. Tonute in traffic, couldn't finish it, but drew a foul. He's off to the free throw line. 1:27 to play. It's not over just yet.
No, a long way from over. Plenty of basketball left in this one, and that is lucky. A whole lot of ball by Joe Ingles. And Tonute goes to the line. He's a league MVP this year in the Italian league.
His father Alberto played for Italy as well. Strong pedigree. As has that man Brian Gorgian with what he has done for Australian basketball at the Olympics and at the NBL level nationally as well. So Tonute gets Italy back to within 5, less than 90 seconds to play. Thibault restarts for Dellavedova. And as Andrew Bogut mentioned, time management crucial here as well for the Boomers. Kay takes it from Ingles. Works down to the baseline, harassed there by Melly. This is Mills. Again in that isolation play against Niccolo Melli. Step back from the foul line, can't finish it. And Polonara grabs the rebound. So inside the last 60 seconds, chance for the Italians. And going to work with the excellent play, Nico Mannion. First score in this quarter, and it's back to a one-possession game.
And we need to attack here to score. We can't just run the clock and then look for a bailout basket late. We still need to be aggressive to get to the basket.
Well, Dellavedova gets it to Thibault in the corner. Now back to Mills, and the shot clock 7 and counting. Mills goes to work high off the glass. It tumbles for Paddy Mills. Huge play.
Vital basket just to ease the nerves ever so slightly.
Nico Mannion to the baseline, firing. He knocks down the answering two.
The foul game is going to be incorporated here by the Italians. A matter of when and making sure they don't get it intentional.
Dellavedova for Ingles. He's got Thibault available. And a foul going to be called on Mannion. So free throws to come here. They're over the limit, Italy.
They waited 10 whole seconds to take that foul. I mean, I'll take that as soon as possible, legally, of course. They had 2 or 3 opportunities in the half court, in the back court at least, to take that foul.
Well, Thibault's only a 55% or 56% free throw shooter over his NBA career. And he didn't shoot that like a 56% free throw shooter.
The FIBA free throw line, he must like that one as well. Drew, what do you reckon?
Pretty sure the free throw line's the same universally, but
let's not get specific.
That's nice.
So timeout called. 15 seconds to play. Australia lead by 5.
All right, 15 seconds. We have to take a break now. We will come back and give you the result after this. Apologies for those who... It's just unavoidable that we do have to get these breaks away before we hit the top of the hour. We've got other audience joining us. 84-79, 5-point lead to the Boomers. They look to be home. We'll come back on the other side and make sure that they are.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
And the award for Lucky Your Mum called RACV Batteries to get the car battery replaced within an hour so she didn't completely miss the game goes to Cassie.
When your car battery stops, that's when the problems start. Thankfully, RACV is on the road 24/7 to help. We come to you, and with our price match guarantee, we'll have your new battery fitted usually within an hour. Call 13 11 11 or visit racv.com.au/batteries.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. finishing early, or experiencing dysfunction? Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
I reckon the best bit about running your own trades business is the late nights doing paperwork. You know who said that? No one, because no one likes paperwork. That's why I got Fergus to take care of it. Quoting, invoicing, job cards, scheduling, all that. Fergus sorts it. Thanks.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
86 to 83, 4.3 seconds left in the game. People very upset that we had to cut out with 15 seconds to go. I understand that, but unfortunately there's nothing I can do to remove those ad breaks. We held them out as long as we could, and the game was just extended with the fouls. But apologies, Australia 86 to 83 up with 4.3 seconds to play. We will bring you the result on the other side of this. But about to inbound with Joe Ingles to head into play. We've got new audience joining us from other parts around the country. There is 4.3 seconds left as they inbound the ball, and its clock's going to wind down. Paddy Mills stretching the fence. They've had a win, so Australia win their second group game to go, top of their pool at the moment. The top of Group B, they'll go ahead of Germany and Italy, who they've just beaten 86 to 83. Chris Anstey will dissect it for us on the other side of this.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's going on?
Oh, my genius apprentice just backed a Bobcat into a retaining wall. We've got to rebuild it by lunchtime tomorrow.
Relax, mate. We've got all the retaining wall steel you need, and we can cut the steel to the exact length you need. And we'll whip it round to you straight away.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Werribee Isuzu Ute is Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. They make buying cars easy. All new MUX arrives soon and this changes everything. They're taking pre-orders now, so get yours. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Drive into Werribee Isuzu, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au. LMCT 114.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling.
Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's a very good evening to you. If you're just joining us for the first time this evening on SEN's night coverage, the night sessions for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Sam Hargraves here. It's been a big night so far. Over the last couple of hours, we've had some great team results. First and foremost, the Boomers, the update for Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivalled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. They've just finished their second group game against Italy after they beat Nigeria by 17 points in their first group game of these Olympics. They've held out Nigeria to get a hard-fought win, it must be said, 86-83 in the end, led by 18 points from Jock Landale, 16 from Paddy Mills and 14 apiece for Joe Ingles and Aaron Baines. Chris Anstey's going to dissect that for us in just a moment. But if you haven't tuned in for a little while, we've had 3 gold medals today. We had 2 in the men's and we had 1 each in the men's and women's fours in the rowing. And then Ariane Titmus got her second gold medal of these Olympic Games in the 200-metre freestyle, and she now draws level with Ian Thorpe and Shane Gould as winners of gold medals in those events, and eyeing off, equaling Shane Gould's 3 individual gold medals. She's got the third chapter of this head-to-head battle, this famous rivalry now with Katie Ledecky. Will culminate in the 800 metres freestyle. But a gold today for Ariane Titmus. It was a special day for her. We got bronze medals in the quad sculls for the men's and women's in the rowing. Our men's 4x200 metre freestyle swimmers got bronze as well. And Rowan Dennis late this afternoon got bronze in the men's individual time trial. So often in the night sessions, as we know, the team sports on in earnest. And from a tennis point of view, Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez currently in action. They lost the first set 6-4 to the Swiss team, and are down 2-0 in the second set. Ash Barty and John Peers won their mixed doubles game from earlier on against the Argentinian pair of Podoroska and Zabalos. And in the hockey, Australia and Japan currently 3.5 to play in the second quarter. Still 0-0 for the Hockey Roos, our women's hockey team. And just working through the results, Sky Nicholson as well was in action tonight. She lost her quarterfinal in the women's featherweight boxing. Our beach volleyball men, Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann, their Olympics comes to an end after going down to Spain. In the men's rugby 7, Australia v Canada. Australia were competing for the 7th and 8th placed rankings to close out the tournament. They won that game and will finish 7th in these Olympics. It was an incredible effort from Argentina, ranked 9 or 10 in the world coming into these Olympics. They won the bronze medal in their game this evening against Great Britain. And then Fiji, just their second ever Olympic gold medal. The first was in Rio in the men's rugby 7, the first time it's ever been at the Olympics, and they backed it up and defended their title, beating the All Black Sevens. New Zealand just weren't able to match it with the might of Fiji, and it's a special one for them because they at the moment are ravaged by COVID, and that hopefully puts a smile on the faces of a nation that hasn't had a whole lot to smile about recently. We'll get Chloe Dalton to take us through that, who won gold medal at Rio in the women's rugby sevens as well. We'll speak to her in just a moment. So the hockey going on at the moment. We've got swimming trials starting in about 10 minutes' time. We'll catch up with Rod Woodhouse there. There's football tonight, Australia v Egypt, the Ollie Roos at 9 o'clock. And then we've got beach volleyball, our women in action after 10, and so too our hockey. Chris Anstey, to you, the Boomers, what did you make of it? What impressed you? 86-83 win over Italy.
Especially in the second half, the bigs really dominated. Jock Landale, 18.7 rebounds. 4 of those were offensive, and then another 3 or 4 tap-backs to open shooters. A Joe Ingles 3, a Paddy Mills look, really broke the game open. Nick Kay, the exact same thing, 15 and 7, 4 offensive rebounds. a couple of tap-backs. Aaron Baines, 5 offensive rebounds. The number of second shots we're able to generate when we weren't shooting the ball very well. Paddy Mills, 16 points, 6 of 17 from the field, 2 of 9 from 3. Really, he did not shoot the ball well. We don't expect him to do that again. So to win a game of basketball with Paddy Mills going 2 of 9 from the three-point line is a real positive. But on the flip side of that, part of that possibly is because he didn't get many touches early, so we need to make sure we get the ball in his hands in the first quarter.
We'll talk more over the next hour with you about that. But Chloe Dalton, before we say goodbye to you, Fiji, it was a wonderful moment for them. And then the women, unfortunately you can't be there with the broken cheekbone, but their campaign to defend their gold medal starts tomorrow against Japan and China. Set it up for us.
Yeah, so we've got Japan, China and the USA in our pool. We'll kick off the first game against Japan at 11:30 tomorrow morning. I cannot wait to watch these girls. It's felt like the longest preparation in the world without playing a whole lot of games. Japan are going to come out firing. Being the host nation, we know they're going to play with a lot of passion. It'll be a good one to see. They're often quite nippy, quite agile, the Japanese. They love throwing the ball around and then trying to put on a bit of footwork and break the line. I'd love to see the Aussie girls come out and put a really clinical performance. Looking at both Japan and China, they're not traditionally rated in, say, the top 4, the top 8, but you never know with these games. You can get a bit of a surprise. So I'd love to see the Aussie girls just come out, be able to settle the nerves early. I think it'll really help if we can get a couple of tries early, just to be able to settle, get into our phase play, and then from there continue to build on that to coming up against China, who be a bigger bodied team, might go for a bit of a pick and drive around the ruck. And again, I think in that game, the Aussie girls will look to really spread the footy, try and get the Chinese girls running side to side across the field, and then finish it off hopefully under the posts.
Are we looking good to defend?
We are looking good. New Zealand are going to be our biggest rivals. And similarly, the third game in the pool against USA is going to be a really tough one. USA have got girls from a few different sports. They've gone to bobsled, ice hockey, got some really solid girls, and they've developed to play a really direct game of rugby, just pretty much get the footy and run it straight. That'll be a really tough one. But I think the way that we've prepared for these games, I reckon they're going to be good to go, and I can't wait to watch.
Chloe, it's been great to have you in. Fiji, a wonderful moment for them. They were incredibly impressive against New Zealand.
Yeah, it was so good to watch Fiji the way that they dominated that game. If you look at Fiji as a team that were backing up to defend their title from 2016 in Rio, they only had 1 out of the 12 players that were in Rio. That one player is Jerry Tuwai, one of the best rugby players in the world, and he probably counts for almost 3 players a lot of the time when he's out there. Fiji just dominated the game really early. They managed to win back their restarts. And if you can hold on to the ball, if you can retain possession in a game of 7s that only goes for 14 minutes, that's huge. They scored 2 tries early. New Zealand came back, but then you saw the way that Fiji were able to hold on to the footy and just keep the ball alive, and New Zealand were just fatigued. It's the 6th game in 3 days. And at the end of the day, it's just who has the mental capacity, I guess, to hold on at that point, and Fiji got over the line. Beautiful scenes, emotional scenes as well that won't soon be forgotten. Wrapped for Fiji, and they absolutely earned that gold medal. Their second. It's just their only 2 gold medals in Olympic history. So they are the dominant force in rugby sevens when it comes to Olympic Games. Can't wait to be speaking to you throughout the next few days when it comes to the women's sevens. We'll speak to you soon. Sounds good. Chloe Dalton, a star with us for Tide Power, of course. Our Boomers update for Chris Anstey for Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivalled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Chris is going to stick around. We've got the US to talk about, a dominant display from them today. We'll talk more about that. But Rob Woodhouse has been absolutely sensational, bringing us the action from the pool each and every day and night. And tonight the Dolphins swim for more gold in the pool before Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell open their 100-metre freestyle campaigns. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. So let's get an aquatics update for City Venue Management. Rackley Swimming, your swim family. Rob Woodhouse, hello to you, mate.
Hello, Sam. How's it going there?
Oh, it's been a big night. We've been jumping around here, there and everywhere. Our teams, Aussie teams and the Boomers have had a good win, but we're turning our attention back to the swimming now. And Emma McKeon already 2 medals in this Olympics. She got the bronze, of course, in the 100-metre butterfly and the gold in the 4x100 metre freestyle. She kicks us off in the first heat of the 100-metre freestyle.
Yes, she does. And look, she's had a couple of days off, Emma McKeon, since that 100 butterfly final. So a few days to recover. It's a really long week for the swimmers that have long programs like Emma and Ariane Titmus, for example. And to keep having to back up's very, very difficult. So a couple of days off in the middle is quite good for her. But the 100 metres is the focus now, both for herself and Kate Campbell. So Emma is in actually heat 6 of the 7 scheduled heats. We've already gone through the first 4, which are the unseeded heats. There's no one in those first 4 that would trouble the semi-final qualification, I would have thought. So Emma's in heat 6, and then Kate Campbell is in heat 7, the final heat.
So both obviously really strong medal chances. Emma and Kate both part of that 4x100 metre gold medal winning freestyle team. Kate Campbell's been part of the last 3, the dominant 3 gold medals in the last 3 Olympics in that event. Who are you expecting to come out fastest?
It's difficult to say from the heats. There's 3 different seeded heats, and the first one's just coming up now, heat 5. And in that, you've got Sarah Shostrom, who's one of the fastest of all time in this event. In fact, she's a world record holder, 51.71. Sarah Shostrom broke her elbow about 6 months ago, and it was some doubt she was going to compete, but she was in that 100 butterfly final. Here she is again. Femke Heemskerk from the Netherlands has also won the beat in this heat. Then you've got Renomi Kromowidjojo from the Netherlands, Siobhan Haughey, who finished second in the 200 freestyle this morning, Anna Hopkin from Great Britain. They're the sort of main opposition to Kate and Emma. There was also the defending Olympic champion Penny Alexiak from Canada as well. So it's a pretty stacked field. 100 freestyles are always hard to gauge, but we'll see how these heats go, and that might tell us a little bit of information in terms of the semis at least.
Speaking of Rob Woodhouse, of course, he's with us for Tyre Power. Rob, before we preview the rest of the night, Tristan Hollard up in the men's 200 backstroke at about 8:30, just after the women's 200-metre breaststroke. Heat 4's got Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin in that, and we've got men's 200-metre individual medley heats 3 and 4 with Brendan Smith and Mitch Larkin involved in that before the women bring us home at about 9:30 in the 4x200-metre freestyle relay heats. What are your impressions of today after you've had a little bit of time to think about what Ariane Titmus has achieved, getting the 200 after claiming the 400, and she joins the ranks of Thorpe and Gould, which is just extraordinary in and of itself to sit in that pantheon, and then the men getting bronze as well in the 4x200.
Yeah, it was another extraordinary day for Australia, and to be sitting at 9 medals for oil and gold halfway through this Olympic swimming program is just fantastic for the Australian swim team. Ariane Titmus, absolutely the star, winning the 200, 400. Shane Gould did exactly the same in 1972 in Munich and ended up winning 5 medals in total and 3 gold, all individual. Now, Ariane's got the 800 in a couple of 3 days' time, but before that, she's got the 4x200 relay. Assuming the team qualifies tonight, she'll have that final tomorrow. So absolutely fantastic performance from her. That's two perfect races that she swam, the 200 and 400. She tactically just beautiful races. So she's on fire, and it's exciting to have her and Emma McKeon coming into that relay final tomorrow, assuming the other Australian women get us through the heats.
So we're not too far away from the first heat for Emma McKeon tonight, or heat 6 of that women's 100-metre freestyle. So we'll look to get to the pool in just a moment to take that in. I think they're running a little bit behind, are they, Rob? It's just heat 5 that's about to go, or heat 5 that just finished?
Heat 5's just finished, and we've had Sarah Shostrom from a 52.91 and Bloom from Denmark 52.96. Anything under 53 is a very, very strong time. So here's Emma McKeon just stepping up behind the blocks now. They'll probably be off in about 10, 15 seconds.
All right, let's get to the pool now. Emma McKeon in lane 4, looking to get her campaign for the 100-metre freestyle off to the right note. We'll catch up with Rob on the other side of this swim.
This event in 2012, so she'll be one to watch, but Emma McKeon has just been by far the fastest this year of all time.
And Siobhan Haughey of Hong Kong, the silver medalist from the 200 freestyle in lane 5. Emma McKeon's time at the trials, 52.19. Easily the fastest of the year. Sarah Shostrom just did 52.91. Emma's done 52.19. Lane 4. An event won for Australia by Fanny Durack in 1912. The triple for Dawn Fraser and Jodie Henry most recently. Athens 2004. Middle lane, great start. Looks really good, Emma. Simonova of the Czech Republic in 1. Waddling 2. Kromowidjojo 3. Siobhan Jorge 5 alongside McKeon. Hopkin, Great Britain 6. Brown, the United States 7. And Mures of Israel in 8.
Emma McKeon turning here in 24.98. She is looking delightful. Coming into that first turn, she's just dominated from the minute she got into the water to that first 25 to the first 50. She's on fire here. She looks really cruisy, calm and collected.
Kate Campbell to come in the next heat. Let's see how quick Emma is. She's about 3/4 of a body length in front. Probably Hopkin in second place. Maybe Jorge. Now she just cruises down a little. Takes the foot off the gas. An Olympic record anyway. Gee, that looked good.
That was probably the easiest Olympic record I've seen. She's not even...
So Emma McKeon, Rob Woodhouse, in what looked to be cruise control, turning for home, and she's just sauntered to an Olympic record.
Yeah, that was quite an impressive swim there for Emma. I think she was easing off in towards the wall as well. That's actually a personal best time for her, just marginally faster than what she swam at the Olympic trials, 52.19 at the trials last month. So really impressive swim there from Emma McKeon. As it sits at the moment with one heat to go, she's the fastest qualifier into the semi-finals by over half a second. So looked really strong. I thought it was well controlled and, well, I may be wrong, but I think she was easing up a little into the wall as well.
Gee, I mean, I was watching the whole time, and I've got Chris Anstey sitting with me, and he leant forward at one point when he looked at the time, and he said, "Here we go." And it didn't look to be that she was overly exerting herself.
No, not terribly much, but it's really hard to tell from a commentary position. But I'm just watching her now, and she's walking down beside the pool there, and look, she looks quite fresh. It's hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes they try and hide the pain, but I think she's all right. Now Emma's got she's obviously have that semi-final tomorrow morning. She's into that semi-final obviously now, but she's also going to have that relay tomorrow as well. So she still has a busy morning ahead of obviously the final for this event on Friday morning. So it's all about recovery now for her. And here's Kate Campbell stepping up in his final heat.
Let's get back to the pool. Kate Campbell's heat now of the 100-metre women's freestyle.
To do. All eyes were on her in 2016. Fourth Olympics. What can she do?
So Pellegrini's decided not to swim. 32-year-old Italian at her 5th games is out. Penny Alexiak, the defending champion in that famous dead heat. Kate Campbell was in that race and finished back in the field after leading at the halfway. Bronte Campbell was also in that race. As we remember, Bronte finished 4th, Kate 6th, but she's leading down the pool the first time. So alongside her, Alexiak, the defending champion, Michelle Coleman from Sweden, lane 3, the 27-year-old, and Yang of China in lane 6. That's the first 4. Kate looking good.
Well, if Emma McKeon looked good, Kate looks even better, turning in a really easy time of 25.27.
Her best 52.03, former world record holder. So she's just cruising now. Sanchez in lane 1, the Canadian, a little bit of a challenge, but she's going to touch first, and her time 52.80. So she goes a little slower than the earlier heat. Emma McKeon's time is going to be the quickest, but that looked pretty comfortable.
It looked comfortable. Not a big smile from Kate Campbell there. She didn't look terribly overexcited about it, but that was okay because when you go into the wall, you want to swim.
So 52.8, Rob. You talked about sub 53s, and that looked pretty comfortable for Kate Campbell as well.
Solid swim, and Kate's going to qualify, I think, in 3rd overall, which means, in fact, she's 4th overall. So Kate will be in the first of the semi-finals, and Emma will be in the second of the semi-finals tomorrow. But both the women were great then. They did everything they had to do. Really impressive swim from both of them, and they'll be really happy with that.
All right, Rob, we'll catch up with you again just before Tristan Hollard gets going in the 200-metre backstrokes heat. Thank you, mate. We'll speak to you soon.
Okay.
Rob Woodhouse for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Our aquatics updates for city venue management. Rackley Swimming, your swim family. From first splash to first medal, we are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. Chris Anstey's still with us. We'll talk about the American result today. The Dream Team flexed a substantial amount of muscle. Is it a false economy? We'll get Chris to talk us through that on the other side of this. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Mate Communications and for Xero.
Hello, Blighty here. At John Allen Better Home Living, you can get unbeatable deals that are nearly as legendary as, well, you know who. Right now, take 25% off beds, including King Coil and Sealy Posturepedic. Run-out model TVs from Samsung, LG, TCL and Hisense are all 20% off. John Allen guarantees they'll beat any online price on stocked items across the store. Save big time today and self-congratulate yourself. John Allen Better Home Living, Knox Ozone, Burwood Highway, Wanturna. Conditions apply.
Helping my hubby run a trades business isn't all it's cracked up in me. Do you think I enjoy chasing after timesheets all day? No. That's why I use Fergus. It organises all our paperwork in one place, so I don't waste my time hunting for job cards. It might be the best thing that's happened to our business and our marriage.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
It all happened this morning at the train station. I was running late for work after an extra long gym set. So by the time I got to the station, my train was about to leave. Doors were closing. I was sprinting, but then my legs started wobbling. Curse you, leg day. That's when I tripped and fell and tore my trousers. And that's why I'm wearing my Zumba shorts in this meeting.
Avoid rushing around public transport. Please make your journey a safe one. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
G'day guys, Billy here. We all love catching up with our mates at the local pub or hotel, but we all need to stay COVID safe. So as you enter a venue, scan the QR code, get the tick before catching up with mates and enjoying great food. It's quick and keeps our family, staff and venues safe. If you're stuck, ask the friendly staff. No tick means no entry, so check in with QR codes and help keep our venues COVID safe.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy. That's real Aussie energy.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for two sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates of 4 and 25.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy. And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Get involved with us at any point, 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper a mattress like no other. Would love to hear from you, even if you're yelling at me for having to take breaks during the basketball. I hear you. It's frustrating. I absolutely get it. If there's anything else you'd like to chat about, 0433 98 11 16 1300 736 736 the number. Quick hockey update. It's taken Australia a while against the 14th ranked Japanese side. The host nation brilliant defensively so far. 8.5 to play in the third quarter. Australia Australia up 1-0. The hockey update for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. Chris Anstey's still here. Before we head back to Rob Woodhouse at the pool, Chris, Team USA, shock loss to France. The Dream Team went down and there's been a little bit of bickering in camp in the lead up to this. They put all that behind them today. 120-66 win over Iran. Not a basketball powerhouse by any stretch, but that is a flogging.
It really is. And look, they're a very talented team. Let's not call them the Dream Team. Let's call them
that's
Team
true.
Let's call them Team USA.
I'm with you on that.
Yep.
I'm with you on that.
I think the most pleasing thing for Team USA today would have been the way they shot the basketball. And now, granted, Iran are not a very good basketball team, as you've mentioned, but the basketballs that they use in the United States, and I was listening to Andrew Gaze describe this in great detail this morning, is still leather basketballs. Everywhere else in the world uses composite leather. So Team USA are not used to shooting with that ball, so for them to shoot 49% from the three-point line and knock down all of their mid-ranges, or what seemed like all of their mid-ranges, was really pleasing. And probably the main two that they got some minutes into today and found a little bit of touch were Devin Booker and Chris Middleton, of course, who just came through the NBA final series, and you can imagine they wouldn't have been in the best of nick, especially Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday, of
Although
course.
sometimes the commiseration aftermath can be a little bit...
This is true. So they would have turned up to Japan a little bit under the weather and probably ran the beers out in the first game against France. But no, they'll find their way into the tournament. They'll get used to the style of play. They'll get used to the basketball. But a really even performance. You mentioned off air, Damian Lillard was just having a bit of fun. The only shots he made were three-pointers. All of his 21 points came from behind the three-point line. Zach LaVine played very well, but...
He did 13 points and 8 assists for him.
Which is, I haven't seen him pass the ball that much, but when you've got that much talent around you, there's probably not the requirement to shoot the ball quite as often as what he does for the Chicago Bulls. But look, yeah, they lost to France. Yes, they'll make the quarterfinals. There's still a little bit that nags at me that if we finish on top of our pool, we may still get them in the crossover for in the quarterfinals, which wouldn't be an ideal draw.
Joe Ingles is speaking on Channel 7 now. We'll grab that and play that for you in just a moment. But this was the goal for the Hockey Roos. Maddie Fitzpatrick got there first.
How they go now?
Can Australia find a score, Claxton? Jenna fakes. Fitzpatrick! Maddie Fitzpatrick breaks the deadlock. Oh, it was like the breakwater. But the waves got too big. Australia piled on the pressure.
And you can see her sister watching on, so proud. She was addition into the squad, not making the initial 16, but one of the 18 that came out. And wasn't a great push out there, but they've done it so well.
So it's been a real grind, this game. 5 minutes 20 to go in the third quarter. Australia up 1-0. But they have got this campaign off to a really good start. They won their first game against Spain 3-1. They won their second game against China 6-0. And in Pool B, they sit on top at the moment and with a 1-0 lead at in this clash over Japan. So just under 5 minutes to play in the third quarter there as we continue to go around the grounds. A hockey update for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. So 1-0 to Australia over Japan. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. So we're about 2 minutes away from Tristan Hollard getting underway in the men's 200-metre backstroke. And not long after that, about 17 minutes after that, the women's 200-metre breaststroke heat 4 with Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin. So let's go back to Rob Woodhouse for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. After Kate Campbell, Emma McKeon got through comfortably. Emma McKeon setting an Olympic record in her women's 100-metre freestyle heat. So not a bad way to start the heats tonight. What can you tell us about Tristan Hollard, please, Rob?
Yeah, it's a great way to start the night, isn't it, with the two Australians getting through to the semi-finals. But Tristan, 24 years of age, he trains with Coach Glenn Baker and the Southport club on the Gold Coast. This is his first major team, and he got onto the team courtesy of a 156.4 for this 200 backstroke. He's going to have to get very close to that, if not under that, to get into the semi-finals. It's a really, really competitive field. We've seen the first of the seeded heats. That was heat 2. Heat 3's in the water now, and Tristan's in heat 4. It'll be in about 5 minutes, but the first of the seeded heats, the British swimmer Luke Greenbank absolutely flew 154.6, a good 2 seconds ahead of anyone else. So that's the time to beat. I don't think Tristan's going to get near that, but he doesn't need to. Sort of around 156, around his best time, should be enough to get into the semi-finals tomorrow morning.
Hey, so Rob, for those that aren't aware, there's been a big change to the way that Australia select their swimming team. It came after a pretty intensive review after the lack of golds at Rio and at London. For those who aren't aware of those changes, just take us through now the really strict sort of qualification parameters that are a part of making an Australian swim team for an Olympics.
Yeah, the standards have always been tough, and FINA, which is the governing body of swimming worldwide, they set standards. It's an A standard and a B standard. So the B standard, you could have one athlete if you're only having one competitor enter for your country, if they're under the B standard, that's okay. But if you're going to be right up there and competitive, you got to have two. If you want two entrants, you got to have both under the A standard. So that's sort of the benchmark worldwide. Australia then sets their own standards, which are often tougher than those A standards, and it's usually based on top 8 in the world at the most previous international competition. And in this case, it was the 2019 World Championships, because there's been no other competition since then. So pretty tough benchmark, and it meant, a few athletes that did finish top 2 actually didn't make it onto the team here, which is a real shame. And, it means an opportunity missed and potentially a medal missed sometimes, because you can still improve, have enormous improvements from one meet to 4 weeks later doing another one. So, that's how it is though. But look, Tristan Hollard, he swam really well at the trials, finishing behind, Mitch Larkin was the other entrant, I think, but he's pulled out to concentrate on the individual medley, which is also tonight. But, it's all eyes on Tristan in this one. We've just had the second of the seeded heats finish. That's about 156.9. So perhaps a 157 might be enough for Tristan to get into these semi-finals.
Are you for or against that selection policy, Rob?
I'm against it. I think we should just stick with what is recognised as what are the two FINA, the FINA A standards. If we get two swimmers under those standards, then we should take them. It's an Olympic Games. It's the ultimate for every young kid that's aspiring to sort of do anything in the sport, is to get to the Olympic Games, and to miss out by a few hundredths or 0.1 of a second and so forth. That doesn't mean you're not talented enough to make an Olympic final. It may well mean you're just like a John Seaman back in the 80s, or a Duncan Armstrong. I'm going back a long time, I know. Those guys had massive improvements between the trials and the games. So I'm a fan of taking as many as we can and giving them the opportunity. And they're so professional, the athletes now. It's not as if anyone's just there for the tracksuit. They're all there to do their absolute very best for Australia.
The tracksuit is pretty cool, though. Rob, let's get down and watch this. Tristan Hollard just about to get up on the block, so we'll check in with you on the other side.
In 2016, born in Newcastle, raised in Maitland in the Hunter Valley. He's enrolled currently at Griffith University doing a finance and business degree. Fabulous to see him in the pool for the first time, and he goes from lane 2. The world champion is in this field, Thorpe. Evgeny Rylov, he was 3rd in Rio, and he won the 100 backstroke here. So a man in good form. And Bryce Mefford of the United States in lane 5, the 22-year-old.
Take your mark.
Previous heat we just saw in heat 3, the defending champion Ryan Murphy, his time 156.92, so it's not in the top 3 so far, so there is an opportunity here. Tristan Hollard, lane 2, not a bad start, not right on the pace, but not too far off it.
He's up against, he's in the mix here. He'll go through, top 4, going through this first 50 metres. He's picked up off that start, which is good to see. Hollard's in 3rd position. What we saw from the heat before that, in heat 2, the first of the seeded heats, was a 154.63 swim from Luke Greenbank from Great Britain, which was he was about 2 body lengths in front of the rest of the field. So what we want to see here from Tristan Hollard is that he's able to qualify, remembering that the first 16 go through to these semi-finals. He just wants to have a good lane so he can be in the mix to be able to get through into a good position in the semi-final.
Australia has never won a gold medal in this event. Mitch Larkin, our closest, the silver medalist in Rio. And that's our best result. But he's chosen, Mitch, not to swim the 200 backstroke here, and instead it's the individual medley.
Yeah, so Mitch has started swimming some individual medley, and for people who are swimmers and are out there, medley swimming and medley training is the best kind of cross training that you can do for any stroke whatsoever, whether it's freestyle or backstroke. It is what sets you up to be able to manipulate how you produce speed. And as we come through that third part of the race, we look at Tristan Hollard. He is in 4th place. But yeah, Mitch is swimming the 200 metres I am, and I think he thinks he's got a better shot of that than the 200.
We'll see him in the 4th heat tonight. So right now it's all about Tristan Hollard, the 24-year-old in lane 2. He turned in 4th spot, still in 4th spot, pushing up. He needs to hang on here. Brodie Williams from Great Britain challenging. Let's check it. He gets 4th. So just what you dialed up in the takeaway order, Thorpe. Tristan Hollard in the top 4 and behind.
So Tristan Hollard finishes 4th. Your thoughts on the swim, Rob Woodhouse?
Yeah, good solid swim from Tristan. Not far off his best time, about 0.6 of a second. He's comfortable into the semi-finals. I think he's going to end up around about 9th or 10th. They're just showing the top 8 on the scoreboard now. But good solid swim for him, and that's his first hit out. It's hard, especially as a debutant, it's hard to wait 5 days before your first race. He's been watching everyone else, but he finally gets to swim, and he's done really well. So he's 10th fastest into the semi-finals tomorrow morning.
Beautifully done. Rob Woodhouse is with us for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre experts. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin at about 10 to 9 in their heat of the women's 200-metre backstroke. A few texts and questions coming through for Chris Anstey. Fire them through. We've got him till 9 o'clock. He'll answer a few of them on the other side of this. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service, mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Harvey Norman stores are now open with our team practicing social distancing to keep us all safe. So if you need it now, you can get it at Harvey Norman. Shop safely in store or shop online with contactless click and collect and home delivery available. Plus, purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum financed amount $1,000, 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman stores now open.
When you're commentating football over the years, sometimes you learn you've got to let the stats do the talking. That's the same with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Sinopec is one of the world's largest oil suppliers. Like a rising star, Sinopec is the fastest growing lubricant brand in the world, providing high-performance premium lubricants to some of the biggest Australian companies for over a decade. Sinopec can help your business move forward. With free, fast metro delivery, visit Sinopec online today, sinopeconline.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Foreman Dan speaking.
Foreman Dan, how are you, mate?
Jason, Charles. I'm great, buddy. How are things going over at Charles Bros?
Mate, flat chat. Can't get timber, trades or labour. And on top of it, I've got a client who now wants a concrete pool in just 2 weeks.
Oh, mate, I can solve that for you. Have you heard of Plungy?
Plungy?
Yep, the easiest pool you'll ever do. Mate, builders everywhere are craning them straight into their jobs now.
Plungy, you reckon?
Yep. Check out plungy.com.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
World-class international racing requires a world pool, and that's exactly what the Hong Kong Jockey Club have set up. For Glorious Goodwood this week, you can enjoy sizable pools on each and every race from the famous UK meeting. Win Place, Quinella, Duet and Trifecta are all available via the Hong Kong Jockey Club's World Pool. Enjoy Goodwood thanks to the hosts, the Hong Kong Jockey Club and their World Pool. Check tab.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858. mate.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com. Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So thanks for talking to us. Hey, where do you think you're sitting at the moment, the team, in terms of competition?
We're 2 wins and 0 losses.
Comparing yourself to the rest of them.
I honestly haven't watched too many other teams. Obviously, the day before and leading into the game, we lock in on the team we're playing, and honestly, apart from that, it's not too far ahead. It's day by day for us, and I know it's a boring, cliche answer, but we're playing some really good teams. We played a great Nigeria team, these guys tonight, and then obviously another one with Germany in a couple of days here. So we'll go watch some things that we made some mistakes on, with some things that were good that we can use for the next game. But yeah, just keep building day by day.
Jock was saying gold vibes only in the locker room. Is that the feeling?
Yeah, that's what we're going for. I don't think any team's here to lose. All the teams here are really good. They've earned their spot here, and as have we. So not getting too far ahead, but obviously, yeah, just focusing on the games that come up, and we'll look at it tonight. We'll enjoy it for a couple of hours, and then we'll lock in tomorrow for the next one, and obviously just keep kind of building throughout this process of this tournament.
Neck and neck throughout that whole game. Yeah. Where are the areas you think you guys need to improve on?
Oh, there was just some breakdowns defensively. Again, you got to give them credit. They're a really good team and some really good players. But yeah, just some little things defensively, or even offensively. We were a lot better with our turnover. I don't know how many we had, but I'm pretty confident it wasn't 24 like last game. And then again, like I said, the bigs tipping out those balls, slipping on the rim, getting layups for us, and getting us extra possessions. So yeah, we'll keep building from here.
Well played. Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
590 games of NBA experience there. Joe Ingles had 14 points. He had 4 3-pointers and 5 assists as well, 4 rebounds, and he was right, just 11 turnovers. Chris Anstey's here and a few questions coming through, so we're going to fire through these, Chris, before we get back to the pool. Dean wants to know if Bryce Cotton becomes an Australian citizen, will he be able to play for the Boomers?
Absolutely he can. We can only take one naturalised player, so if he was to become available and become naturalised, certainly we can take him, but we can only take one, but he would be a valuable addition.
Nice question, Dean. And Chris Golding is there. He played about 3 minutes. Wasn't able to score. Had a couple of 3-point attempts that didn't connect. Off the text, Aussie basketball, Chris Anstey, Jock Landale's effort a shining light, but coaching superb. Brian Goorjian schooled the Italian coach tonight. That's Steve.
One thing that Brian Goorjian does, he hasn't had this team for very long. He's inherited a team and had very little preparation, but he's been able to pull triggers already based on his team's form and, of course, the scouts. So you look at it sometimes and you wonder what he's doing and you figure it out a couple of minutes later. But Gorge is a master of that. I thought he's been coaching outstandingly well, as we would expect. But, you know, the other thing that got mentioned earlier on as well, the bench was fantastic. And that was another point from the same text. The guys on the bench, they're involved. They're really, really positive on the bench.
Chris, do you think we missed an opportunity by not taking Josh Giddey? I know he's young. That's from Brett off the text.
I do. I really do. And I think we missed an opportunity in taking Shiloh Hill for the exact same reason. With the Boomers, I'm glad I'm not selecting this team, but I was pretty sure that we would take Chris Golding or Nathan Sobey. I didn't think we would take both. You saw both guys only played a couple of minutes tonight. So, again, if you know in your heart of hearts that 11th or 12th guy is only going to play a minute or two, make no mistake, Josh Giddey will be one of our most important players next Olympic Games and then into the future. And just to put him in the village environment, to give him some exposure or more exposure to international basketball, I think could have only better prepared him for the next one and at the same time not hurt this group by having him there.
0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Keep firing them through. 1300 736 736 to call our Boomers update for Basketball Jersey World, home to an unrivalled selection of vintage and rare NBA basketball jerseys. Quick 2-minute break. Back to the pool after this.
Can we get much higher? Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats. I fantasize about this. We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
John wakes up every morning at 6:45. Reaching for his glasses, he knocks his lamp off the bedside table. Next, he spills his glass of water and attempts to put his cat on instead of his slippers. If only John phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Professor Alpins helps people like John wake up seeing clearly without having to fumble around for their glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
I reckon we might just drop in if we can for a couple of minutes. 3:14 left in the hockey. The Hockey Roos 1-0 up over Japan. We're really making them earn it. Let's just take a little bit of this courtesy of 7 Mate.
And only 5 Olympians out of the 12,000 that are competing here. So a huge honour for her, and the girls absolutely got around her accordingly with a special ceremony for her out the front of the apartment block for Australia. So a proud moment for the Hockey Roos team, and a particularly proud moment for Rachel Lynch, who's done huge service to our country in the space on and off the field. 229 games for Australia. It's the second Olympic Games. It's been a long road for her to get there. She did 2 Olympic campaigns before finally getting her shot in Rio. She was the second goalkeeper for both the Beijing Olympics and London.
Japan on the attack again. Kazuka looking to create something here. Maddie Fitzpatrick's got to be careful. Kazuka plays the ball in. Squared up, kicked away by Lynch. She's involved here. 2 minutes to go. Australia hanging on to the lead. Well played by Rosie Malone. That was a nervous moment for the Hockey Roos.
A really nervous moment, but the defenders were just so poised in that circle. They weren't rushing their defensive actions. So easy to do, get too close, expose your feet.
be a little bit too gun-ho and cause a free with your stick check. So very well done from all the defenders there. And now they'll just need to get some possession up the other end. And Emily Chalker gets a great...
So the Hockeyroos just trying to hold possession with a minute and a half to play. Let's get back to the pool, though. Rob Woodhouse, we've just about to see Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin head off in their heat of the women's 200-metre breaststroke.
Yes, the previous heats just finished, heat 3 of the 4 scheduled heats. And look, the top time at the moment is 2 minutes 22. So to give you an idea, the personal best times are both Jenna Stroch and Abby Harkin. I should have said that better, shouldn't I? Their best times are both 2:23. But they get around the best times and they'll be comfortably into the semi-finals, I think. Jenna, originally from Bendigo, she's been training up on the Gold Coast for a number of years now with Coach Richard Scarce at the Bond University, and Abby Harkin is another one of the incredible Dean Boxall squad at St Peter's Western in Brisbane. He's had so much success, of course, with Ariane Titmus, but there's so many athletes on this team that train with Dean Boxall. So both these women... it's their debut here at the Olympics, and I'm sure the nerves will be flowing before this heat, and they're just stepping up behind the blocks now.
I was just about to say that. This is the swimmer I've been most looking forward to seeing, Jenna Strosh, because I'm a proud Bendigonian, and for those that listen each night, just get sick of me banging on about Bendigo, but I can't wait to see how she goes. So I'm sure all the Bendigo will be watching too. So let's get to the pool for this heat of the women's 200-metre breaststroke.
Treatment, and Abby Harkin, the 23-year-old, she trains under Dean Boxall alongside Ariane Titmus and Elijah Winnington. That would be fun.
It'd be a big training session.
So good luck to both of the Australians on their Olympic debut. Women's 200 breaststroke. Heat 4, Strosh in lane 2, Abby Harkin in lane 7. And in lane 4, Tatiana Schoenmaker of South Africa. We saw already from her a very good performance. A silver medal in the final of the 100 breaststroke, and she's the #1 ranked swimmer over the 200 metres this year.
Jenna Strosh got out with a really good start. Nice and easy, nice and long, but I've been so impressed by Tatiana Schoenmaker throughout this. Turning in a 31.98, so a little bit slower out than what Lily King was in the heat before. But Lily King really had to work hard for this, and it looks like Tatiana Schoenmaker's really just cruising through this second 50.
Jenna's dad, Dean Strosh, played football for Carlton. Family moved from Bendigo to Melbourne in 2011 after she switched to Melbourne Vic Centre elite squad. And in Melbourne, the family lived across the street from former Hockeyroos Claire Mitchell-Taverner, who became a mentor and a family friend, moved to the Gold Coast where she's studying now.
Well, luckily I'm a Carlton supporter, so that's a good choice.
There you go. It all lines up, doesn't it? Strosh has done really nicely in that second 50 up into second spot.
She's pacing this beautifully, Jenna Strosh. She's really calm and controlled. She's picking up a little bit here, which you would like to see. The stroke rate just lifting a little bit without working too hard. She's nice and long in the glide, which is where you can really make some good ground, is actually in the glide in a nice streamlined position. Abby Harkin sitting right back in the pack, needs to make a move here as Sophie Hansen in lane 8 has just drifted past.
Harkin from Maitland, originally in New South Wales. That's where she hails from. Also part of the Dean Boxall-led St Peter's Western team in Queensland. Strosh, it is in second spot. Schoenmaker's still the leader. So this is really good going from Jenna Strosh, and if she can keep pace or stay reasonably close to Schoenmaker, you know she's going to get dragged through.
Yeah, Schoenmaker's really just put it on here in front of the world record line and making it look relatively easy, but Jenna Strosh looking great.
Good for Strosh. World record line in play. Tatiana Schoenmaker, who's been swimming so well. Could we see the world record fall? She's right on it, right on it. She hits it, just misses, gets the Olympic record. Ricky Pedersen's world mark stays, but Rebecca Soni's Olympic record goes.
So an Olympic record, that's a second Olympic record we've seen set tonight after Emma McKeon set an Olympic record in the women's 100 metres freestyle. Rob Woodhouse, so that's a big moment there, but more importantly, from an Australian point of view, Bendigo's own Jenna Strosh came third in that heat.
Bendigo's own, and they'll be celebrating big time up in Bendigo, I'm sure. That's a great swim from Jenna. Just marginally off her personal best time. Abby Harkin about a second slower, and just waiting to see if Abby Harkin is qualified into the semis, but certainly no doubt about it for for Jenna Stross. She swam that beautifully, actually. Nice and controlled. She really worked the third lap, the third 50 metres, and then had enough to bring it home quite strongly as well. So 2:23 is a really good time for her. And we're just having the results up on the board now. So Jenna Stross, I imagine, is going to be around about 9th. We'll just stick with that. But Tatiana Schoenmaker, she swam really well in the heats of the 100 as well and seemed to slow down in this a bit slower in the semis and slower again in the final. She still got a silver medal, but she's gone out really hard, nearly breaking that world record. So we see Stross in 9th, and it looks like Abby Harkin has narrowly missed the final by about 1/10 of a second. So bad luck for her. But we'll look forward to seeing Jenna in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll take a quick break and come back and get your thoughts ahead of Brendan Smith. We know bronze medalist in this game, in these games already. He's got the 200-metre individual medley heat 3. We'll do that after this.
Harvey Norman stores are now open with our team practicing social distancing to keep us all safe. So if you need it now, you can get it at Harvey Norman. Shop safely in store or shop online with contactless click and collect and home delivery available. Plus, purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum financed amount $1,000, 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman stores now open.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The football is now in the hands of the debutant. He's lining up for an easy goal. Oh, but he's played on in the opposite direction. He's kicked it to the pie boy in the crowd. Oh dear. A clear example why clear vision is important.
When clarity of vision matters most, you can trust Professor Alpins and his team at New Vision Clinics. Combining their experience with the latest technology, the highest standards of vision correction are ensured, allowing you to see as well as participate. Call 1-800-20-2020 for an obligation-free consultation. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So we're going to head back to the pool in just a moment. Bronze medalist Brendan Smith is set to swim his heat of the 200-metre individual medley. Well done to Jenna Stross, Bendigo girl, who's just qualified for the semi-finals of the women's 200-metre breaststroke. But we've run out of time with Chris Anstey. Chris, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you. The Boomers, 3-point winners over Italy. They haven't quite found top gear just yet, but 2 wins from 2 games. They're at the top of their group. They've got Germany to come on Saturday and they're building nicely.
As Joey Ingles said, they've beat 2 very good countries. They're 2-0 at an Olympic Games. They're doing very, very well. And another big challenge against Germany. I think they'll be better than what we expect them to be. But thanks for having me. Look forward to chatting about the next one. You're doing a great job. There's a lot of buttons in here and a lot of events. It's incredible.
Thank you, mate. And the Opals on Friday up against China. That's going to be a big, big clash.
We'll get the coffee. We'll 10 o'clock at night start for the Opals on Friday night. So we'll have the coffee ready to go. But again, a big clash there. 6'9", 6'7", big team for the Opals. They need to bounce back from their first loss.
Thank you, Chris. Dual Olympian, an absolute star, one of our greatest ever, Chris Anstey. So the Olyroos are about to play their 3rd game of this Olympics up against Egypt. So just to refresh your memory, they were 2-0 winners over Argentina. They stunned the world. And then a 1-0 loss to Spain is nothing to sneeze at. So the Olyroos looking really, really strong at the moment in this Olympics and hopefully a win over Egypt to come. Let's get back to the pool, though, Rob Woodhouse. So Brendan Smith has had a fantastic fantastic Olympics already, Rob. What are our expectations for him in the 200 IM?
He's just going to get out and enjoy himself. I think this is clearly not his best event. He can, if he takes a big slice off his personal best time, he can get into the semi-finals. So obviously that's the goal. But for him, it was all about the 400, the opening event on day one. It seems so long ago now. So much has happened since we saw Brennan's magnificent swim from lane 4 to get the bronze medal there on day one of the first session of finals. But Brennan's not in one of these seeded heats. He's in heat 3, and we've just got heat 2 coming out now behind the block. So he's in heat 3, and heats 4, 5, and 6 are the 3 seeded heats. So there's 24 seeded swimmers. Brennan's ranked number 25 on overall rankings. So you can gather from that he's going to have to swim really fast to get into that top 16 and into a semi-final. So that's the goal. Following him, of course, we got Mitch Larkin, who's withdrawn from the 200 backstroke, as we know, to save himself for this event. So he does fancy himself as a medal chance in this 200 individual medley.
Were you surprised at that decision from Mitch, given that he medalled in this event in the event at Rio?
Not really. It's a tough decision, and Mitch has done really well in the individual medleys in recent years, both 200 and 400. 200 certainly preferred, and he's probably been better in the sprints in the backstroke. And we've seen it with a couple of athletes. Emma McKeon withdrew from the 200 freestyle also after she medalled at the last Olympics in that event too. So it just happens with these multi-event swimmers that they've really got to pick and choose, because the program, even though it stretches over 8 days, it can be pretty loaded, and particularly this one for Mitch, doing 200 heats tonight and then 2 semis tomorrow and then 2 finals potentially the next day. It's just impossible. So he had to make a choice. He's chosen the medley, and I'm sure it's the right decision.
We're about halfway through, I suppose, the swimming schedule, or close there too. Obviously, the gold medals that we've won, we've been able to medal in a lot of events. How are you seeing our performance so far? Are we ahead of your expectations, or are we right on par, or how have you seen it?
We're pretty well on par, I think. I sort of written down what I thought were our sort of gold medal, not just chances, but strong chances, as well as silver and bronze medal chances. And there's been a couple of silvers and bronzes swapped around, and I think the only one we've probably missed out on is 2 medals in the men's 400 freestyle on the opening night. But we got a silver rather than 2 medals in that. But everything else has pretty much gone to what we hoped in a best case scenario. So I guess we're at the top end of where we could be. Now, yes, we are at the halfway mark. We're equal first in the gold medal tally with the US, just ahead of Great Britain. 9 medals is absolutely superb. I think the most medals that Australia's ever won is around about 19. So we're doing pretty well. Long way to go, of course, but some really strong events to come.
So 4 gold for us, a silver and 4 bronze. You're right. It's been, when you look at the US in their swimming, they've got 4 gold, 5 silver and 7 bronze. So there was talk leading into this that we'd really be able to push the US, given that the team that we had assembled and the team that they had assembled, and that's proving to be the case.
Yeah, very much so. I don't think anyone would expect we would get near them on the overall medal tally. They've got so much more depth to draw from. Look, to be equal on gold medals at 4 apiece is fantastic. And just like Australia the US has had a couple that have slipped away, and obviously there's a couple that swung our way with Arnie Titmus' magnificent performances. You know, you would expect that maybe Ledecky would have won that 400. So US finished off the podium in the 4x200 men's relay this morning. So there's a few, and that's going to happen. It'll happen over the next 4 mornings with finals as well. So who knows where we'll end up on the medal tally. It's not really, I mean, yes, it is. We want to beat the Americans, don't we? Let's be honest. But at the end of the day, if we're going to be up around 7, 8, 9 gold medals, that is absolutely sensational.
Have you put a circle around a couple that are still to come with the belief that I really do think that this could be another gold?
Yeah, there's a few there. There's obviously Zach Stubblety-Cook tomorrow is a really exciting prospect. You know, he's qualified fastest, so good gold medal chance there, as well as the women's 4x200 relay tomorrow. So could be a great day for Australia in the pool tomorrow morning. Obviously, we've just seen the heats of the women's 100 freestyle, and both Kate Campbell and Emma McKeon look really good there. Kaylee McEwen, of course, in the 200 backstroke. Then you've got a few others that I wouldn't have banked on, like Ariane Titmus. I would have thought, no, 800 freestyle, probably a bit much at the end of the week, and maybe it will be, but she's just having such a brilliant week that you just wouldn't write that one off, would you? And and there's other chances. Carl Chalmers in the 100 freestyle tomorrow. He's looking pretty good. He's in an outside lane, but he may be up there. And there's a few other events as well. So it's there's lots of medal opportunities on top of the ones I've already mentioned, which is really, really exciting. So a good 4 days of finals still to come for us.
So you'd be better placed than I, and I'm just trying to do this off the top of my head. I think it was 3 or 4 golds at Rio. I think we only got the one, didn't we, in London?
Yes.
And Beijing was a strong one with, was it 5 or 6?
6 gold in Beijing. Yep. I think 20 medals in total. That's the most number of medals we've won. We've got to go all the way back to the Melbourne Olympics in 1956 for the most gold medals that we've won, which I think is 8. So that's going back a long way, and of course the home Olympics as well. But look, there's a long way to go, and there's lots of twists and turns, lots of stories still to be written, and that's the most exciting thing about the Olympics. They're once every 4 years, or in this case every 5 years. So we've got Brendan Smith up on the blocks now, almost ready to go.
Here and see whether or not he can get into that semi-final.
Smith in lane 4, bronze medalist in the 400 IM. And away he goes back in the water after such an impressive start on the opening couple of days of this event here in Tokyo, and just wonderful to see the next generation coming through, coached by Wayne Laws at Nunawading. And he's had his family right behind him. They've been gathered with the rest of the families in Noosa, and it's wonderful to see him back in the water here. Lane 4, so good start. Vass of Norway, Rapsis of Lithuania, and Heitmann of Germany, the first 3. Smith in about 5th spot.
For Brendan Smith, we know that he's going to be able to come home at the last bit. There's not going to be so many issues around fatigue. For him, this is about gaining easy speed, and what that means is efficiency in his speed. He doesn't want to swim this like a 400. He has to go out faster than what he would usually do. As he comes around into this backstroke turn, goes into 2nd place on only just 5/100ths of a second, behind our leader, Vass from Norway.
It was an excellent backstroke 50, made up a lot of ground, went past 3 and into 2nd spot. So in front, Vass of Norway riding with him, and we can see the yellow cap poking up of the Australian Brendan Smith. So Smith in a pretty good position, top of the screen. Finlay Knox will come in the next one. It's Polonsky here, the 20-year-old in lane 1, the Israeli. He might turn in 2nd spot. So here we go. Vass, Polonsky and Smith. The freestyle to the end. The Aussie in 3rd spot. What's he got left?
I think he'll move into 2nd here. This freestyle leg should be solid from him.
Starting to challenge Heitmann, the German. He's pushing up as well. So race in 3, 4, 2nd spot. And Reitzhammer of Austria also pushing up. Good job though, Brendan Smith. Finding the line, gets there 2nd behind Vass, and Heitmann, the German, 3rd.
So it's a fair celebration for a heat for Norway's Tommy Vass. Rob, is there a story behind this, or just a man that's pretty pumped up?
He's extremely pumped up. Look, these unseeded heats, most of the athletes in these heats, they're probably breaking national records. I'm sure that is a national record, because that's a pretty smart time by Tomo Vass, and also a good time for Brendan Smith as well, 158.57. Not sure it's going to be enough to get him into the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see, but 3 really tough semi-finals ahead. But really good swim from Brendan. Look, even though he hasn't swum for 5 days, I'm sure he's still exhausted, not just from what the 400 took out of him, but also just the heat, the humidity, the excitement, the lack of sleep, and all those sorts of things you get at the Olympics. But great swim from him. And now we've got Mitch Larkin in the very next heat.
I'm going to get you to have a little think about this before we say goodbye to you. You mentioned that there's still plenty of stories to play out. I want to get you to tell us, before we say goodbye to you tonight, Rob Woodhouse, the best story so far from an Australian point of view in the pool, and the best story so far from a nation outside of Australia in the pool. Do you reckon you can do that for us?
Yeah, that's easy. Got plenty of them, but I'll pick 2.
All right, beautifully done. Let's head back to the pool. Mitch Larkin in Heat 4 of the men's 200-metre IM.
level. He's been a mainstay of this Dolphins team over the last 8 years or so, and wonderful to see him back at it here.
It is great to see Mitch back out here and having another crack at this 200 metres land. He nailed it at the Commonwealth Games as we watched the start.
Silver medalist in the 200 backstroke in Rio, bronze in the 4x100 medley, and fourth in the 100 backstroke, but a lot of effort into this men's 200 IM. Knox of Canada in 1, Sates of South Africa 2, Heinz of Germany 3, Mitch Larkins in 4, slowish start by Mitch Gonzalez of Spain in 5, Quinn of China in 6, Laszlo Che, the great Hungarian, the 35-year-old in lane 7, and Lopez of Portugal in lane 8.
Just off on the touch there, but the backstroke leg, Mitch coming up at about 12 metres from the wall. His underwater work, backstroke background. He should be able to come through quite comfortably through this backstroke leg and set himself up for the all-important and crucial breaststroke leg. His butterfly was flying well, but he didn't get the great touch on the wall. He's conserving a little bit here for this breaststroke leg.
Laszlo Che, lane 7. And his 5th Olympic Games, the 35-year-old, turns 36 in December. 4 Olympic silver medals, 2 bronze, twice a world champion. Mitch Larkin makes a bit of a move now, so the breaststroke leg proving kind to him. He's working his way up through the field. Laszlo Che without the swimming cap. That's been very customary through his career. Gabriel Lopez of Portugal in lane 8 also swimming well.
Tightening towards the end of this for Mitch, a little bit through the breaststroke, but new stroke coming up. It's going to be a sprint to the finish in this freestyle leg to finish them off. Mitch is looking good here. He's taking the lead at this stage.
So going well, Lopez of Portugal, Laszlo Che of Hungary, lanes 8, 7, and Mitch Larkin in lane 4. He is pushing up on terms with Che, pushing through the middle, maybe just behind Laszlo at the moment. Might be in second spot, I reckon. Let's watch it. He gets it. Mitch Larkin first, Laszlo Che second, and Gonzalez third. Well done, Mitch. Timed it.
Geez, it was almost in unison. They were nicely spread out across the pool there, Rob Woodhouse. But Mitch Larkin, strong surge at the end, and he touches first.
Yeah, it's a reasonably slow time as well. That's certainly no concern to Mitch at all. He just did everything he had to do there, and I think he probably swam a little bit within himself. Would have been quite hard, but a bit within himself. So he's got room for improvement there. Good to touch the wall first. He's going to be sort of around about the top 5 or 6, I imagine. We'll see what this next this final heat. Or final 2 heats do. But, good swim for him. He's well positioned.
Beautifully done. We'll check in with Rob Woodhouse again before the last of tonight's swimming events, which will be just before 9:30, the women's 4x200 metre freestyle relay. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Text me through anything that's tickled your fancy today, what you've been loving, what's inspired you, what's moved you. 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Back after this.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local, trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local, recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Harvey Norman stores are now open with our team practicing social distancing to keep us all safe. So if you need it now, you can get it at Harvey Norman. Shop safely in store or shop online with contactless click and collect and home delivery available. Plus, purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum financed amount $1,000, 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Harvey Norman stores now open.
Go! G'day, John Platten here, and it's good to be back in Victoria. In footy, you need more than just your kicking boots. It's the same at the Safety Hub. The team are proud to announce a recycling option for all Bata rubber boots. Bring in your old Bata rubber boots into our store at Unit 9, 3 Cubit Way, Dandenong South, and the team will send them on to Bata Factory for recycling. Bata and the Safety Hub trying to make a cleaner world. Our website, thesafetyhub.com.au.
The Safety Hub. They've got the safety gear for you.
What do you think about social distancing? I say get as close as you can. Put your face close to it, sleep with it. It's the Spinalese pillow. If you haven't got your Spinalese pillow, you're probably still waking up tired, sore, and nothing's going to change until you sleep on it. The best pillow to sleep on is the Aussie-made wonder, the Spinalese pillow. We all love it, but you have to make sure it's the original Spinalese. So to order yours with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. It'll change your life.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X, available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan, featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity. The Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent you. LMCT 8938 and 10856.
Imagine a world where Bird and Magic are going one-on-one, where the Greek freak is driving to the hole, where the answer poses problems. It's a world where the dream team is back together. Lillard's draining them from half court. Shaq and Kobe get along. And of course, MJ takes everything personally. There is a world. Basketball Jersey World. Official NBA jerseys and apparel. Hit up basketballjerseyworld.com and use the code BOOMERS for 10% off store-wide.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, crunch soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We've had a busy night session, that's for sure, and enjoying getting your text 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Tracy off the text. What I've enjoyed as a family, we've been watching and cheering on all the Aussies, and kids are actually off their phones. Might only last 2 weeks, but as a mum, making the most of it. How good's that? That is rare air these days. That is like finding a four-leaf clover in any substantial amount of time where people aren't on their phones. That's what the Olympics is being able to do for families. That's fantastic, Tracy. Enjoy it while it lasts. We'll get back to the aquatics for an update in just a moment. City Venue Management, from first splash to first medal. We are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. Before I go through results so far from the night session, just some of the swims that we've seen in the heats. Emma McKeon broke an Olympic record in her heat of the 100-metre women's freestyle. Didn't have a chat after the event, but Kate Campbell did after she qualified first in her heat and is through to the semi-final tomorrow along with Emma McKeon. This was Kate Campbell.
Kate Campbell comfortably through to the semis. Kate, you've gone under 53. Looked reasonably comfortable. You happy with that?
Yeah, really happy. It's just important to go through the rounds here. It's a really quick field, so knew that I'd have to do something semi-decent, so really happy with that swim.
Morning semi tomorrow, which is unusual. I know you love your sleep. How do you find it getting up in the mornings for the big races?
Oh, look, I love my sleep, but I also love my coffee, so I don't think it's going to be too bad. You're at an Olympic Games. Adrenaline always kicks in.
Yeah, well done tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So Kate Campbell, Emma McKeon through to the semis of the women's 100-metre freestyle. Tristan Hollard at his first Olympics finished fourth in the men's 200-metre backstroke in his heat. So he's through to the semis of that. And then Abby Harkin and Bendigo's own Jenna Strosh, they lined up in the women's 200-metre breaststroke in the fourth heat. And Jenna Strosh on her Olympic debut actually finished third in her heat and progresses to the semi-finals. She spoke to Channel 7's Nathan Templeton after her swim.
Yeah, very happy, Jenna. You've had a very long wait and a lot to overcome for your first Olympic swim, and you handled it really well.
Thank you. I'm just so happy to be here and putting together a good heat swim, so it's all I can ask for.
I know your hero is Liesl Jones. You'll be happy to know in commentary she was extremely impressed. She thought it looked pretty comfortable for you.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Liesl's been a role model of mine for so long, and just to be here and experience something that she's done, I just hope that I can keep up the breaststroke legacy for us all.
Well, you've made a good start. Well, just a little bit about your story for people who don't know. You did have a serious illness in your teens. Can you tell us a bit about what happened and how you overcame it?
Yeah, I struggled with a sort of chronic serious illness for a couple of years and took that time out of the pool and was in and out of hospital. So to get back here and be swimming is just something I could have only dreamed of.
Now, Bendigo's famous for a lot of things, but not necessarily swimmers. Tell us about how the family sort of moved to Melbourne to support your career.
Yeah, well, myself, my mum and my two brothers moved to Melbourne to help me pursue my swimming, and my dad stayed back to run our business and would travel to and from us on the weekends, so a huge sacrifice, but as they've always said, you've got to make sacrifices to get where you want to go, and opportunities only knock once. So we took it, and so this is a whole family thing, me being here, and I'm just so proud to have them by my side.
Talk about the pressure of an Olympics, and now that you've got one swim out of the way, how much better do you feel about what you can do from here?
Oh, so much better.
Yeah.
It's been a long wait, and I knew as soon as I dove in and felt that water, I was just going to feel so much more at ease. So I'm really looking forward to getting hopefully a good night's sleep and back in the morning.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to it too. Well done tonight, Jenna.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
The Bendigo East Swimming Club would have been pretty happy watching her finish third in that heat, based in Queensland now to progress her swimming career. She won that event at the Australian Swimming Trials, and to be able to do that knowing that your idol, Liesl Jones, is watching. Of course, Liesl Jones in the 200-metre breaststroke, silver in Beijing, silver in Athens, and gold in the 100-metre breaststroke in Beijing. She's a 9-time Olympic medalist, Liesl Jones, and that's a nice moment for Nathan Templeton to be able to say that she was very impressed with what Jenna Strosh dished up to finish third in her heat and through to the semi-finals. So Brendan Smith came second in his men's 200-metre individual medley heat. Of course, he got our first medal of these Olympics when he he touched third in the men's 400-metre individual medley final. That was on Sunday morning, just before Jack McLaughlin got silver in the 400 freestyle. So he came second in his heat. Mitch Larkin came first in his, which is good news for both of them. So we're not far away from Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris, Brianna Throssell and Tamsin Cook from competing in their heat for the women's 4x200 metre freestyle relay. So why don't we take a little bit of time now just to drop in Tokyo Stadium, Australia and Egypt. This is Australia's third game, the Olyroos in their group. They were 2-0 winners over Argentina and 1-0 losers to Spain. So this is an important game for them. Currently 0-all, ticking up to 23.5 played in the first half.
They could combine for a big goal for Australia tonight. Again, numbers forward. Jonro dropping back. Sobey looking to play the 1-2, and Tommy Dean able to clear the lines for Australia. Backheel came off from D'Agostino, and now he can look forward. Took the conservative approach back to Tommy Dean. So good aerially. And he's D'Agostino. It's a relieving free kick earned by Parias.
Certainly better signs for the Olyroos. Very nervous start. They're starting to find some touch now. I should say that last pass back from Tommy Dean to Tom Glover had just a little bit too much pepper on it. Glover having to rush his clearance to make the contact.
Joel King pushing ahead of Lockie Wales briefly on that left-hand side. Egypt just backing off. You can't play the high press for 90 minutes straight. Letting Australia have some possession now. They're slaying it off to Dent. Agostino converged upon. Looking for Tilio. An easy read defensively for Jalal. There's a big suspension for Nathaniel Atkinson, who picked up that yellow card so late against Spain, hunting an equaliser on Sunday. His play down the right-hand flank has been massive in those opening 2 games.
Yeah, it's an outstanding tournament so far. And it was a silly yellow card to concede so late in the game. You understand the desperation, maybe even the fatigue, which skewed his judgment a little bit. It was a costly one.
Tilio sliding it through. Wales elects to deliver first time for D'Agostino, who's known for his heading ability. I think his teammates give him a ribbing about having a big head.
Not big enough on this occasion. Wales delivering quite nicely round about the penalty spot. Great leap from Nick D'Agostino. Just couldn't quite control the header, unfortunately.
Oh, so that was a decent chance that's gone begging for Australia there, but still 0-0 against Egypt. So they currently sit second in their group at the moment. This is a tough Group C. Australia drawn with Spain and Argentina. So obviously the loss to Argentina, the loss to Spain and the win against Argentina. They're currently sitting second behind Spain. So Spain have got a win and a draw. Australia a win and a loss. Argentina a win and a loss in third, but Australia ahead on goal difference. And then Egypt have a draw and a loss. So a win would see Australia lock in a top 2 finish. A draw, it's going to make it interesting with Argentina still having their third game to play. So we'll drop back in on that action very soon, but we're almost ready for the second heat of the women's 4x200 metre 4x200 metre freestyle. So let's go back to the pool. Rob Woodhouse for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Just as this heat's culminating, Rob, fast times being set.
Yeah, not really in the relay, and it's still they've only actually halfway, so I've got about five minutes to go before I think the second heat will get started. But nothing too impressive so far. Certainly nothing that'll scare the Australians. They've really just got to get themselves a middle lane into this final. But a bit of inexperience, I suppose, with Molly O'Callaghan and Meg Harris, both under 20 years of age. But they both swam magnificently in the heats of that freestyle relay earlier in the week when Australia went on to win the gold medal. So I'd expect them to do pretty well. But so far, it's the Americans that are out in front in this first of the heats.
So just take us through each of with Molly, Meg, Brianna and Tamsin. You know a lot about all of these girls. If they get through, who's coming in to this foursome to swim the final?
It's not clear cut. Well, we know it's clear cut who's coming in, and that's the Olympic champion Arnie Titmus and also Emma McKeon. They're both coming in definitely. It's a question of who goes out, and that's the unknown. And we won't know till tomorrow. It's not as clear cut as being, whoever the two fastest are tonight, for example, in the heats, because it may well be that someone has the coaches have instructed one of the athletes to basically swim conservatively because they're already sewn up a spot in the final. So we saw that with the British team. Actually, one of their swimmers was conservative in the heats, but they needed him in the heats, so they weren't able to rest him. But that may well be the case. So, but you would imagine that all four of these women are all basically trying to do the best time they can. They're going to be conservative on the changeovers. That's the most crucial thing. the last thing they want is to get themselves disqualified in a heat just to try and improve their own personal individual time. So it's a bit of an unknown. So we got Brianna Throstle and Tamsin Cook both training over in WA, University of WA, under Mick Palfrey, and they're both swum well so far. Brianna, of course, had the 200 butterfly semi-finals this morning, and she's got that final tomorrow morning. So it may well be that she maybe steps out of the relay. We don't know. Tamsin Cook did a really good 400 freestyle earlier in the week, was very unlucky to miss the final. I think she came 9th or 10th. Meg Harris was in the final of that 4x100 freestyle relay as well as the heat, the one that gold medal. And Molly O'Callaghan swam a great lead-off leg in the heats of that swim for 53.0 seconds. And she was really unlucky to miss out on a spot in the final of that freestyle relay as well. So 4 really good swimmers there. They should be strong enough to take us through to one of the middle lanes. Maybe not the fastest qualified, but certainly right up there.
Invaluable experience, though, isn't it, for Molly? 17 years of age, if I'm not mistaken, Rob, and to come to an Olympics as a 17-year-old, you'd think that she would, depending on how her body holds up, that there'd be a couple more at least for her in her career.
Oh, absolutely. A great experience, not just the racing and doing these relays and heats and hopefully, as we said, a final for her tomorrow, but also just the whole experience of the games itself, but the experience of the team. Now, she's part of the, I'll call it the super squad of Dean Boxall. Herself and Meg Harris both train under Dean Boxall, and there's about 8 or 9 swimmers on the team that are part of that squad. So she'll feel quite comfortable. They'll all be nervous, of course, swimming at the Olympic Games, but she'll feel quite comfortable already being a part of that group. But to come into this Games and have the experience around her of the likes of Kate Campbell and Kyle Chalmers and Mac Horton, Emma McKeon, all these Olympic champions, she's going to learn so much from this environment that she's been in, not just here in Tokyo, but the lead-in camps and so on. And Meg Harris is in the same boat. They're the future of our freestyle relays because Kate Campbell won't be around forever. She has been around forever. I don't think she'll be there in 2032, but maybe someone like Molly O'Callaghan may. She'll only be 28 by then.
So before we get to Heat 2, I did ask you for what's been the story for you for Australia so far, and then what's been the story from the international teams in the pool?
I'm going to give you 2 because the first one's pretty obvious. I think Ariane Titmus is absolutely the story, and it's the one that we've all just delighted in to swim strategically 2 perfect races, beat arguably the greatest female swimmer in history in the world in Katie Ledecky in both those races, and she's still got 2 events to go, the 4x200 and 800. So that's probably the story, I think. The other one is Brendan Smith. Took a chunk off his personal best time just to make the final, and it was such a tough heat swim that they all had to do. He was a little slower in the final, as was the whole field, but to tough it out and come from about 7th place with 100 to go, something like that, to get a bronze medal was just superb. So they're my 2 Australian stories. I guess internationally, one which hasn't really been played out that much within Australia, the Australian media, I don't think, is a young 17-year-old breaststroker from Alaska, Lydia Jacoby. She was not expected to win a medal. She's the first Alaskan ever to make the US swim team, and great experience for her to make the team. She scraped onto the team from the US trials, and then she's come out in the final. Big underdog. Lily King was a massive favourite against Schoenmaker, the South Africa that swam so well in the heats and the semi-finals, and Schoenmaker just wanted to beat King, and she did that, but she only got the silver because Jacoby came from nowhere to take that gold medal, and you can imagine what that meant to everyone back in Alaska. Would have loved to have been there to experience, or be there to experience that reception when she gets home. So to me, that's one of the great stories of the whole meet.
I'll throw in the Tunisian as well, Ahmed Hafnaoui, the gold in the 400 metres. I think he was in lane 8, and the look on his face, I mean, he was as shocked, I think, as of all of us. That was a fantastic win from and a nation that's not considered, obviously, a powerhouse in the swimming world.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just not counting that story because he beat the Australian of the world. But, it certainly was. I mean, it was a big personal best for him, but that does happen at Olympic Games, especially when they haven't raced a lot in the last 2 years. So magnificent swim for him as well. The stories are everywhere. It's just fantastic.
It is, and you're doing brilliant at bringing them to us, Rob. We appreciate it. Let's get to the pool now.
Wait for the start. We saw that happen in the men's 200, the 4x200 relay, and who we expected to go through was very different to who ended up going through for our final, and it was on the performances that they did in the heat swim that affected that change that would have been made by the head coach and also the relay coach for that event. If Kate Campbell didn't have the 100 freestyle, she may also have been one that was considered for this race as well. But because of the 100, I'd say Kate's out and not being considered for a swim. But she can also post a decent 200. Not the best in Australia, but it's pretty good.
New Zealand in lane 1, Italy 2, the Russians in 3. Australia, Molly O'Callaghan, the 17-year-old from St Peter's Lutheran College in Springfield in Queensland, the Year 12 student, back in the water again, and she's got Australia in front here at the moment. The Canadians alongside them in 5, Hungary in 6, Brazil in 7, and Hong Kong in lane 8.
And we know Molly O'Callaghan did such a great job in the 4x1 freestyle heats. She got them out into a really good position, and it just shows her comfort levels now swimming in relays. We know we can depend on her to post fast times and to get us into a good position.
Well, she's looking really good here, isn't she? She started off in excellent form. Katarina Savard, who's been around a while for the Canadians alongside her. The Russians are in lane 3. But Molly O'Callaghan not only swimming for a lead here for the Australians in the women's 4x2 second heat, but also swimming for a spot. She'll think, I want to grab a spot in that final.
You do, and this is where the competition comes in. You know, the most important thing is actually making sure these changeovers are safe, to make sure that you do get the opportunity to have a final. There's no good posting a good performance if you've actually been the athlete that broke and went too early, because you mean that the rest of your teammates miss out on the final.
Future of Australian swimming in the water. Molly O'Callaghan, the 17-year-old, hands over to Meg Harris, the 19-year-old. It looked to be a clean changeover, and the gap is just increasing on the rest of the field.
Yeah, Meg Harris, hasn't she just had an outstanding week as well in the relay? She's done such a great job. She did a great job winning a gold medal in the final of the 4x1 freestyle relay. So Molly O'Callaghan and Meg Harris, who just had a great trials as well to make it through to the top 6, have done a great job in the relays.
And speaking of people having a tie, these two swimmers, our first two swimmers, they actually had a tie at our trials to become the 5th fastest swimmer. So we didn't take the top 6. We took, equal 5th place to go through, so that we had 6 women that would be able to swim in this event as they lead, and they're in front of world record pace still.
Commanding performance, isn't it, by Meg Harris? She's 3/4 of a body length on the world record line. That's Australia's world record line. Ariane Titmus, Maddie Wilson, Brianna Throssell and Emma McKeon. Brianna Throssel's going to be next in the water for the Australians, followed by Tamsin Cook. So Throssell and Cook, the 2 West Aussies, to bring it home. Still under world record pace.
Meg Harris having a solid swim here. Molly O'Callaghan going out in a 155.11. So with the changeovers, we technically take off about 0.3 for a rolling start. From a flat start, you can add a little bit more time, because with the rolling changeover, they've got a bit of momentum. So by the time the hands touch the wall and the feet leave the blocks, we've got about 0.3.
So Meg Harris changes over to Brianna Throssell, and Brianna, who we saw in a final earlier this morning, is back in the water for Australia.
Back in the water, and this is the event that she didn't qualify in this event, but has, the kind of ability to be able to swim at 200 metres freestyle as well. The same can be said of Tamsin Cook, who will follow her, qualified in the 400 metres freestyle, so she'll be able to back up in the last part of the race in the second half for people at home to know that she'll be strong there and be able to close off really fast at the finish.
So riding with Brianna Throssell. The surprise, I guess, has been Leah Neal, so not selected to swim in this heat. I'm not sure if that means she comes into the finals team, or whether potentially she could miss out on a swim.
Well, that's the question. She placed fourth at the trials, so with a 156.08. So she would be a natural choice to swim the heat and then rest her for the final with Ariane and Emma McKeon to step up to swim the final. So we don't really know what's going on there. We don't know the story, so anything could be happening.
Yeah, we'd be guessing. She may be unwell. They may be saving her. Maybe, perhaps, one of the top swimmers, Emma McKeon or Ariane Titmus, aren't swimming this, but I don't see how we can do that. We have a team that can win this race and can potentially break that world record as well.
Brianna Throssell swimming the third leg as she did in the 4x200 freestyle, which won gold and broke the world record at the 2019 World Championships. She was also the third swimmer in the 4x2 free at the 2018 Commonwealth Games. So traditionally her individual stroke is the 200 butterfly. That's her favourite, but she is a very accomplished 200 freestyler as well. And the West Aussies change over. Brianna Throssell gives way to Tamsin Cook 5 years ago in Rio. It was a magnificent anchor leg by Tamsin Cook. She really swum quite sensationally to get Australia into the medals, and a silver medal at that. It was a brilliant swim.
It was a brilliant swim. Remember that one well, does. And what's different here is having the lead and being able to get the performance out when you're not racing against someone, being able to pace this well, to be able to get the best performance out of yourself.
Interestingly, Federica Pellegrini swimming for Italy. She's done a lot of events. She hasn't been at her best, unfortunately, but it's so great to see her here at her 5th Olympic Games.
Heading down for the 700-metre mark. So the Kiwis in lane 1, Italy 2, the Russians in 3, Australia 100 metres to swim, Canada in lane 5. They're in second spot. The Hungarians, Brazil and Hong Kong in lane 8. So 1, 2, 3 in the pool at the moment. The Aussies in front, Canada in lane 5 second, the Russians in lane 3 sitting in third spot, with Hungary in lane 6 in fourth spot, and the Brazilians alongside them currently in fifth. What a great shot that is. Absolutely riding just above the water with Tamsin Cook for Australia.
Tamsin Cook put in a great performance as we followed her down the pool. Everyone has seen that shot. That's actually looking at a swimmer's feet, looking from behind them, trying to catch up to them.
So let's watch them finish off strong here. It's been an excellent performance by the Australians. Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris, Brianna Throssell and Tamsin Cook getting the job done. The next job is for the selectors to work out who swims in the final. It's going to be a difficult assignment, but no worries about the Aussies. 7:44.61. They hit the wall first. Second spot goes to Canada.
So Australia finishing a long way in front of Canada and the Russian Olympic Committee. Rob Woodhouse is still with us. Rob, that was just a dominant display without really breaking a sweat, if I could be so arrogant.
Well, that is quite arrogant, but also quite true, I suppose, isn't it? Really, really good swim and way faster than the first heat. Molly O'Callaghan, we talked about her before that heat swim there. She swam at 155.11. Now, we saw the 200 freestyle final this morning. That time would have got her fourth in the individual 200 freestyle. Magnificent swim for her. That team is absolutely loaded. We do have Emma McKeon and Ariane Titmus coming in. Possibly Leah Neal, as we heard in the commentary. She might be coming in as well. So there may only be one of those women that goes through to the final. So we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow and go from there.
Leah Neal and Tamsin Cook, obviously both part of the silver medal that Australia won in this event in 2016 behind America. It was America as well in London who got home ahead of Australia, silver. Australia won this gold in Beijing and a silver in Sydney as well. So there's a fairly rich history here, Rob, and one that they'd be looking to turn the tables on after the last two Olympics going down to the Yanks.
Yes, absolutely. Coming second is fantastic. It can be bittersweet as well. So 2 silver medals in a row. They'll be absolutely gunning for this gold medal. We won't get too far ahead of ourselves what that means for people like Ariane Titmus and so on. But really exciting stuff there. And what we've just seen just shows how dominant Australia could potentially be in that final tomorrow.
Mate, you've had a big day. Go and get some rest. You'll be back with Jared tomorrow for those listening from Melbourne, and I'll be chatting to you again tomorrow night.
Terrific. Thanks very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
So Australia, Rob Woodhouse there, thanks to Tyre Power. So Australia qualify fastest almost 3 seconds, actually almost 3 seconds faster than the US for the final. So that's a strong performance. We're going to take a break and come back. BP will give us a tennis update shortly. I'll give you a football score in just a moment. It looks like Egypt have just gone 1-0 up. No, the goal was disallowed. So 0-0. With Australia and Egypt closing in on half-time. We'll come back on the other side of this, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Has that goal been counted or not? I'm just looking for clarification here as I look up at the screen. They're not too quick to put up the scores. It looks like they're celebrating. It is 1-0 to Egypt, so just a delay in getting that score up there as they checked it off. So Egypt up 1-0 against Australia. We'll come back after this.
Watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates a 4 and 25. Oh.
Now, if you're waking up in the morning with a sore neck, a headache, or you don't sleep well, then I want you to try the amazing Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. I've got one, I sleep on my side, and it's helped immensely, and I'm confident it will do the same for you. Be pain-free like me, and sleep on a Spinal Ease pillow, because a great day starts with a darn good night's sleep. I encourage you to order your pillows now at spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. You can thank me later.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now on call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now on call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Pubs and hotels want everyone back into venues and back to normal. But we all need to help keep ourselves, our friends, family and staff COVID safe, which means checking with QR codes at every venue. It's so easy. Just scan in, get the tick, and you're good to
catch up with friends.
Enjoy a night out with the family.
Support your favourite local.
Support your local and their staff. Always check in, because no tick means no entry.
The season of AFL footy is throwing up some cracking games. As sports fans, our rite of passage is to cheer as loud as we can for our team. And this season is about going the extra mile. It's time to... For a full cinema-style experience, have your TV wall-mounted with Hang My TV. In line with all health practices, installs are available. Call 1300 Hang My TV or book online.
Hang My TV, that's what we do.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy.
And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Half-time at Tokyo Stadium. Olyroos 1-0 down over Egypt. They're currently sitting second in their group, Australia, in front of Argentina and behind Spain. Egypt are last in that Group C. But Australia, draw or win should see them go through. So we'll keep an eye on that. We might even take in some of that action as well. Beach volleyball, the women's really highly fancied are Mariafi, Atachi DeSola and Taliqua Clancy. They've got Italy tonight at 10 o'clock, and then at 10:15 our men's hockey team, our Kookaburras, are in action against New Zealand, so we'll take a fair bit of that as well. Earlier on, the Hockeyroos beat Japan 1-0 and are now 3-0 from their group games. It was a big day today for tennis, not always for the right reasons. No better person to take us through it than our resident tennis expert, Brett Phillips, for B Solar, where you will never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Learn more about better solar at b.solar. BP, hello.
G'day, Sam. Nice to chat.
Yeah, it's. I wish it was under more, I suppose, happier circumstances, but it wasn't a great day, all things being equal, for the Australians. We're still alive, but just barely.
Just. Well, this is Ash's last chance. Bad out of the singles, bad out of the women's doubles with Storm Sanders. That was a really tight one today, playing against a very good pairing. I mean, Storm and Ash haven't played really a lot of tennis together, and it's just little things down the stretch of a doubles match when you're up against Krejcikova and Siniakova, the Czechs, number one seeds. They've won majors together. They lost the first set, but then just really dug in, and they've got great synergy between them. So that was pretty tight, and there was a couple of breaks of serve that saw Perez and Stowe around. So really tight margins for both, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't go your way. But great to see Ash Barty and Johnny Peers team up together, both with big serves. That's what Johnny's certainly renowned for, and he's won a major, of course, and he'd love to win an Olympic medal. So round of 16 pairs in the mixed doubles. So they're through to the quarterfinals to take on now Stefanos Tsitsipas and Maria Sakkari, the Greek combination. So yeah, still a chance for Ash to certainly win a medal, which would be good. So yeah, really tight margins there. In terms of the women today, I'll tell you what, Alina Svitolina, who's been top 10 for quite some time now from Ukraine, just married Gail Monfils, the wedding of the year, Sam. She's gone straight to Tokyo. Now, she has never won a major before, but she's won the WTA finals, which is the biggest event outside of the majors, the season ending about 3 years ago. She could very well win an Olympic gold medal as well. And she may win a major still in her career. She's young enough, but she's through to play Marketa Vondrousova, who we know knocked out Osaka this week. French Open finalist a couple of years ago. Then it'll be Belinda Bencic, the Swiss miss in the side of the top 10, up against Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan, who defeated Garbina Muguruza. That was a good win today. And the big casualty in the men's, we mentioned Tsitsipas still alive there in the mix, but he got knocked out by Uga Humbert, the Frenchman, who's having a very, very good year, the lefty. So he's the big men's casualty out today. But Medvedev, Djokovic, Zverev, all certainly still in the mix, and the Joker still the man to beat.
Comprehensive, as always, BP, and always great to chat to you, mate. We'll speak to you again probably tomorrow night.
Indeedy.
Brett Phillips joins us for Yonex. Celebrate 75 years. Performance product crafted in Japan. Check out their latest range at yonex.com. Back with more. We're at halftime at the Tokyo Stadium with the Olyroos. So we'll take in some of that when play resumes there. We've got beach volleyball, hockey still to come, and over the next couple of hours as well, we'll recap every event that there was an Australian in today in chronological order, and we will look ahead to the events of tomorrow. I'll update you on the medal tally as well for Rebel Sport. We'll be back after this.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X, available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan, featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity. The Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent you. LMCT 8938 and 10856.
The tyres your car travels on are critical. They need to deliver performance when it's wanted and safety when it's needed. Maxxis Tyres delivers great value without compromising on safety. Get award-winning Maxxis Tyres with the latest technology built in for you, your family and your car. Maxxis Tyres. Find out more at maxxistyres.com.au.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offerings 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
World-class international racing requires a whirlpool, and that's exactly what the Hong Kong Jockey Club have set up. For glorious Goodwood this week, you can enjoy sizable pools on each and every race from the famous UK meeting. Win, Place, Quinella, Duet and Trifecta are all available via the Hong Kong Jockey Club's Whirlpool. Enjoy Goodwood thanks to the hosts, the Hong Kong Jockey Club and their Whirlpool. Check tab.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131-806.
Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. We're helping people just like you secure their financial future.
I chose AR Property because I'd spoken to a few people along the way in making an investment decision that gave me the confidence to purchase and take that next step.
How can you secure your financial future? Simple. Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We've got a big couple of hours to spend together and still plenty of Aussie action on this day 5 of competition at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. I'd love to hear from you, 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. We'll reiterate and recap and relive all 3 of the gold medal moments from today. The men's and women's 4s in the rowing, Ariane Titmus in the 200-metre freestyle. And Gerard Whateley was speaking about this earlier today. And I don't have all the numbers and all the years in front of me, but it's just the 5th time that Australia have won 3 gold medals in a day. But it's the first time that we've ever won 3 gold medals in an hour. So we'll go through all of that as well. We've got 4 bronze medals today. It's a day where we've claimed 7 medals across multiple competitions at these Olympics. So it's been a very, very good day for Australia in terms of medal tally, and I'll update you on the medal tally very soon. But we are top 5 now overall in the medal standings, which is a phenomenal achievement for us. So currently 1-0 at Tokyo Stadium. The second half not too far away between the Olyroos and Egypt. Egypt leading 1-0. We've got hockey, men's hockey tonight. The Kookaburras at about 10:15. We've got women's beach volleyball, the second game in Pool E for Mariafa Itachi de Sola and Taliqua Clancy. So we'll bring you some of that as well. And earlier on, our women's hockey team, the Hockey Roos, who are looking in really good nick, they're 3-0 so far with a hard-fought 1-0 win over Japan. In the basketball earlier on tonight, 86-83. It was a grind for Australia, but they found rhythm late. Italy got out to a lead on a couple of occasions, but the Boomers just too good in the end. 86-83 win, and they're now 2-0 from their 2 group games at these Olympics. One of the big stories today, one of the biggest stars at these Olympics, might not be as well known in Australia, but from an American point of view and an international sporting point of view, Simone Biles is one of the biggest names at the Olympics. And the story came through yesterday that she had withdrawn from the team competition, and at that time, there wasn't much information that was coming through. It was since revealed that she had withdrawn for concerns of her own mental health. And in addition to that today, a statement from US Gymnastics has said after further medical evaluation, Simone Biles has withdrawn from the final individual all-round competition at the Tokyo Olympic Games in order to focus on her mental health. Simone will continue to be evaluated daily to determine whether or not to participate in next week's individual event finals. Jade Carey, who had the 9th highest score in the qualifications, will participate in her place in the all-around. We wholeheartedly support Simone's decision and applaud her bravery in prioritising her well-being. Her courage shows yet again why she is a role model for so many. Let's hear from Simone Biles. She had a press conference today.
I just felt like it would be a little bit better to take a back seat, work on my mindfulness, and I knew that the girls would do an absolutely great job, and I didn't want to risk the team a medal for kind of my screw-ups because they've worked way too hard for that. So I just decided that those girls need to go in and do the rest of the competition. No injury, thankfully, and that's why I took a step back because I didn't want to do something silly out there and get injured. So I thought it was best if these girls took over and did the rest of the job, which they absolutely did. They're Olympic silver medalists now, and they should be really proud of themselves for how well they did last minute having to go in. And it's been really stressful, this Olympic Games. I think just as a whole, not having an audience, there are a lot of different variables going into it. It's been a long week. It's been a long Olympic process. It's been a long year. So just a lot of different variables, and I think we're just a little bit too stressed out. But we should be out here having fun, and sometimes that's not the case. I say put mental health first, because if you don't, then you're not going to enjoy your sport and you're not going to succeed as much as you want to. So it's okay sometimes to even sit out the big competitions to focus on yourself, because it shows how strong of a competitor and person that you really are, rather than just battle through it.
So Simone Biles there, regarded by many as the greatest gymnast of all time. She's got 4 Olympic gold medals. They came at Rio, has a silver at Tokyo already in the team event, and got a bronze in the balance beam at Rio. So she has 6 Olympic medals, but it's the 19 gold medals at World Championships that sets her well apart, and has 3 silvers and 3 bronze. So she's prioritising herself, getting a lot of support from the American sporting community, maybe not so much from outside the American sporting community, but certainly is getting a wave of support from those American athletes in support of her. So that is a big story in terms of the gymnastics side of things. Getting back into the pool for tonight, our women's 4x200 metre freestylers just smashed it in the heat. So they finished fastest going into the final ahead of the US by it was just under 3 seconds in total. They had a chat to Nathan Templeton from Channel 7 after. It was a dominant display in the heats and maybe a sign of things to come.
Well, what a fantastic performance from these 4 women to qualify fastest. Molly, a 1:55.11. You've had such a great time here. You swam superbly in the 100 as well. A bit unlucky not to even get a swim in the final, but how pleased are you with what you've been able to do here?
Oh, to be honest, the 200 really surprised me, and I get to swim alongside these girls, which is amazing. And it's so exciting.
Yeah, well done. You've done a really important job for the team. Great job.
Thank you.
Meg, if we could just get you in there. You've had a great time of it as well. You're part of 2 of the great Australian relay teams.
Yeah, I mean, all the girls on the Australian team have been exceptional so far. No exception for these girls. Like, we have 4 other girls in the 100 free that do 200 free as well. So just to swim along these girls is amazing.
Yeah, well done. And Bree, just talking about team selection, just explain that you guys you understand that it's going to be a whole new team tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's something Swimming Australia has been working towards for a long time is sort of building such depth in the sport, and I think it's so exciting that we can have a whole fresh team coming in tomorrow morning. So the 4 of us wanted to just get out, put together the best things we could and get the girls lane 4 for tomorrow morning.
You did 156.46 from you, so you did your job really well. And Tamsin, will grab you in as well. We remember 5 years ago, not 4 years ago, that famous last leg that you did in the 4x2. What does it mean to you to also play an important role here in this great 4x2 team?
I'm just so honoured and privileged to be a part of this team. As everyone has said, there's so much depth within the women's freestyle in Australia, and it's like such a fight to get a spot. So it's just an honour for us to have done our job and put the girls through in a good spot for tomorrow.
You've done what you needed today. You can sit back and watch the guys in the final. Congratulations. Really well done.
Thank you very much.
So Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris, Brianna Throssell and Tamsin Cook. Tamsin Cook was part of the team that won silver in Rio, and now it's a sort of question, does Leah Neal come back in? And there was discussion around that during the commentary. She was part of the silver medal winning team at Rio as well, and you've got Emma McKeon and, of course, Ariana Titmus. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do in terms of selection for that 4x2, but that was as good a heat performance as we've seen, and they were well ahead of the Americans qualifying fastest for the final tomorrow. 0433 98 11 16, the Temper text, Temper a mattress like no other. So that was one of the great performances, a Wolf Blast great performance. Wolf Blast IWC Red Winemaker of the Year, qualifying fastest for the 4x200 metre relay in the women's, brought to you by Wolf Blast, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the year. So hockey is about 15 minutes away from getting started. We'll get to the hockey for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. Australia taking on New Zealand in their Pool A game, their next Pool A clash. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. So back underway. Early stages of the second half, Egypt still 1-0 up over the Olyroos. Let's drop in and take a piece of that action.
Knocking the ball into the goal. Thankfully for the Olyroos, it's a big reprieve. So much space. And unutilised by Egypt in the counter-attack. Much better start by Australia. And looking like a team out to win the game now.
Wales peels wide. Decent looking ball in all the way through for King. And nearly for Arzani. Joel King is getting into forward areas from that left back role. He never scored an A-League goal. He could score one here for his country the way this is going.
Well, it's been a very fruitful half-time period. The changes were good. And the mentality has been totally different in this 5 minutes. Look at Bacchus throwing his weight around, really telling inclusion at half-time. And of course, assisting that dynamic is the fact that Egypt are just a little bit more subdued given the fact that they've taken the lead.
Vertical pass from Metcalf, asking a lot of teammates.
He's frustrated with himself.
The other attacking options on the bench. Reno Piscopo, who has been under an injury cloud so far in this tournament. Not sure how much he'll be able to play. Caleb Watts of Southampton. And that's about it with the suspension of McGree and Duke. Exercise and keep ball from Egypt. Looking to slow the game down when they can now. Sitting on that 1-0 lead that they need. It could change depending on how the scoreline unfolds at the other venue. They may have to chase another goal, which could open the door for Australia.
Still 0-0 between Spain and Argentina. Host nation Japan in the other group ongoing at the moment, but like going through with 9 points out of 9. Metcalf, poor ball, long way off finding Tilio. The Melbourne City teammates coming off that high of lifting that championship trophy from the club for the first time. Hamdi forced back to El Shinawi. Wasn't mucking around with Wales closing him down. I love it at the feet of this guy. Sobey again with class. Iraqi teasing one in, and Glover gave Sutar a call.
Just keeping my eye pretty closely on Connor Metcalf too, Speedy. He has had an outstanding season, and here he's on the ball now, very heavy workload. These games are coming thick and fast. Of course, no interchange, unlike a lot of the other sports. High intensity matches and doing a lot of shadow chasing against Spain. Just keeping an eye on the spring that remains in Connor's step. Such an important player, but if he's gassed or gassing, Cameron Devlin might get a run.
What a stretch that was from Deng. Azani tried to get his body shape right to thread it through for Tilio. You mentioned Metcalf. He's been away from home for a long time. Didn't play in the A-League final series. Tilio did. Metcalf was away with the Socceroos, earned his first senior cap. Spent time in Dubai before arriving in Japan with the Aussie Roos. You're right, workload has been immense for him. He's on the ball now. And coming back for the foul by Arzani.
Yeah, just another hit pass by Tilio. And we've seen already that the two of them in different parts of the field and then linking together can turn the tide for Australia. They've started this second half really well, but they must maintain the rage. The Aussie Roos.
Diagonal switch hung in the air a long time, allowing King to get there. Risky pass from Arzani. And that being a turnover to Iraqi. And Tawfiq. Good toe in there from Metcalf. Teammates unable to execute the turnover. Sobey just drifting around with a license to find space and torment Australia defensively.
Got to keep pressing. It's going to be hard yakka this. They've got plenty of ticker, this team, though. But they can't afford to sit in. They've got to press Egypt, force an error. They're at their best when they have that mentality as well.
Tilio on the half turn. Stylishly. Scored that spectacular goal against Argentina, and Arzani linking up with Tilio and forcing the save out of El Shinawi. Quick counter-attack was on, but Kai Rolls did enough.
Great tackle from Kai Rolls. Great tackle. Needed to be made.
Metcalf again. King with Arzani in the vicinity. Rides through a challenge. Plays with such a swagger. There's Daniel Arzani, still owned by Manchester City. Tommy Deng didn't see his Egyptian opponent getting into the passing lane. That was Tahir Mohammed who turned it over. Iraqi slowing things down. As it stands right now, it would be Spain and Egypt going through from Group C. That can all change over the next half an hour of football or so. Asani. Such an exciting player to watch. Every time he got on the pitch at the World Cup in 2018, he was putting on a...
So tense moments, and it's going to be a little bit like this, I think. Egypt looking to set up a wall, and Australia are going to need to throw everything they've got. Plenty of time for them to be able to get the equaliser, but if they can win this, they break a 17-year drought. It would be something absolutely extraordinary. It would be the first time in 17 years that they would get through the group stages at the Olympics. So there's some history beckoning. So a win sees them finish top 2 in their group. So we will keep following this with great interest tonight as history beckons for our Ollie Roos. Australia and New Zealand about to get going in the hockey. So Australia defeated Japan 5-3, India 7-1 and Argentina 5-2. Our Kookaburras are in really good nick. They've got Spain still to play, but another win here would pretty much cement them finishing top 2 in their group as well. A couple off the text before we take a break. Sammy, what a brilliant day. We win 3 gold medals. Charlie Curnow is back on Friday. Hopefully the Blues beat the Saints. Australia with more gold. Muzza in Geelong, you beauty. Thank you, Muzz. Always great to hear from you. Yeah, Charlie Curnow looks set to play on Friday night in the AFL. For those who are following the AFL, of course, we are going all the way around Australia with our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games as well. Evening, Sam. Dog walking time again. RE Beach Volleyball. It's hard enough just walking through sand when you go to the beach. Playing this sport on the sand is underrated, I reckon. That's from Big Fella. I couldn't agree with you more, Big Fella. At the moment, Australia taking on Italy. Our women 13-12 up at the minute. So we will keep you posted on that as it progresses as well. And I mentioned the Simone Biles news a little earlier. Not everyone happy to hear that news off the text. Do you think the Americans would talk about one of our athletes pulling out? No. So why do we keep talking about it? We're Aussies, not Yanks. And that's very true. And thank you. There would be some Americans here that would be listening, of course, but by and large, yep, this is Australia. It's not America. It's a good question you asked, though. Would America care? They did send a television crew out to document Ariane Titmus's preparation for these Olympic Games. So I reckon they would have cared if she pulled out, because NBC sent a TV crew to cover her preparation for the Games in the build-up to this 3-chapter head-to-head matchup with Katie Ledecky, which currently sits 2-0 in favour of Ariane Titmus. But for that person who's texted in, thank you very much for your text. I won't mention it again. And I've got to say, every bit of coverage that we've seen from the Olympics this year, from an Australian point of view, when an Australian does well, has just been sensational. Everybody has got behind our athletes. They have invested in the story. Ariane Titmus sort of hopes of the nation stuff. At the moment, she is the story of these Olympics. And why wouldn't we want to celebrate that in any way, shape or form? It shouldn't surprise me, though. And despite this article being really well written, whoever's put the headline on it, I think you should take a good hard look at yourself for the cheap and gutter trash sort of clickbait wanting filth that this implies. Now, I could be reading this wrong, but when the headline says Ariane Titmus relationship with coach in the spotlight in Tokyo, and then the subheading is Ariane Titmus has taken centre stage in Tokyo, but the man by her side is ensuring their relationship attracts plenty of attention too. That is as cheap and low as I think I can remember reading. You know exactly what you're trying to do with that. The article is not implying anything of that nature. The headline is as grubby as it gets, and you should be ashamed of yourself, news.com.au, because that's awful. Yeah, that's as much as that's the last thing I'll say about that. But that I've just seen that article, and I'm just, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's the last thing I'll say. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got 3 Aussie teams in action at the moment. We'll bounce around to all of them on the other side of this.
Keep toasty and warm while the weather outside is freezing this winter. Jumbo Ugg boots are made from genuine A-grade Australian sheepskin right here in Melbourne, Australia. That means they're made for our winter. There are options for wearing indoors or out, and Jumbo Ugg boots are handcrafted to the highest quality. Keep toasty and warm this winter with the world-famous Jumbo Ugg. Australian made, Australian owned. Check out the factory outlet at 304 Chesterville Road, Moorabbin.
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
At Officeworks, we're always checking prices to make sure they're always low, every day of the year. So this month, you won't find any mid-year madness or anyone here called Crazy Ken. There are no remarkable markdowns. And guess what? Time isn't running out. Plus, if you do happen to find a lower price on an identical stocked item, we'll beat it by 5%. See website for details and exclusions. No gimmicks, just always low prices. Officeworks, helping you make bigger things happen.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
G'day, Richo here. Scotty and the team at Knox Mitsubishi are excited to be opening the doors to their showroom once again. Head down and chat with the team about their new vehicle stock, including Mitsubishi Triton Utes and Express vans for the tradies, Outlander and ASXs fit for the family, and Pajero Sport for those after a real adventure. Perfect for the post-lockdown escape. Visit Knox Mitsubishi at 437 Stud Road, Wantirna South, or Google Knox Mitsubishi to get in touch today. LMCT 11585.
When the cravings hit you, how does a barbecue mega box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes please. Packed with a chicken burger with bacon, onion rings, barbecue sauce and sides. Get your barbecue mega box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Oh, it's been a sensational day from an Australian point of view. Day 5 of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We've got 3 gold medals. They all came in the space of an hour. The men's and women's 4s in the rowing. Ariane Titmus, the 200-metre freestyle. And we got 4 bronze as well in the men's and women's quad sculls in the rowing. Rowan Dennis in the men's individual time trial in the cycling. Our cycling update was just on the screen there, and then it's just disappeared from the screen there. Our cycling update. Where'd that go? I'll come back and get that in just a moment. So Rowan Dennis in the men's individual time trial in the cycling and our men's 4x200 metre freestyle relay in the pool. So 7 medals in total for us today, and now we're now 5th overall. The Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. Let's bounce around. We've got 3 Aussie teams in action at the moment. So 6 minutes 40 to play in the hockey. Australia 1-0 up against New Zealand. Australia trailing 1-0 against Egypt at the 67-minute mark of the football. And our beach volleyballers have won the first set against Italy. So 22-20. Our women's beach volleyballers. So we'll go to the volleyball in just a moment, but let's get to the Kookaburras in the hockey. 6 minutes to play in the first, 1-0 down, 1-0 up, I should say, against New Zealand.
Not the intended direction of that ball. Wanted Hayward, but played it.
82% of possession for Australia so far. And there's been a lot of that in their attacking 50 as well, which is huge. It's where you want to be having your percentage play. We speak a lot about percentages of ball isn't actually a clear reflection of how your team's going, because sometimes you let your defensive team be able to play with it around the back. But Australia have had control so far in this match and expect them to be able to continue that trend.
And a casual stroll forward. There's the 150 game at Dawson over on the right of screen in defence for Australia. Hayward receives from Howard. The middle he goes, but Woods of New Zealand off to Edwards at his 3rd Olympics. Gets it back again, Steve Edwards. And Australia swarming forward. Mitten, confronted by Lett, worked it into his foot. Play goes on for Brand. Brand looking to bring it back dangerously. I think his stick nice and low was the youngster for New Zealand. Finlay did really well there under the pressure of Brand. Here it comes again though, relentless pressure. Lett comes away.
Great receive there by Lett in the end. Pulled it out of the air and able to bring that down in front of him. But Australia really peppering that circle. And Tim Brand again, he's been so dangerous in that circle. Every time he gets the ball there, you think something's going to happen, whether he's going to score or he's going to be making an outcome in that circle.
Wetton to Beale. Panchea there with Beale. Shielding him away from the ball.
Yeah, shielding the ball there by the letter of the law. Another umpire might see that as a stick check, so it depends on what umpire you've got.
So 3.5 minutes to play in the first quarter. 1-0 Australia. Egypt have just hit the crossbar searching for a second against Australia at the 70-minute mark. So why don't we go back to Tokyo Stadium in the football and join in on some of this action here. The Olyroos trailing by 1 goal against Egypt.
Clear contact. It's contact of an arm to a head that sometimes attracts a greater punishment. Not that the player means to make that contact, and this is a massive escape for Australia. You'd reckon their Olympic Games are dead at that moment if it goes in. But they survive.
Is that harder than it looked? The follow-up effort?
Yeah, it's not quite dropping with pace. You've got to get a bit of speed onto it. You've got desperate defenders bearing down on you.
In the other group games, Spain have taken the lead against Argentina. So on a live Pool C ladder as it stands, Spain on 7 points, Egypt on 4 in second, outright second. Australia ahead of Argentina now. They're on 3 points each and needing goals to swing it back their way at both venues, Australia and Argentina. Arzani took on a man when he perhaps didn't need to. Sobey looking for a spell of possession for his side. Egyptian player down. You can hear Graham Arnold saying, keep going, keep going. And they'll take the opportunity to play against 10 men here.
Well, there's no complaints from the Egypt players. Oftentimes opposing players, when there's a player down, can be remonstrating for the ball to be kicked out, but they're not risking any switching off at all. And Australia not obliged to stop playing.
Nice pass there from King. D'Agostino all the way back to Metcalf. They capitalise on this one-man advantage. Arzani. Tommy Deng trying to make a run in behind. Metcalf goes for goal.
A wayward effort, but worth a try, certainly. Because in this situation, when teams have a lead that they need and they're prepared to try and hang on to it, they defend in huge numbers. Very difficult to pass your way through. And you must continue to try and break them down, but in my opinion, a lot of teams wait too long before they start to shoot from distance. It's almost a sign of desperation. And I think the Olyroos would be well advised to not almost have a shoot on sight policy, but drag the Egypt defenders out.
So while one of the Egypt players is faking being injured, we will take a break. New Zealand have levelled it up against Australia in the hockey. 1-1 as time's expiring in the first quarter there. Olyroos trailing 1-0 to Egypt in the last of their group games. So with Spain taking the lead, that might actually help Australia. So they've got a win or draw to guarantee them finishing top 2. But if they lose to Egypt, they'll be relying on Spain beating Argentina to remain in second on goal difference. So it's going to be tense stuff, the closing minutes of this particular game. In the women's beach volleyball, Australia took the first set and are now currently down 9-7 in the second, up against Italy. Back with more on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games straight after this.
Get your Daikin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Daikin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Daikin super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Are you living a life of grime and grime doesn't pay? Get rid of it fast with Spitwater, Australia's #1 pressure cleaners. Right now, the tax man is on your side too with the instant tax write-off. Instant clean, instant write-off. Get it? Be quick or you won't get it. Clean to the max and get the tax. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now.
This
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Running a trades business isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's full of spreadsheets and paperwork. That's why I use Fergus. It takes care of all my admin so I can focus on the things I'm actually good at. Plus, it's got a bunch of handy tools to help keep my business under control. You ripper.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Kick goals with a great value internet plan. Get your first 2 months plan fee free when you sign up to selected Southern Phone NBN plans and enjoy unlimited data, no lock-in contract and a friendly Aussie-based team to help you get connected. Visit southernphone.com.au/NBN or call the Aussie-based team on 13 14 64 to make the switch today.
Offer ends 31st of July unless extended. New and approved customers only. See southernphone.com.au/NBN for full terms and conditions. Fair use policy applies.
Foreman Dan speaking.
Foreman Dan, how are you, mate?
Jason, Charles. I'm great, buddy. How are things going over at Charles Bros?
Mate, flat chat. Can't get timber, trades or labour. And on top of it, I've got a client who now wants a concrete pool in just 2 weeks.
Oh, mate, I can solve that for you. Have you heard of Plungy?
Plungy?
Yep, the easiest pool you'll ever do. Mate, builders everywhere are craning them straight into their jobs now.
Plungy, you reckon?
Yep. Check out plungy.com.
G'day, APCO Joe here. Today is Gold Medal Deals Day here at APCO. And we're celebrating the Aussie spirit. Your local APCO service station is going for gold. Get in for $1 deals, $2 deals, and $3 winning deals. Get a photo as APCO Joe in your local store, and you could win a new Nespresso coffee machine. APCO Gold Medal Deals Day is today. So go Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Owned and operated. Only at your local APCO.
Conditions apply.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Oh, the Olyroos are just peppering away at the minute to try and equalise. Almost 80 minutes played against Egypt. They're still trailing 1-0. And they are throwing everything they've got. And just a shot on goal there from just outside the box, tipped over the bar. And now the goalkeeper pretending that he's injured. This is going to be the scenes that we're going to have to endure for the remaining 10 or so minutes of this game. But Australia need a win or a draw to make sure they finish top 2. If they don't win, they need to make sure that Spain beat Argentina to close out the group stages. And it'll be the first time in 17 years that they've been able to progress. We might even go down memory lane and get the history of the last time they did, because I spoke to John Cosmina in the lead up to the games, and I reckon he might have been at the games. It might have been Seoul the last time that Australia got through. So we'll check that out very shortly as well. Before we finish up at midnight tonight, we'll relive all the gold medal moments, hear from the people involved, their families as well. We've had a lot of people speaking to SEN today that have either enjoyed or are connected to some of the marvellous success we've had. 3 gold medals and 4 bronze today. Off the text, 0433 98 11 16. Big fella says, I wouldn't call it cheap, Sam. I would call it pretty piss poor. That's from Big fella. Absolutely agree with you, my friend. I was speaking about a news.com.au headline. One of the most un-Australian things I've seen to try and cast aspersions at someone who's provided 2 of the greatest moments in recent Olympic history. It's a pretty disgraceful effort. from that particular publication why you would want to try and bring down those moments. I've got no idea, but only they'd be able to answer that. Australia's beach volleyballers, 1-0 in terms of sets played. They're up 15-11 against Italy at the moment. Make that 15-12 in the second set, so doing nicely there. And in the hockey, 11:40 still to play in the second term. 1-1 the Kookaburras against New Zealand. Why don't we take a bit of the beach volleyball? Our two beach volleyballers in the women's have won their first group game. And Taliqua Clancy is considered one of the best beach volleyballers in the world. Mariafi Itachi de Sola is her partner. They've been playing together for a couple of years now. But the first year they spent together, they won more titles than any other Australian combination, and that's including Cook and Podast. We're just going to get our stream fixed up with the beach volleyball before we take a bit of that. Australia, 82.5 minutes played in the football, just all-out attack at the minute. Let's take in a bit of the beach volleyball before we head back to the Olyroos.
Come because of the service pressure. Service pressure is not just about the aces, it's about the strife you can cause for the opposition from the service pressure. Ostov, well, there's two in the angle. Rocks by that one, Artaccio. Menegatti, who's also served really well here today. Can she put Australia under pressure? It's a good late move from Menegatti, but it's an execution of the touch that is just left lacking. Leaving space, or leaving it late to defend the space, catches Australia a little bit off guard. But it's one thing making a good late move, but not stable, not balanced because of that late move defensively, means the touch is hurried up, and then there's only pressure on Orsitov and Menegatti from there. Taccio. Big serves once more. Ostov has not found any confidence, but she's found a really robust out-of-system swing from nowhere. It's away. Out of a fiddle by attempting to go deep middle. Two ball from Australia. Just guiding the play from right to left, away from the Italian block defence. It's played with enough speed.
So just a little taste of the action there, early stages in there, but we've got to get to the Olyroos now. And there could be a penalty in the box. Not called. Not called. Oh, I thought we were absolutely going to be pointed to the spot there. Let's go back to Brenton Speed.
Manzi testing out Kai Rolls. Glover couldn't keep it out, and Egypt do have that 2-0 advantage now. The Olyroos facing a massive uphill task if they want to go through to the quarterfinals. The defence caught out. Glover could not handle, and Amar Hamdi has had a sensational super sub performance.
Well, Kai Rolls turned inside out, and the sub does really well. Tommy Glover not so, unfortunately. Can only spill the ball into the path of Amar Hamdi, who's in the right spot to fire home for Egypt.
The 21-year-old putting his name up in lights. Hasn't quite come off for Azani, despite all his brilliant skill shown in this second half since coming on. And now the Olyroos need a miracle. Still a lot of game time, and it's always good when there's a pause for the VAR to potentially weigh in here. Not sure what they've seen in the lead-up. Maybe offside from that long clearance from the goalkeeper, because it did seem like he got the jump on them. Manzi, was he offside, and will it go back to 1-0? Olyroos fans holding their breath. Graham Arnold hoping for a signal. Goal stands though. It is Egypt 2, Australia 0.
Not the result Australia are after, but a massive night still to come. After the completion of this match, we'll be heading over to the hockey.
All right, so a little bit of a break from the football coming up. They're just Channel 7 just reiterating how they're going to jump around. So 1-1, under 7 minutes to play still in the second term for the hockey, for the Kookaburras. 1-1 against New Zealand. Australia close to wrapping up the second set after winning the first in the women's beach volleyball. And we're ticking up to 87 minutes now. Australia trailing 2-0. And we'll want to get another look at that penalty claim that didn't get paid. And Egypt working the ball down straight away after that and scoring their second goal. So let's get back to the Olyroos.
Huge threat they pose. If Australia can just get some decent service. Arzani's been great off the bench. It's been a good second half. Much better from the Olyroos. That man has been the difference.
Time ticking. Arzani glances at the clock. He gave the referee the hurry up a moment ago. And the Portuguese ref said, leave it to me, mate. Arzani teases this one in, helped on by Sutar. There was some push and shove that the ref didn't like. At least 10 minutes, says Graham Arnold. Perhaps he has been tipped up that 8 minutes will go up on the fourth officials board in about 2 minutes' time.
Or is it an ambit claim? We're all sharing the sentiment, though. It should at least be.
And you mentioned it at the start of this second half. Why not play Tilio and Arzani in the same team and ask questions? And he said maybe it provides a blueprint going forward. Have those creative players on the pitch at the same time. J. Rich Bagaloo over the top of Hagazi here, who was thrown on just past the hour mark to try and make things happen in the attacking third by Arnie. A group of dreams turning into a group of nightmares in the last two group games. Argentina have found an equaliser in the other game, so that certainly shakes things up. Egypt would still knock out Argentina in that game if it stays like that. Now in the 90th minute here, what a performance from Amar Hamdi. He's just buzzing around, so difficult to contain. Now the strike takes a deflection. Tom Glover could only watch. Very nearly three, and that would have been game over.
With a shot from the substitute just deflected inadvertently by Harry Sutar, kindly as it turns out for Australia.
Ashur and Ma, the last two substitutes played. Shorki Garib here. Akram Tawfiq. And the star of the show for Egypt, Ramadan Sobhi, withdrawn. They can almost start thinking about the quarter-final stage and a clash with Brazil, who've been led so stylishly up front by Richarlison from Everton. After executing those substitutions, the fourth official will soon have the board up to tell us how much stoppage time there is. Nice touch off Bacchus. First minutes of the campaign coming up for Cam Devlin as D'Agostino makes way Caleb Watts, the Southampton youngster. That's a late cameo here. Congratulations to Cam Devlin. Already an Olympian, and now he's played some game time. After excelling with Wellington Phoenix last season, he'll be in new colours this upcoming A-League campaign after joining the Newcastle Jets. Ball pinballing around, could have gone anywhere. In the end, Australia have it back. Watts getting involved, and likewise Devlin.
Every one of those ricochets fell kindly for Egypt.
Or Azani. His teammate made it work in the end.
Well done, Bacchus. Still haven't had the indication of added time. It's almost the key variable at this point. Got one eye on the top of the screen and the other eye on the football. Great work from Bacchus to salvage that one.
Hamdi not on a yellow card coming into this game, so he'll be available for the Brazil encounter. Can Australia set up the grandstand finish here? At the referee's discretion so far as stoppage time is concerned. Lifted in by Arzani. Second ball tidied up by Bacchus, who fired it past Joel King. And such a willing runner from that left-back position. Is there time to wind up for a long throw? There's no more D'Agostino, and there's finally the confirmation. 3 of the 7 minutes has ticked by already. It's play on here. The assistant hasn't put the flag up. That's a corner in the end. Marco Tilio, who famously did that kind of thing in the grand final, you may remember, Andy Harper, tracking one down on the sideline, as this time tracked it down as the ball hovered above the byline, and Australia have a bonus corner, which the referee delays for some reason. Arzani trick his way through. A little stumble allows him back in.
Got to get it in the box there. Graham Arnold says, beat one, get it in the box. That's where we've got the timber.
Immediate pass to Watts, who's dribbling his way through traffic. In by Devlin. Goes down trying to earn a penalty. Back in by Watts, and that nearly squirmed its way home. Surely that is whip it in first time. VAR is telling the referee to just let him have a little look at that Cam Devlin moment, but quickly waved off. Arzani curls it in deep. Deng trying the bicycle kick. Back in by Bacchus. Tilio scored from here against Argentina. Dribbles his way through. And it didn't fall for Australia in the box either. Only 2 minutes or so of stoppage time remains. Australia throwing themselves into all kinds of challenges at the moment. And their campaign is just about over. Glover just found a path through to King. It was a heavy touch, a tired touch by the left back. Andy popping up again, the scorer of that second goal. I'm sure his coach wanted him to go to the corner flag, but he tried to set up a third for his country.
He's been terrific off the bench. They're fighting right to the death. It's been a really, really good second half comparatively by the Olyroos. And it's Egypt's goalkeeper, El Shanawi, who will emerge as the hero. He didn't score the goals for Egypt, but if they get over the line on this one, he saved 2 crucially with the score at 1-0. And at a draw, Australia go through. And they were mighty saves. One off Arzani, one off Thomas Deng.
Arzani knew it had struck his hand in the final minute of the minimum amount of stoppage time. Credit to Egypt. Played it safe in the opening 2 group games. Kept damage to a minimum. Fancied themselves against Australia, and that's the way it's played out. J. Rich Bagaloo, that experiment as a striker hasn't really worked out. A campaign that started with such promise with the win against Argentina ends in agony for the Olyroos. Their 2020 Tokyo campaign is over. Egypt get the 3 points they needed to advance. Australia head home. Egypt set up a glamour tie against Brazil in the quarterfinals. Full time, Egypt 2, Australia 0.
It's heartbreaking stuff. They got that second goal late after Australia were denied a penalty. They peppered and peppered. The early goal was crucial for Egypt to lay that platform, and they proceed on to play Brazil after Argentina were able to get a late equaliser and draw with Spain, which cruels Australia's hopes, and they will not progress. Haven't been able to get through since 1992 when they played off for the bronze medal in Barcelona. So it'll be at least another 4 years or another 3 years, which will be an even 20 since they've been able to get through to the second stage of an Olympic tournament. But well done to the Olyroos. They shocked the world when they beat Argentina 2-0. They didn't lose any fans when they only lost to Spain 1-0. But their Olympic campaign comes to an end. Good news for our women's beach volleyballers tonight. They've beaten Italy 2-0 and are now 2-0 on their tournament so far with 2 group games to go. Australia and New Zealand still doing battle in the hockey. I'll give you an update soon for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. Off the text, an unhappy Olyroos fan shows how weak Australian soccer is to lose to Egypt. What a joke. And off the text, big fella, played hockey all my life for Greensborough. Sam, don't want to put the Moz on, but 2 gold medals coming up for the men and the women on the horizon. I think that's from big fella. A little bit more optimistic stuff there, which is good to see. And I tend to agree with you. Hockey Roos and Kookaburras in ripping, Nick. We'll take a break and come back. Don't forget you can stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. We'll see the Kookaburras home and then we'll wrap up the medals for the day. We'll hear from the athletes and the family members involved, and then I'll preview what's to come for you tomorrow during the day sessions. And you can get involved 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, French soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
Imagine a world where our Aussie boomers hang out every day, where Paddy Mills is making clutch baskets, where Aaron Baines is posting up in the paint. It's a world where Joe Ingles marshals the troops. New Aussie Matisse Thybulle is making an impact defensively, and you can rep your boomers. There is a world. Basketball Jersey World. Official NBA jerseys and apparel. Hit up basketballjerseyworld.com and use the code BOOMERS for 10% off store-wide.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every $1 of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
New car sales are hot, and at Astoria GWM Haval, we're here to help. New GWM four-wheel drive, auto, diesel, dual cab ute is only $34,990 drive away. New Haval Jolion Premium SUV is $25,490 drive away, and larger H6 Premium SUV is $30,990 drive away. All have 7 years warranty, and we need your trade-in. Astoria, GWM Haval, North Road, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Another hour to spend with you and looking forward to doing so. There's still plenty of time in Australia's clash with New Zealand in the men's hockey. So the Kookaburras currently 1-1 with New Zealand. So far in their Pool A, they've beaten Japan 5-3, India 7-1 and Argentina 5-2. Still got Spain to play. New Zealand's been a bit of all sorts for them. They lost to India, they drew with Japan and they beat Spain. So just like the Hockey Roos clash with Japan was a little earlier, that they were able to scrape through with a 1-0 win. This one's pretty tightly held, a bit of a defensive struggle at the minute, not the free-flowing scoring we've seen in the other Kookaburras games so far. Sad night for the Olyroos. They lost 2-0 to Egypt, and Argentina drawing with Spain means that they don't go through as one of the top two qualifiers, and they don't even, I don't think they end up finishing third either, and getting through as the best of the rest scenario that the Matildas got through on. So they'll have to regroup, and hopefully we can go a little bit better in 3 years' time at 2024. But they should be incredibly proud nonetheless. The whole world sat up and took notice when they beat Argentina 2-0. Our beach volleyballers, our women, have had a 2-sets-to-love win over the Italian team. So Taliqua Clancy and Mariafi Itachi de Sola have had a win tonight and are looking very, very good as they progress through their group games. We're going to go through all the medals that we've achieved today. It's been our second, it's been our equal best start to an Olympics since. It's our third best start to a Games after 2000 and 2004. On both those occasions, we finished fourth on the medal table. We're currently sitting fifth on the medal table for Rebel Sports. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsports.com.au. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. So it's only the second time we've ever been able to get 7 medals in a day. And we'll relive the gold now where we claimed 3 gold medals in under an hour earlier on today. It's been a phenomenal day 5 from an Australian point of view. And certainly a Wolf Blass great performance. Wolf Blass IWC Red Winemaker, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. The performance of the day brought to you by Wolf Blass. So let's drop back in on the Kookaburras. It's early stages of the third quarter, about 11:50 to play, and it's locked at 1-1 against the Kiwis.
The Perth time zone will help, as a lot of these players do live in Perth where the AIS is.
Mitten on a constructive run for Australia. Govers to Belts, and then back to Govers. Squaring ball, couldn't get enough bend back infield.
It's been good so far in 2020 Tokyo. 5 goals for him. Mix of short corners and field goals.
He's the captain of New Zealand, Blair Tarrant.
220 games of experience for him in the back line.
Wetton looks up, assesses, goes towards the danger man. Covers into the back line, but it goes through. And a relieving 16-yard hit for New Zealand. Patches having a spell.
Just see how hot these conditions are. Yes, it's not at night, so you're not getting that glaring sun on you, but still very, very humid for these players. And it's their 4th match of the competition so far in 5 days. It's a grueling competition. It's survival of the fittest, and that should be a short corner.
You were right on the money, Georgie Parker.
As soon as you get a free hit in that defensive 25, you have to get 5 metres away from the ball. And if you do not, and if you're going to play the ball without attempting to, you're going to get a short corner every time. And it's just a little bit silly, a lapse of decision-making there. No attempt before he played it. He'll be disappointed in that, and his team will be disappointed in him as well, because that's a rule 101.
All right, big brother, ready yourself. Mum Ellie, Dad Brad, strap yourselves in. Jeremy Hayward will step up here and may have the chance to try and score against his brother Leon in goal for New Zealand. I don't reckon there would be anyone in world hockey who'd had more looks at Jeremy Hayward drag flicks than his brother. That's one positive for Leon.
Definitely. Just having a look here. I'm not sure what they're looking at. For me, it wasn't 5. And it's back of the stick. So I'm not sure what we're looking at here. We missed the conversation, I guess.
Which one? They're looking at the frick that was taken. We can't look at the cause of the free hit. We're looking.
So what I think they're discussing here is, did Trent Mitten play the free hit where it was meant to be taken? I think there's still discretion and a short corner, and I think that was just a big waste of time, really. If I was... New Zealand's going to lose their referral as well. You only get the 1 incorrect referral.
As if this moment wasn't tense enough for the Haywards. And then they need to go through that process as Wickham goes and gets ready to inject for Australia. Blake Govers is the more likely option at the top here, but there's Hayward and there's Govers and here's Wickham.
He would have been pleading, please can I take this one?
Wickham, Govers takes the shot, charged down by lead of New Zealand, another penalty corner. Govers with 5 goals at the Tokyo Games for the Kookaburras.
Straight into the knee pad there.
So will it be Govers v Hayward or Hayward v Hayward? There's Leon. He's ready. Wickham's ready. Govers again. Great save, Leon Hayward. Diving to his right. Oh, that's massive confidence booster for Big Brother.
Great save from Leon Hayward, perfectly positioned with his body, nice and stable.
Hockenden's coming again. That pops up, it's controlled. Australia will have the ball. The stick of Smith there.
You'd see Jeremy Hayward go in as fast as he could to hopefully get a rebound. Saying the ball didn't travel 5 before it goes in from a long corner or anything in that 25. The ball has to travel 5 yards before it goes in. We see this replay and just how powerful these players can flick that drag flick. I think the injection was a little bit too far to the left. That really closed down the goal for Blake Govers because the runners were covering that whole right side of the goal. Blake Govers gets the accolades of the goals, but it really is a three-person goal when you look at it. You've got the injector, you've got the person trapping it, and then Blake Govers, after all of that, is the one that's taking the drag flick. It's really important that you get the foundations of a short corner right first. Colin Batch is probably his real first test here.
New Zealand with a loss, a win and a draw through 3 games. Australia 3 wins, 3 very commanding wins. 5-3 over Japan, 7-1 over India, 5-2 over Argentina. The goals in this match were both scored in the first quarter. Tim Brand in the 9th minute for Australia, then Kane Russell, a penalty corner for New Zealand. He put it right into the roof of Andrew Charter's net. That was in the 13th minute. Not had a goal since.
Thank you.
These two teams have met 6 games prior to this. There are only 6 games in the lead up to the Olympic Games in the last 18 months. Australia were winner in all of those games. Blake Govers scored in 4 of those 6 games. Such a threat.
Great run from Beale. Offers the opportunity to Sharp. Sharp towards Wickham. Chance for the follow-up from Ogilvy. A penalty corner again for Australia. Flynn Ogilvy, 100% commitment. He had the adrenaline pumping there.
He was probably pretty thankful he didn't end up in the post there. I wouldn't have minded a shot instead here. Great piece of play here from Beale, getting his eyes up and feeding that pass across. Lockie Sharp, I would have loved him to have a shot instead, taking the selfish play, but it gave New Zealand an opportunity to get back and defend. If he took a shot earlier, he would have had a better angle to be part of, and Leon Hayward in the end quite good as well, not letting Ogilvy near the ball. And we've got Jeremy Hayward here as well as Simmons on the top, so this might be Hayward's opportunity.
Flung in. Here is Hayward! And it's hit the post! Can you believe it?
Oh.
So Hayward v Hayward and the post one.
Apologies for the noise that just came out of my mouth then. There was a great shot there from Hayward, and Leon Hayward just going up to the post then. How's the power? That crossover from the top has been really effective for the Kookaburras so far. Just confuses those first runners a little bit, not sure which one to go to. As you see him crossing over, Lockie Sharp making a great trap, and how's his power off his brother's hand into the post.
So that's bragging rights for the moment to Leon Hayward. He's done brilliantly there.
And how's the postie just stick up, hoping for the best, and Leon Hayward gets the tick there from me.
So for those that weren't with us earlier, Leon Hayward playing for New Zealand after playing 13 matches for Australia in 2014 and 15, couldn't consolidate his position in the Australian side through his mother's heritage, New Zealand heritage, was able to move across the ditch and play for the Black Sticks. And Jeremy has very much consolidated his position in this Kookaburras lineup.
A few questions on how you can do that. If you take enough time out of international hockey, you're allowed to change nations if you have a passport for there. So his last game for the Kookaburras was in 2019, and then here we are, 2015, and here we are now.
So still 1-1, but it feels like there's been more than a bit of excitement and drama in this match, Georgie Parker. It's been very entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. And throughout the Olympics, Kookaburras have scored in really quick succession. So I can imagine if they do score a goal, it could be a flurry of goals, because they're definitely getting those opportunities in the circle. And those outcomes will come, whether it is a goal or whether it is more short corners. The more short corners they get, the more chance that very dangerous attacking options will be there. You've got Blake Govers and Haywood on the top. Huge goal scorers there. 95 goals for Blake Govers.
Extraordinary strike rate for Govers as well. Only his 107th game. That's that benefit, Georgie, of playing forward but also being a powerful drag flicker that you've spoken about already during this Olympic campaign for Australia. New Zealand, a rare foray forward. Jeunesse is there with the cards coming out here. Dawson going to the floor. And Jeunesse showing the door.
Good use of body here from Dawson. You can just see him take one step to the left there to make it difficult for him to come, and he got frustrated, and instead of trying to get ahead of him, he gave him a little shove. The umpire wasn't happy with that. So 2 minutes in the sin bin for him. Give him a little chance to have a rest.
Tackle from Woods on Mitten. Not executed to the umpire's liking. Govers. So there's Govers moving at that 5 metres and now thinking about the ball inside the circle. It does ricochet in. Sharp's there. Belts. Dispossessed. Umpire lets them play.
Looking for the short corner there. When you do have those two dangerous options on the top, you do often look for them, especially in those bottom corners. Doesn't matter where in the circle you get that infringement. So if you think that you're not going to be in a goal-scoring position, the short corner's the better option.
15 penetrations for Australia to 7 for New Zealand, but it's 1-1 between the Kookaburras and the Black Sticks. Let in defence brings the ball out. Lane. Commitment shown as New Zealand come forward here. Wilson. Pancher couldn't get a read on that. And now Australia in possession again. Knocked by Govers, or Mitten wanted to get it back to Govers. White. So still the only goals in the game came in the first quarter, and New Zealand keen to do something about it. Good ball from the 19-year-old Finlay, but an equally good tackle by the ever-reliable Eddie Ockenden. Govers beautifully possessed by Ockenden, and he comes forward. Australia a free hit used quickly. Mitten outside the circle.
Just frustrating. Blake Govers passing that to Trent Mitten really quickly, but just slightly going into that circle. So although it wasn't intended to go through the circle, it did. So I hadn't travelled to 5 before going in. So really frustrating bit, because Trent Mitten was going to have a shot on goal from that.
So just about 2.5 minutes to go in the third period there. Australia and New Zealand locked in a really tense battle here. Australia have had pretty much their way of it for our Kookaburras in the men's hockey in their first 3 games. And New Zealand really serving it up to them, as we often expect, no matter what the sport, when it's our brothers and sisters across the ditch. We know things go up a couple of notches. So this is going to have a great finish in the last quarter. We'll bring you that action as well. We'll relive the highlights of today's events, and we'll tell you what you need to look forward to for tomorrow. Australia have got 5 realistic gold medal chances tomorrow, and we'll talk about those before we finish up at midnight as well. 7 medals today for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com.au, and several PBs for Pilot, your online men's health navigator. Real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot.com.au. Back after this.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Herald Sun app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X, available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan, featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity. The Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent you. LMCT 8938 and 10856.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
For me, whether it's training, competing, or just kicking around, Lululemon keeps me on track. Designed for style, comfort, and performance. Trust me, once you get on the Lululemon train, you won't be hopping off. Engineered to free up your movement, check out the big 3 shorts. Lululemon Surge Short, Pace Breaker, and The Short. Unrestricted performance, technical shorts engineered to stretch your comfort zone no matter what you put them through. Lululemon, I wear them everywhere. Find yours at lululemon.com.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
The overall medal tally for Rebel Sport. Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. Japan on top, 22 medals, 13 of them gold. They've got less than China in the United States, but they've got more gold, and that's what it's all about. China in second position, 12 gold out of their 27 medals. United States in third, 30 medals, 10 of them gold. The Russian Olympic Committee has 21 medals, 7 gold. And Australia sit fifth in the medal tally with 6 golds and 16 medals in total. We got 7 of them today. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com.au. Hockey has got back underway, fourth quarter. Just before we rejoin, a little look at what tomorrow brings from an overall perspective. Really looking forward to the golf getting started. I don't know if you saw look at Mark Leishman and Cam Smith on Instagram. They've got the green and gold bags with the green and gold uniform, and we do really need to thank our uniform partner, which has just jumped off the screen from me. There it is, the uniform partner, which is our uniform partner as well as the Australians' uniform partner, Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and the SEN's call team. Looking resplendent, Mark Leishman and Cameron Smith before they get golf happening tomorrow. So that's starting from 8:30 in the morning. Rowing, the men's pairs in the final B, the women's pairs final B. There's shooting tomorrow in the women's 25-metre pistol and the women's trap. There's archery in the men's individual, shooting in the men's trap. BMX racing gets started tomorrow. We've got some really good chances in BMX racing. The men's individual. We've got women's individual archery, the women's individual BMX. Rugby sevens. That starts tomorrow for our defending Olympic champions. Our Australian women's team take on host nation Japan before midday, and then they've got a second game against China tomorrow night. Real medal chances tomorrow in the following events. So 800-metre freestyle, Jack McLaughlin, who got silver in the men's 400-metre freestyle. In the 100 metres freestyle, Kyle Chalmers defending his Rio gold. 200 metres breaststroke, Zach Stubblety-Cook ranked 2 in the world, and Rob Woodhouse believes that he is a definite gold medal chance because he's got more in the tank and another level to get to. Our women's 4x200 metre freestyle, they did it in an absolute canter. They finished about 3 seconds faster than the US, which was a phenomenal performance as they go through to the final, ranked number 1. We've got sailing tomorrow, heaps of sailing events continuing, and some of our sailors doing very, very nicely indeed. Keep an eye out for Matt Wern, and keep an eye out for Jason Waterhouse and Lisa Darmanin in the mixed multi-hull. They sit 3rd overall at the minute. So there's plenty of our sailors doing quite nicely indeed, and really good chances of medals in several of the sailing classes. The men's individual archery, the finals are on that tomorrow afternoon. We've got the men's 200-metre individual medley, the semi-finals. We've got the women's 4x2, as I mentioned. Sailing, heaps of sailing. Jess Fox into the semis in the women's C1. This is the better of the 2 events that she competes in. And we're doing quite well too in the canoe. The men's kayak K1, Lucien Delfour came 3rd in his heat and has qualified for the semi-finals. Tomorrow as well, the water polo. Australian men are absolutely crushing it at the minute. They beat the number 2 ranked team in the world, Croatia, last night, and they're back in action tomorrow evening against Serbia. And then we've got heats in the women's backstroke, the 4x100 metre medley for, and then the hockey, our hockey roos in action against New Zealand as well. So that's on the agenda tomorrow. So we've got 5 definite medal chances tomorrow, including Jess Fox, who should get through a semi. And it could be another massive day. Australia have just gone 2-1 up. Let's rejoin the action with 10 to play in the final quarter.
An impact he is having. He gives Australia the lead. His 2nd goal of the game.
Great finish there from him, and he's just so dangerous when he gets the ball, whether he's going to be scoring or he's bringing one of his teammates in. But a beautiful trap there, controlling it, finding that space, and not bringing his stick off the ball. That's key there. To any young players out here watching, you don't need to be taking your stick off the ball. Perfect finish into the bottom right-hand corner there. Similar to his first shot in terms of placement and location in the goal, and the 2nd goal for the game. And he gives his team a 2-1 lead here in the 4th.
With his 4th, Georgie, 4 goals at your first Olympic Games.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And he should be happy with how he's playing. Bringing out other players in, that's what I really like to see with these strikers. You often don't get much of the ball, but he's getting plenty of it, and he's bringing his teammates in. Exciting player. Just 22 years old. 48 games. That's his 22nd goal.
And the clatter of sticks there as Thomas brought the ball forward for New Zealand. was a while coming. Australia in front. No goals in the second quarter, no goals in the third, but early in the fourth quarter.
Hoping it opens the floodgates a little bit, takes off a little bit of pressure for these forwards. When the ball goes up, maybe they'll take a little bit more time and care with the ball and make some better decisions in the attacking circle.
Australia hasn't won 4 consecutive games at the start of an Olympic campaign since 1988 in Seoul, and Australia went through the group phase unbeaten. Zalewski. Back he goes. Hayward. He's had a crack at his brother's goal, but Leon Hayward making the earlier save. Deflecting it.
So we've got 8 minutes to play in this game. We're going to get a breakaway and come back and take the final stages. Australia leading 2-1. The Kookaburras up over New Zealand in their last group match. We'll come back on the other side and see them home.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles. Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Designer Appliances are your premium laundry appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create functional spaces, converting your laundry into a practical paradise. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Blake Govers has just got the Kookaburras' third goal. He's got 6 out of their 16 for the tournament. Let's rejoin Australia 3-1. The Kookaburras up over New Zealand with about 4 minutes to play.
Goal scorers. Waters in Tokyo 64, and Australia won its first medal in hockey, scored 7 goals. Brian Glencross in 68, Ron Riley again 7 in 76, and Jamie Dwyer of course in 04, including the most famous of all Kookaburra goals in that final.
I think a lot of these Kookaburra players would have been inspired by Jamie Dwyer in 2004, of course, that gold medal winning match against Holland in Athens. You see potentially another goal here. The Kookaburras, they're still pushing and still looking for those opportunities. They're not happy with a 3-1 game here. They'll be wanting more.
Wickham knocked away, but maybe to his advantage. The whistle went to the mouth, then went down, then went back up again, and Australia will get the penalty corner.
Well worked by Wickham there, just chasing that ball. He didn't think he was going to be able to get it, and just that desperation of the reach to bring that down to Govers. And again, Govers not taking his stick off the ball here. He wanted to go for that flick across the face. Trent Mitten was there waiting, and he knew that Bill was after a penalty stroke. I think a corner probably does suffice here, but Blake Govers knows that he's going to be on the top of the circle here. We've got Simmons as well. Veteran Eddie Ockenden in his 4th Olympic Games, making the trap.
Can Australia make it 4? Up steps Govers, saved by Leon Hayward. Wickham the follow-up shot, and he makes it 4 instead. Wickham scores his 2nd goal of the Olympics, and Australia has blown it open here with 3 minutes to go.
Great perseverance there from Tom Wickham, and he was the one that drew that short corner, giving that ball to Blake Govers. So a reward for effort there, bringing that goal, that tally to 4 goals to 1. That crossover again that's worked so well for him. Leon Hayward making the initial save. But just too many Kookaburras around that goal mouth for New Zealand to be able to defend effectively. Just a little bat away into the corner there. And Tom Wickham with his 2nd goal. He's a persevering player. It's just his 29th international goal. 62 matches over a career of over 10 years for him. He's done it the hard way. He's done 3 Olympic campaigns. Finally making his debut here in the 2nd match here against India. I don't know who's going to claim him, NT, South Australia or WA. He's been living all around the country, residing in Perth, as nearly all of these players are at the moment.
Just about everyone's got a play at him. I think they'd all take him, Georgie.
Absolutely.
Well, Australia is having a superb Olympics with now 21 goals through 4 games.
Completely different story to them in Rio, where they just really did struggle to score. Besides that game against Brazil, they really did struggle to score. So it's really pleasing to see, and it takes a lot of pressure off of them.
Ross got it out wide. A chance here. New Zealand through Wilson. Wilson found that foot. And a chance for New Zealand to find a consolation goal, perhaps with a couple of minutes to go.
Absolutely, they've got such a dangerous battery at the top in their short corners. Howard just unable to get his feet out of the way. You've got 40 seconds to get all your equipment on. If you get in late, you get a card against you, and one of your players has to go at the halfway line. So it's a big rush to get all your equipment on quickly. You get your knee pads, your hands, your gloves, your face guard. You don't want to be getting hit by that very hard ball going upwards of 145 k's an hour.
Kane Russell's the man to watch here. Here he goes. Russell with another superb finish. That's two immaculate drag flicks from Kane Russell in this match. And just as Coach Darren Smith looked to be on the way out of the stadium, he's perhaps pleased that he stayed to see that.
Yeah, another perfectly executed short corner, and Andrew Charter's not happy with himself. But honestly, these drag flicks, you can't underestimate how fast they're going. You can have the best reaction time in the world and not able to get that. That was perfectly executed right over his shoulder. There's no way he was going to be able to stop that. Kids spend hours and hours learning how to do this, and Kane Russell, he's not the usual body type. They're usually tall with long arms that are going to be able to create these long levers. He's short, but he's strong, and he's able to use his power with perfect technique. And another goal for him too for the game.
Tim Brand. Whether it's scoring goals or just having wins around the field, such an influential player for the Kookaburras.
He's a Rising Star nominee in 2019, along with teammate Jake Harvey. So he's been recognised around the world of a player to watch. Eddie Ockenden won that award back when he was a young tacker. Anna Flanagan won it for the girls, and so did Matt Swan.
Tarrant is desperate to get the ball. No one's overly desperate to get it to him.
Australia will pull back now. They won't want any junk time goals against them. Last minute of the day.
Russell to Wilson. Tarrant involved here as Lane brings it inside the circle. Free hit, one outside the circle. It has to go back 5 metres. Tarrant raises it. And now Australia can just enjoy the final 30 seconds of this match. One more pool match to come for the Kookaburras.
So that'll close it out. 20 seconds and counting. Australia, a hard-fought 4-2 victory. They've won every one of their pool games, so their group games so far, with Spain to come. And off the text, 0433 98 11 16. Gee, Sam, that Russell from New Zealand has a mean drag flick on the penalty quarters. Oh, yeah, he's got a cannon. I think that was at least a couple that he scored from penalties. Nicely done, big fella. From the number ending in 6055, thank you for your very kind message. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for listening. 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Let's take our last break, come back and relive the golden hour today. A truly special day in Australian Olympic history. 3 gold medals in under 60 minutes. We've never done that before, and at Olympics, it's only the 5th time we've got 3 gold medals in a day. We had 7 medals overall, and we'll start with the golds after this.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
G'day, it's Gerard Healy and Kane Corns. We're all creatures of habit, and if you've made it a habit to sleep on worn-out pillows, time to sleep on a Spinal Ease.
It aligns the head, neck and spine for comfort and support.
Since I got a Spinal Ease pillow, no more annoying headaches. I absolutely love it.
The Spinal Ease pillow will change the way you sleep and wake forever.
Order your Spinal Ease pillow now and get free delivery. Visit spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. It'll change the way you sleep forever.
Business owners, grow your business with fast, flexible funding. With Timeleo's invoice finance, you can skip waiting for large businesses to pay you on their 30, 60 or even 90-day terms. Thanks to Timeleo's quick and easy online application, your business can have access to funds from your customer invoices within 24 hours of approval. Money today, growth tomorrow. Timeleo, a better way to finance. timeleo.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
A busy night session comes to an end. Day 5 of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Sam Hargraves with you. It's been a pleasure to have your company throughout the course of this evening. When we first got on air, we just got started when Rowan Dennis got Australia's 7th medal of the day, their 4th bronze in the men's individual time trial. The cycling update for City Venue Management, Camino apparel for the modern athlete, Camino apparel creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. And then we got rolling into the events of the evening, starting with the beach volleyball. Unfortunately, the men's Chris McHugh, Damien Schumann bowed out of the Olympics, losing to Spain. In the boxing, a distraught Sky Nicholson went down in a nail-biter to Carisse Ardingstall from Great Britain, but Sky got further than any other woman has in boxing in Australian Olympic history. Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez were knocked out by the Swiss team of the women's doubles. Ash Barty and John Peers were able to get through the Argentinian team in their first round mixed doubles match. In the basketball, Australia hard-fought 3-point win over Italy. In the hockey, our Hockeyroos, our women's hockey team, beat Japan 1-0. In the swimming, Emma McKeon recorded an Olympic record to qualify fastest in the 100-metre freestyle, so goes through to the semi. So too does Kate Campbell. In the men's 200-metre backstroke, Tristan Hollard qualified for the semi-final, 4th in his heat. In the women's 200-metre breaststroke, Bendigo's Jenna Strosh finished 3rd in her heat to get through to the semi-final. No such luck, though, for Abby Harkin, who finished 7th in the same heat. The Olyroos campaign is over, sadly going down 2-0 to Egypt. In the swimming, Brendan Smith, men's 200-metre individual medley. He finished 2nd in heat 3, but didn't qualify to get through to the semi-final. Mitch Larkin did, though, finishing 1st in his heat. In the women's 4x200 freestyle, about 3 seconds in front of America's time, Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris, Brianna Throssell and Tamsin Cook qualified fastest for the final tomorrow. And now it's just a matter of seeing how many changes they make to that team with a few different options in the form of Leah Neal, Emma McKeon and Ariane Titmus, who could come into that team to swim that race Beach volleyball, Mariafi Itachi de Sola and Talika Clancy won their second Pool E game. And in the hockey, Australia have just beaten New Zealand 4-1 in the end. Let's recap the golden hour for today. Never has this happened for us in Australian Olympic history. 3 gold medals in the space of an hour. And it started with a history-making situation where it's the first time in 30 years that the women's cockless fours has been at the Olympics. It's been brought back in to bring back some equality into the Olympics, and what a way to reintroduce that sport to us with our Aussie women winning our first gold of the day.
Now there's 100 metres to row. It's Australia just in front. Netherlands coming out after them. And then 2 boat lengths away to Ireland third. The Australians giving it everything. Just in front. Netherlands not getting there yet. Still Australia marginally in front. It's Netherlands trying ever so hard. But the Australians are holding on and win gold. Oh, what a performance. Australia gold, Netherlands second. And in third, Ireland, Great Britain fourth. What a magnificent performance by Stephen, Popper, Morrison and McIntyre.
Our new Olympic champions. And you're also foursome. Isn't that fantastic? The pressure.
It certainly was. Beautifully called by Matty Hill. He's just a superstar, is he? And so are those 4 women as well. What an extraordinary performance. 30 years it's been since that event has been in the Olympics, and we are gold medalists in it. Rosie Popper spoke to Gerard Whateley not long after that and discussed her feelings about crossing the line as an Olympic gold medalist.
I think initially I was pretty certain that we'd won. I just wasn't too sure because we could feel the Dutch coming at us. So I think it was, just waiting until you could see Australia number 1 on the presentation, and then have a bit of rush of relief comes over and joy. I think it's going to take a few days to settle in, and I think it's everything that we've worked so hard for together has paid off, and it's such an amazing feeling. It's something that you can't really describe, all the hard work that's gone into it.
She spoke about her parents, Ian and Sue, who also were Olympic medalists in rowing.
So my coach said just before we got on the water, he said, "You're bred for this." So I think you don't rely on the genetics, but I definitely think, the support that they've given me and just, focusing on what's between the ears has been so beneficial. And I think, something an experience that your parents had that you can share with them too. It's quite amazing. So I was able to FaceTime them a few minutes ago, and they're on the Vinos enjoying it. So I think, I think it just shows how many people are invested on this journey, and the payoff is so sweet.
Rosie Popper, her father Ian defected from Romania in 1978. He was an 86 world champion, a dual Olympian, bronze medal in the men's 8s at the 84 Olympics. Her mother, Susan Chapman, won Australia's first Olympic medal in women's rowing, a bronze in the Cox 4 at the LA Games as well. So what a family tradition that is, and what a moment in history for us. And it got even better in the very next race. We cast our minds back to 92 and 96. The legend and the legends that were the awesome foursome finally get to pass the torch on to the next generation.
What a massive moment this is in the history of Australian rowing. The men's 4s lead by 3/4 of a boat length. The Romanians are coming with a challenge over on the far side. Then it's Great Britain, and then over on the near side, the Italians are finishing strongly too. There's about 100 metres to row. It's Australia in front of canvas. Romania's coming at them.
The British crew have gone off the course. There's going to be a crash, but the Australian crew, without the composure, just delivering on top of the screen.
They're still just in front, the Australians. The Italians are coming at them hard. 50 metres to row, a chaotic finish. Yes. The Australians hold on. The Australians have done it. The Australians have done it. The gold medal is coming home.
Fantastic.
There they are. Alexander Purnell, Spencer Turren, Jack Hargraves, Alexander Hill. We have
a new awesome foursome. And I'm going to hand over the mantle to them personally when I get to see them. That is an amazing race executed perfectly. They deserve to own now Australian rowing. The men's and women's fours now deserve to be the future of Australian rowing. Congratulations. I am just so absolutely pumped.
And it was James Tompkins that handed over the gold medals to both of those teams, which was beautifully symbolic. That's who you want to give you your gold medal. That's as good as it gets. The whole team spoke to Channel 7 after the win.
Amazing scenes here at the rowing. Back-to-back gold medals for Australia. It's official. 25 years after the awesome foursome won in 1996. We have a new awesome foursome, boys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does it feel like? You know that legacy better than anybody. You are now officially part of that.
Yeah, you are. You watch them racing when you're growing up. You get more involved in the sport. You see them win tight races in Atlanta and Barcelona, and you just want to be part of that history. But going through the last few years, we've worked really hard together. There's been some good times, there's been some tough times, especially last year. The last 12 months has been pretty hard, but we've managed to get on the water, row together, and really build that trust with each other, and I think that's what got us through the line when it was really, really tough.
Nick Green is on the commentary team for 7. James Tompkins is here. These guys, they mean everything to you, and I can tell you they're so happy that you have taken that mantle now. What does it mean to you guys?
Oh, we're just super humbled to be sitting in this boat that those legends have, been in before and reached the pinnacle. So, to be able to put the boat back on top is like an amazing feeling. Yeah. It's been a long time. It's good to be back. Yeah.
Spencer Dungog is famous for a couple of things. So Doug Walters, Bush Rangers, and now Spencer.
And Nate Dog. That's it. Thanks, guys. Done this, done that, Dungog.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. The new awesome foursome.
Thank you very much, mate.
Well done, boys. Go get that gold.
That one's for you, Lloydie, brother. I love you, mate.
There we go. The men's coxless fours. What a day that was for our rowers. And then 10 minutes after that, Ariane Titmus joined the pantheon of Ian Thorpe and Shane Gould as winners of the 200 and the 400 metre freestyle.
Yep, watch Ariane accelerate into this turn, but it is Jorge that she's going to be up in this final 50 metres.
So the world record holder in lane 1 is her world record going to go. It's Jorge, Yang and Titmus just tired ever so slightly at the concluding stage of that lap. Now Arnie needs to go.
Arnie needs to go here. She's 0.5 of a second behind, so half a second behind Jorge of Hong Kong. She really needs to put her head down.
Ledecky was 5th at the turn. I don't think the great American can get into the gold medal position. Now she goes up, Arnie. She gets into the lead. Ariane Titmus, the legend is growing before our eyes. She does it again. An Olympic record. A golden double. Ariane Titmus, the 2 and 4.
The replay for Lloyd's Auctions. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Here's Ariane with Channel 7 straight after winning her second gold medal of these Olympics.
Well, isn't she just incredible? Arnie, you've done the double. That's unbelievable. You left it till the last few metres. What are you thinking as you're coming home there?
I could see I was trying to move Siobhan down on the third 50 and I had no idea where she was in the last lap. I knew that I had Katie covered, but Siobhan was the person that was there and I felt it a little bit at the end. My legs started to go a bit, but I'm happy to get it done.
Just absolutely incredible. We've seen Mum and Dad, we've already spoken to them. They've both said they nearly had a heart attack. They are okay, thankfully. Can you understand the enormity of what you've done here? I mean, the last freestyle to do it is Thorpe. You're in that kind of company now. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will settle in until I get home and have a rest. I mean, when you're in this situation, you kind of like have to compartmentalize everything. And I think once I stop racing, I'll kind of like release everything. I'm thinking about onto the relay and the 800 now, and I don't want to like ruin the rest of my meet by celebrating too hard. But I'm very proud of what I've achieved.
You'll be happy to know that Boxall didn't celebrate too hard either. He was excited, but not quite as much as the 400. I'm not sure if you know this, but Australia Post has made a stamp with your face on it already.
Oh, wow.
Does that give you an idea of
the impact this is having at home, especially with little kids, but just everyone who's doing it tough in Australia. You are such a hero to them, and I know that's a hard question to answer, but do you understand what this means to people?
Yeah, I mean, back home, right before we left, Sydney went into lockdown. I know a lot of other places are as well, and it's really sad. So I'm happy that the Olympics are here, and we can hopefully bring some excitement to lounge rooms. I mean, I feel so fortunate to be here, to be able to do what I love, and I'm just from a small town in Tassie, and this goes to show that if you believe you can do something, you can 100% do it if you work for it.
Beautifully said. On behalf of Australia, thank you so much. You are a legend. We love you. Well done, honey.
Thanks. Hi, Mum and Dad. Hi, everyone.
It's sensational, isn't it? And has the 800 freestyle to go. Another date with Katie Ledecky and the potential 4x200 metre relay as well. If we've got a little bit of time, just this vision or this audio of Melbourne, the Melbourne AFL players who took some time out of training to cheer on Ariane Titmus. Would have been scenes in workplaces, schools and everywhere you could possibly think of around the country. What a moment. And tomorrow we've got some really strong gold medal chances. Jack McLaughlin, the 800 free, Kyle Chalmers in the 100 free, Zach Stubblety-Cook in the breaststroke, the women's 4x2. And could this be the moment for Jess Fox? We will find out tomorrow. Our Lloyd's Auctions replay. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Thanks so much for your company. Thanks for Jules and Nige. We'll see you again tomorrow night for the night session. A massive day coming up tomorrow. 5 absolutely realistic gold medal chances and plenty of other Aussies in action. Day 6 tomorrow from Tokyo.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X, available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan. Featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity, the Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent you. LMCT 8938 and 10856.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
And to our Eastern States listeners, a very big welcome to the Overnight Crowd. A brand new day, Thursday, the 29th of July, 2021. Hopefully, it's as golden as the last day that we experienced, particularly from a sporting perspective in Australia, with 3 gold medals claimed virtually within the space of an hour late yesterday morning. Damien Watson with you. What was your highlight to take out over the last 24 hours in the Olympics? Feel free to call in 1300 736 736 and maybe what you're looking forward to over the coming days as well, and feel free to text in 0433 98 11 16. It was an amazing morning. In particular, we had 3 gold medals within the space of virtually an hour. Ariane Titmus shone once again, claiming the 200-metre and 400-metre double. Of course, the 400-metre freestyle victory came earlier in the week, but she claimed the 200-metre event in the freestyle earlier on yesterday, and it was a great swim. She now etches herself into Australian Olympic folklore, and hopefully, given she's only, 20 years of age, there's more success to come from a medal perspective for her, not only in the coming days, but also in the coming years. She's still got a long way ahead of her, potentially, if she continues on with this vein of form and confidence. And Dean Boxall has to be given credit for his coaching methods. A little unorthodox and a little unusual, but very, very effective in the form of Ariarne Titmus. Let's take a listen to her interview post-race in the 200-metre freestyle yesterday.
Well, isn't she just incredible? Arnie, you've done the double. That's unbelievable. You left it till the last few metres. What are you thinking as you're coming home there?
Well, I could see I was trying to mow Siobhan down on the third 50 and I had no idea where she was in the last lap. I knew that I had Katie covered, but Siobhan was the person that was there and I felt it a little bit at the end. My legs started to go a bit, but I'm happy to get it done.
It's absolutely incredible. We've seen Mum and Dad, we've already spoken to them. They've both said they nearly had a heart attack. They are okay, thankfully. Can you understand the enormity of what you've done here? I mean, the last freestyle we're doing is Thorpe. You're in that kind of company now. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will settle in until I get home and have a rest. I mean, when you're in this situation, you kind of like have to compartmentalize everything, and I think once I stop racing, I'll kind of like release everything. I'm thinking about onto the relay and 800 now, and I don't want to like ruin the rest of my meet by celebrating too hard, but I'm very proud of what I've achieved.
You'll be happy to know that Boxall didn't celebrate too hard either. He was excited, but not quite as much as the 400. I'm not sure if you know this, but Australia Post has made a stamp with your face on it already.
Oh, wow.
Does that give you an idea of the impact this is having at home, especially with little kids, but just everyone who's doing it tough in Australia? You are such a hero to them, and I know that's a hard question to answer, but do you understand what this means to people?
Yeah, I mean, back home, right before we left, Sydney went into lockdown. I know a lot of other places are as well, and it's really sad. So I'm happy that the Olympics are here, and we can hopefully bring some excitement to lounge rooms. I mean, I feel so fortunate to be here, to be able to do what I love, and I'm just from a small town in Tassie, and this goes to show that if you believe you can do something, you can 100% do it if you work for it.
Beautifully said. On behalf of Australia, thank you so much. You are a legend. We love you. Well done, Arnie.
Thanks. Hi, Mum and Dad. Hi, everyone.
Fantastic work from Ariarne Titmus. Well spoken and very much a good role model for youngsters out there. I think her parents are actually in the media game or in the communications game, so she's got good stock in that department when it comes to speaking with the media, and it certainly was a great story. It remains a great story, and it could continue on, no question about that. Tony has texted through saying, Aussies traditionally love winners, no doubt, but with these Olympics under the horrendous challenges of COVID, we now also equally admire our athletes' ability to smile after both adversity of not getting gold, obviously in reference to Jess Fox, plus the humility of achieving gold. And Ariarne Titmus exuded that in spades there. Through the television, more now than ever, we can connect with all these emotions. In lockdown, our emotions have been magnified, hence our connectivity strengthened. Thank you, Tony, for sending that through. There's certainly some great examples there, and I think it's great to lift the mood of an entire nation as well. That's the good thing about the Olympics. Obviously, the global stage, a lot of people have been questioning the significance of the Olympics in recent times. Maybe it's because Australia haven't gone as well in previous Olympic campaigns, but hey, it was a golden day yesterday, no question about that. And we look forward to what's to come next, potentially. Ariarne Titmus, certainly a legend now. I think she always will be when it comes to Australian swimming circles. The other big notion to focus on is the rowing. 2 golds with the men's fours and the women's fours saluting. The first time the men's fours have won the gold medal since the famous Awesome Foursome in 1996 in Atlanta, and that particular foursome also won in Barcelona in 1992. So the 25-year drought effectively broken. A sensational victory, no question about that. For the men's fours, let's take a listen to the interview after claiming the gold medal.
You watch them racing when you're growing up. You get more involved in the sport. You see them win tight races in Atlanta and Barcelona, and you just want to be part of that history. But going through the last few years, we've worked really hard together. There's been some good times, there's been some tough times, especially last year. The last 12 months has been pretty hard, but we've managed to get on the water, row together, and really build that trust with each other, and that's think that's what got us through the line when it was really, really tough.
Nick Green is on the commentary team for Seven. James Tompkin is here. These guys, they mean everything to you, and I can tell you they're so happy that you have taken that mantle now. What does it mean to you guys?
Oh, we're just super humbled to be sitting in this fight. Those legends have, beaten him before and reached the pinnacle. So, to be able to put the boy back on top is like an amazing feeling. Yeah.
It's been a long time. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Spencer Dungog is famous for a couple of things. So Doug Walters, Bush Rangers, and now Spencer.
And Nate Dog.
That's it. Thanks, guys.
Done this, done that, Dungog.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. The new awesome foursome.
Thank you very much, mate.
Well done, boys. Go get that gold.
Yes, an awesome foursome for a new generation, it's fair to say. We've rowing gold for the men's fours there. The crew of Alex Purnell, Spencer Turin, Jack Hargraves and Alex Hill, all great characters by the sound of it, completing a rowing double, obviously, following on from the women's fours earlier on in the morning. And it has certainly ended the dominance that Great Britain have had over that event over the last 25 years since that Australian victory back in 1996. And it's interesting, if you have a look at the finish, the UK crew, or the Great Britain crew, were all over the place. Their boat was virtually diagonal to where it should have been, and as a result, the Australians were able to come through and win a thrilling gold medal. Romania certainly finished with a flourish to take the silver medal, while Italy crossed in third for the bronze in the men's fours. So the other side of the coin also has to be mentioned, and that's the women's fours, the new awesome foursome, and they were fantastic. Another thrilling finish as well. They battled it out down the lake with the Netherlands crew, and they just pipped them at the post. So the Australian crew of Rosie Popper, Lucy Stephen, Annabelle McIntyre and Jessica Morrison steamed to gold. Rosie Popper, of course, daughter of parents who have claimed, I think, bronze medal back in 1984 in the rowing back in the Los Angeles Olympic Games, and the world champions set an Olympic record with their heat performance, moving into the final yesterday as the gold medal favourites, and they lived up to the hype. They crossed the line in an Olympic record time of 6 minutes and 15.37 seconds. The Netherlands were just 0.34 of a second behind. Let's take a listen to the interview following the gold medal winning performance of the women's fours for Australia.
Amazing, the new awesome foursome. I've got two of the girls with me right now, Lucy and Rosemary. Unbelievable event. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, what are they doing in nil right now, do you reckon, Lucy?
I hope they're all watching, but no, that I went down that course thinking of them. Very proud country girl, so just so excited to be able to come from such a small place and work hard. I think it just proves if you set your mind to anything, anything's possible.
Rosemary, your parents obviously bronze medalists in the 1984 Olympics. Yeah. You're a gold medalist now.
Yeah, it's been a lot of big finals over the last 15 years, and I think our fours just been so brave, and we're just such a unit and so much trust. Even there's such pretty hard conditions today, but there was just never a doubt in the boat. We listened to what Lucy was saying, and I know everyone at home's so proud, and they've been there through all the tears and ups and downs. So I think this is as much for them as it is for us.
What would your parents be thinking right now? They've been here.
I think they'd just be so proud, and I think they're just so happy for us, and proud as any parent is. It doesn't matter if you've got a bronze medal or whatever. It's if your child's done something pretty amazing. I think everyone would be pretty proud.
Oh, well done. Let it all out. Lucy, is there anyone you want to say thanks to back home?
No, just thanks to everyone. We wouldn't be here without our clubs, Banks, Melbourne Uni, Rowing Victoria, our schools, and obviously our partners and our parents and our families. This is a huge team that goes behind this, and thanks to our coaches, support staff, just everyone. It's just amazing to be a part of it.
Jess and Annabelle, they've got another race. That's why they're not here. You haven't lost them.
No, I
Girls,
haven't lost
congratulations. The whole of Australia is going mad right now.
Thank
well
you so
done.
much.
You're
Thank
gold
you.
medalists.
There you go, two of the women's four speaking there on behalf of the Australian crew, Rosie Popper and Lucy Stephen. A great story, particularly Lucy Stephen, who, as you heard there, is from the country town of Nil in far western Victoria, not far from the Victorian and South Australian border. And Tokyo, obviously, a long way from there, and to win gold on foreign shores, a fantastic effort, no question about that. So a golden day in the rowing, well called, I must say, by Matt Hill, who was heard on not only our SEN coverage, but also on Channel 7 as well. He certainly is one of the best callers and best broadcasters going around. 1300 736 736. If you want to ring in, feel free. The lines are open. What was your highlight and takeout from yesterday? Where were you when you were watching potentially that hour of power? Maybe you missed it or caught up with the replays. But if you were watching, what exactly were you doing? I suppose most people were at home, given half the nation was in lockdown effectively or under restrictions. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Eager to hear your highlights of the day of Olympic action yesterday from an Australian point of view. Also, we'll hear from Ariane Titmus' family in just a moment. I spoke about the influence of her parents, but also her grandparents were interviewed earlier yesterday, which was very funny and very joyous to listen to. Just to keep you up to date for those who missed it, in the hockey, the women's team, of course, the Hockey Roos defeated Japan 1-0-0, and also Australia, the men's team, the Kookaburras, defeated New Zealand, their trans-Tasman rivals, convincingly 4-2 after it was a one-apiece scoreline at half-time. So Australia careering away in the second half in Pool A of the men's tournament. So the Kookaburras in good form. I guess the question is whether they can carry it through to a gold medal. That was always their hoodoo, wasn't it? They dominate every other major tournament, the Kookaburras, for many years, but failed to get that Olympic gold medal until the elusive nature of it was found in 2004 in Athens, when Jamie Dwyer scored with pretty much seconds to play in that final against the Netherlands back in Athens all those years ago in 2004. And also from a football perspective, the Olyroos went down to Egypt earlier on last night, but at least the Matildas, in their quest for some form of medal, they're going to take on the Brits in the quarter-final, what should be a blockbuster. And Britain obviously compelled with football fever after the Euro final only a matter of weeks ago. I'm sure they'll be cheering on their side against the Matildas. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. May as well run through the Olympic medal tally as well at this point in time. And Australia not going too badly considering the population per capita type situation. So Japan are actually in the lead at this point, the home nation. They have 13 gold medals, and that traditionally seems to be the case. The home nation always seems to lift for a home games. Australia did that back in 2000 when I think the Aussies came equal third in the medal tally alongside Russia. But Japan are in the lead, 13 gold medals to their name, 4 silver and 5 bronze with a total of 22. China in second with 12 gold, 6 silver and 9 bronze medals, a total of 27. The United States lead the actual overall medal tally, but they're third because they've won 11 gold, 11 silver and 9 bronze with a total of 31. Russia with 7 gold medals, 10 silver and 6 bronze with a total of 23. And Australia follow them with 6 gold medals, 1 silver and 9 bronze for a total of 16. And that edges Australia ahead of Great Britain, which will certainly make a lot of people smile in this country. 5 gold, 6 silver and 5 bronze to the Brits with a total of 16 as well. South Korea in 7th with 4 gold, 2 silver and 5 bronze, a total of 11. Germany in 8th position with 3 gold, 2 silver and 5 bronze, a total of 10 medals. France in 9th with 3 gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze, a total of 8. And the Netherlands round out the top 10 in terms of the medal tally with 2 gold, 6 silver and 3 bronze, a total of 11 medals there. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Your thoughts in regards to the Olympic action yesterday, or indeed anything to do with the world of sport. I'm happy to talk about any type of sport, even if it's outside the Olympics. Obviously, the success for Minjee Lee, which was fantastic, and also can touch on a bit of footy news as well from either the AFL or NRL codes. I might touch on that a little later on. 1300 736 736 to ring in. You're listening to the Overnight Crowd on this Thursday morning on SEN. Damien Watson with you.
Ace Aussie Finishers with Ace Gutters, your roofing and flashing specialists.
Going into the 88 games in Seoul, swimmer Duncan Armstrong was an afterthought for a medal. Ranked 46th in the world, the 20-year-old trailed American favourite Matt Biondi on the final turn. But in the last 50 metres, Armstrong stunningly surged home to steal gold in a world record time.
He absolutely aced the finish. And so can you with Ace Gutters' state-of-the-art coil coating facilities. Search acegutters.com.au.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Ever been somewhere and thought, hey, nice sheet metal?
Not lately, champ.
Well, great sheet metal work doesn't always stand out. But if you've been to Punt Road Oval, the Northern Hospital, Reservoir Station, the Penguins, or shopped at Chatty, then you've seen just some of Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's work.
Nice one.
It is. Melbourne made from 100% Aussie steel. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre is helping make Melbourne with everything sheet metal from the roof down. rscentre.com.au.
Have you nearly collected the full set of the official AFL 2021 Select Footy Stars collector cards yet? You still have time to get all your Starburst caricatures, milestone cards, Brownlow and Premiership Predictor cards. Plus, don't forget the $10,000 cash prize and monthly prizes. Select Footy Stars cards are for both kids and the serious collectors alike. Grab yours today from most news agencies, AFL stores and leading retail outlets. Select Footy Stars cards, the collector's choice.
It's Shaq here. Back when I was playing, teams were trying to slow me down with the Hack-a-Shack technique. Thankfully, PointsBet are here to speed you up. Just 3 clicks and you're away. The PointsBet app is that shocking easy to use, and there's never been a better time to download it with specials like this.
Beautiful. If your horse doesn't win but runs second, third or even fourth, get your money back in bonus up to $50. That's on all races at Randwick and Moonee Valley this Saturday.
It's shocking easy with PointsBet.
T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
When you're a tradie, time is money. And that makes it time to head to Robot Building Supplies, because Robot's got it. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more at the lowest prices. Like Corrie Roof Sheeting Zinc in stock at $11.55 per metre. Colour also available, custom cut. Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
On this day in 1914, W.G. Grace plays his last game of club cricket in England at the age of 66, making an unbeaten 69 for Eltham. On this day in 1937, the Tour de France is won by Roger Lapébie of France. And on this day in 1940, American John Sigmund begins swimming for 89 hours and 46 minutes to mark the longest solo swim of all time. As we celebrate this day for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives, visit tobinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The overnight crowd on SEN.
Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the program. Damien Watson with you. 1300 736 736 if you want to reflect on a big day of Olympic action, particularly in Australian terms, with 3 gold medals within the space of virtually an hour, 2 in the rowing with the women's and men's 4s and 1 in the pool with Ariane Titmus claiming the 200-metre freestyle gold medal. And she's the first Australian swimmer, I think, to complete the 200-metre and 400-metre freestyle double at an Olympic Games since Ian Thorpe in 2004 in Athens. 1300 736 736. Let's head to your calls. James is in Moonee Ponds. How are you, mate?
Good day, mate. Yourself, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. What did you enjoy most about yesterday?
Oh, I mean, you just cannot go past those 3 gold medals. I mean, I was a bit unfortunate that I literally started work right before Titmus's race, but I managed to sneak in a cheeky bathroom break right before I started to put it on my phone. And I tried to keep nice and quiet, not to draw too much attention to myself from any of my managers. But it was just fantastic. I mean, to get 2 awesome foursomes back in our rowing and taking it off the British is taking anything off the British is kind of makes the victory even sweeter. And to do it the way that they did it as well. I mean, the men just came from behind. Like absolute powerhouses that they are. And so did Ariana as well. I mean, those 2 races, the 400 and then the 200, they were just unbelievable. Yeah, but you just wonder like where they get that strength from, like that second wind when they've just been keeping up. I think the last race, the 400, she kind of kept with her, and I think I was saying to my mum at the time, we're watching it together, and I'm like, just watch. She's just, it's good that she's next to Ledecky because she's using her as like to keep up with her. Because if she was on her own, you know, it could have been a completely different story. But that's the beauty of, you know, swimming, and when you have fastest times, whatever like that, and you might get lucky enough to be drawn with a fast competitor, you just got them to keep up with. And she just exploded, and I mean that race when like today, she just pulled it back. And I think it's one of the most Aussie swims I've ever seen. I mean, if that doesn't define the Aussie spirit for you, I don't know what does.
Fair enough too, and it's an interesting point in regards to galvanising the nation, James. As I said before, a lot of people just anecdotally have said the build-up to the Olympics hasn't been all that great because of COVID, which is understandably so, but it's amazing how something like that can lift a nation in a way, even when we thought the Olympics have probably dwindled in significance in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a friend who lives in St. Louis in America, and he was sharing Titmus's coach's meme on his Instagram story. And I'm like, mate, you don't even understand. That was everyone in Australia. Like, you know, to beat the GOAT of women's swimming at this current point in time, like that's, you know, for someone who's not really, you know, been well known, she's only, 20 years old, like, for her to do that, like, we were all trying to, me and my mates were like, all right, we've all got to watch it on the TV, so none of us are delayed on 7+. And every single group chat that I'm in exploded. I'm talking like 50+ messages in each group, and I've got like 300 filled messages on like unread, because everyone's like, this is amazing. Like, how does this happen where everyone's just getting around, you know, one event? Like, you know, usually we've got some interest in like the Ollie Roos. You know, that was unfortunate they lost against Egypt, but, you know, I felt that, you know, it was one of those things where it was like Peru when in the World Cup, how we, you know, didn't take Peru seriously, and then that was the game that we, you know, evidently lost. You know, that was unfortunate, but I think that, you know, it makes up for it winning with Ledecky, beating Ledecky. You know, I think that that's something that all men aspire to, is beating Phelps. You know, because he's the GOAT of swimming. You know, I can argue that every day of the week. But, you know, beating Ledecky the way that she did and in that style, oh, my God. Like, there's nothing better. I mean, I think that everyone wants that replay saved on their phones or their, you know, Foxtel boxes or whatever like that, because I think, you know, as Thorpe swim in 2000, that'll be saved in history.
Yeah, that's right. It's probably compared to that particular performance back in 2000. And it's interesting. She's very much a very good role model too, Ariane Titmus, in the way that she speaks. So I think she'll be, I'll tell you what, if her life hasn't changed already, it will after these Olympic Games, because she'll be the new spokesperson for every endorsement that's out there, I would have thought, in the same way that Kieran Perkins was after the 96 Olympic Games. And yeah, you just wonder what this is going to do even in the future in terms of a foundational platform. I mean, some swimmers, as I said before, Jodie Henry in 2004, she had a very good Olympic Games in 2004, but didn't make it for 2008, decided to step away from the sport. You could go either of two ways, I think. It'd be interesting to see, given she's so young, what she's capable of in future Olympic Games. And I think she's built up the temperament. She's shown that she can, and proven to herself more than anything else, that she can cope under pressure. So hopefully there's a big era ahead for her, and it's not just confined to one Olympic Games.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, you know, back when I was little, like 2008 I was 9 years old back then, you know, and that was the time where I was aspiring to be, you know, as good of an athlete, or as, you know, good of a person as, you know, Eamon Sullivan, God, you know, all those swimmers, all those athletes who are, you know, at their absolute prime back then. And I think that, you know, they inspired kids my age to do, you know, believe in themselves and keep at it. And, you know, I think that each generation has that person, and it's not just, you know, to be a great swimmer, be a good runner, be, you know, do good at shot put on some weight and do weightlifting, whatever like that. I think it's just like morals in life as well. I think, you know, a lot of them have had, you know, difficult upbringings and like having to move states to be able to qualify for certain events, and you know, families have been, you know, torn apart or have to move from, you know, state to state just to get a kid's dream come true. And I think, you know, it teaches kids of Australia good morals in like that if you put your head down, you can do anything's possible. I think, you know, you've got even the young boys in like the Ollie Roos camp, you know, like Nathaniel Atkinson within 2 matches has already got offers from Belgium to go play there next season. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things. Like, and he's a Tassie boy who came from nothing, who moved over here on his own at 16. And it's those stories that like you don't even have to take it from a sporting aspect. You know, you can take it from just a general, you know, general aspect of just, you know, being true to yourself, and then, you know, when that happens, that's when you truly find your true passion. You know what I mean? Because so many of these people were lost in what they want to do, and then they find their love for their sport and they're passionate about it. They work hard, you know. And I think that it's perfect for kids these days because we're going to have a really good generation coming up. You know, for everything. You know, politicians, designers, sportsmen, coaches, whatever like that. Because you've got these good foundations of these kids, you know, who have grown up to be stars in the Olympics and soccer and AFL, whatever like that. So I think, you know, we're in good hands for the future, I think, due to all of this stuff. You know, it's a credit to the media as well that they, you know, say these things and they, you know, put these questions out to the athletes, so then these kids can actually, like, take it in and realise, you know, that anything is possible and they can just be like them.
Well, I think probably the most impressive thing from my point of view is not necessarily just the way that the winning athletes have handled themselves for Australia, but also those that didn't perform as well as they would have liked. I think they've been pretty humble. People like Sally Fitzgibbons, Jessica Fox, they've been pretty good in the way they've handled themselves, and I think they realise it is what it is. It's sport. It's not life or death. It's not like someone's livelihood is on the line or anything like that. It is sport, and it's just the joy of competing and representing your country. So it's a pertinent point you make also about the new generation coming through, because sometimes the younger generation cop a bit of flack in the media in various ways. Just before I let you go, James, what are you looking forward to the most over the next 24 hours at the Olympics, or even just in general over the next week?
Oh, I do love a bit of cycling. I think that, you know, hitting the velodrome is going to be good. I think that, you know, I grew up in that era of Anna Mears, you know, in those sprints, having that rivalry. I can't remember against, I can't remember her name, the Brit.
Victoria Pendleton?
That's it, yeah. And she had that massive rivalry with her, and I remember my whole school back in, I think it was 2008 or 12, I can't remember, when she won that when she won that series of sprints, the whole school stopped because it was at lunchtime and they played it through the loudspeaker and all these kids are going nuts. So I think that for me the cycling is going to be a real point of interest. But it's going to be interesting to see who wins the soccer now that the Aussies are out. I've got to choose another side, but you know, it's going to be good all round. I mean, even the athletics is going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. James, appreciate your call, mate. Well articulated, and have a good remainder of your morning.
You too, mate.
Good on you, James from Moody Ponds there. Let's head to Shane, who's in Marrickville in New South Wales. How are you, Shane?
G'day, Damien. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Did you watch much of the Olympics yesterday?
I listened to it on SEN 1170.
Oh, good stuff. What was the highlight for you?
Oh, well, the 3 medals today.
Yeah, one in particular? You a rowing man or the swimming? What do you prefer?
The swimming and the rowing was really good because with me being totally blind and listening to Matthew Hill's call of the rowing, he really did a top job. Yeah.
I think he will. I don't know if this will end up being the case, but I think he will be the next Bruce. I reckon he'll potentially become the next athletics caller because he just doesn't seem to get anything wrong.
No, he doesn't. And Basil did a top job on the swimming too.
And, Basil cops a lot of flack on social media, but you have to give him credit for the way he called Ariane Titmus, particularly in the 400 metres, but even the 200 earlier yesterday. It was well said. The line was perfect. It didn't sound too contrived, and I thought it was a very, very good call from Basil. Absolutely. And credit to him.
Yeah. And I was thinking of the song they could have played was "Men at Work, I Come from the Land Down Under." when Bob Hawke and Bob Hawke's remarked, yeah.
That's right. If any boss who sacks anyone for not turning up today as a bum or something like that, that's right.
Yeah. I'll never forget that one ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, it was a fantastic day, no question about that. Anything you're looking forward to in particular over the next 24 hours to listening to, Shane?
Oh, well, it's going to be a bit of the cycling, I think, and I think our Matildas and our basketballers.
Yeah, the Boomers got the job done, I think, over Italy, 86-83. So,
yeah,
how they go.
And we had on 1170, we had Matt White, and then Sam Matt and Sam both did a good job in the studios.
Yeah, no, both professional operators, no doubt about that. Matty White's been going at it for many, many years. Used to host Sports Tonight back in the day on Channel 10, I remember.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
absolutely. Oh, I appreciate the compliments of the coverage there, Shane. All the best to you, and thanks very much for ringing in, and have a very good morning.
Okay, Damien, thank you.
Good on you.
Bye.
Shane from Marrickville there in Sydney. 1300 736 736 if you want to have a chat, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson keeping you company on this Thursday morning on SEN.
The Picks with David King and Sam Edmund.
I think this is Collingwood's big chance. I really do, because it is easier to defend given what they're doing with the footy. Clearly they're organised behind the ball. There's not going to be players get out the back easy for the Adelaide Crows. There'll be minimal slingshot goals.
It's the weekend footy preview with a twist.
Does the good guy win in the end, or does the evil villain drag them down and claw their way over the top? I'm a believer in the good. I can just see that ball still pinging around enough.
The Picks, tonight from 6 p.m. on SEN.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai, and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade, or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Introducing the Sweet and Soured podcast. Join me, Nick Davis, and my premiership hero mate from St. George, Damie Stoward, on the Sweet and Soured podcast. We talk AFL, NRL, all things sport. Brought to you by topsport.com.au.
Gamble responsibly.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no-obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Let's go for a kick of the footy.
Yeah, let's go, Dad.
A kick of the footy is a great tradition, but it's important to have clear vision. Focusing on objects both near and far can be challenging for people suffering from astigmatism. Fortunately, the answer is clear at New Vision Clinics. Using Professor Alpin's innovative laser correction techniques, astigmatism can be a thing of the past. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Your future starts now. Seamless performance, fewer emissions. In a prestige vehicle that charges its battery while you drive. Offering a hybrid for every need, Lexus of Brighton can guide you through the comprehensive Lexus range. With a long undisputed history in hybrid vehicle technology, Lexus can help you live forward. Explore the Lexus hybrid range at Lexus of Brighton. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
Welcome back to the Overnight Crowd. Damien Watson with you on SEN. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Let's head to Mark, who's in Sydney. How are you, Mark?
Good, Damo. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Gotta say, thank you very much to you and the guys and girls at SEN for the top quality work you're doing, because I don't know if you've heard, but we're stuck in Sydney for another month of lockdown.
Yeah, I did.
As of today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Look,
Tell me about it.
Hang in there, because we've been through it in Melbourne and it got out to 700 around this time last year, so eventually it turns around.
Yeah, we're standing strong. We'll make it through this mess. I mean, it's like I had some good news today in that I got a new line of work today, so that's great.
Good
Starts
stuff.
tomorrow.
Is it in an area that you prefer, or you're looking forward to?
Normally, it's warehousing, so that's one of the industries I'm best at. Normally I work in Huntingwood, which is near where I live, so it's in the same, what they call LGA, local government area. And in Sydney, there's 8 LGAs, including where I am in the Blacktown LGA, where if you work outside that area, you can't leave there for work unless you're what they deem an essential worker. But I work in Huntingwood, but the warehouse got shut down because someone in there had COVID-19. I had to go through 2 weeks of isolation at home, and then I've just got this new job now, and it's in Rose Hill, where Rose Hill Racecourse is. So I've got a special letter from my employer to say, I'm an essential worker and I can travel outside my area. So that's extremely encouraging at the moment, seeing, money's really tight, and it's a very welcome bonus right now.
No, I can understand that. And yes, I think we all need some sort of cheering up at the moment. I know what I do at the moment. So, I think it's a good point.
Believe me, SEN's doing that for me at the moment with your not only excellent Olympic coverage, but just excellent coverage you guys and girls do every day. So a huge note of thanks for that.
Oh, no worries, Mark. And I can assure the listeners out there, I did not pay Mark to say that at all.
And I've got to say, probably some of my favourite moments of the day would be Jess Fox bouncing back and getting through to the next round of her competition that she did today after getting the bronze yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And tonight, our guys and girls hockey team's doing so well, and our rowing team's getting gold, like the men and women's teams. So it's been a great day. So it's, really good to see if you're Australian.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And it's just lifted the mood of a lot of people in the country, no question about that.
Especially in Sydney, no question.
What are your thoughts on Ariane Titmus? Fantastic performance in the pool. She's a very good role model, isn't she?
She is an excellent role model. She's a legend, not just in terms of swimming, but she is an absolute gem of a role model, especially to young people. I mean, Australians of all ages, she's a great role model too. She just carries herself so much with total class, humility. You can tell not only her fans, but her family especially matter to her. She's just an excellent Australian in every sense of the word.
Oh, absolutely. And just with the Swans, I know you're a big Sydney fan. They're playing the Bombers this weekend. How do you think they'll go, particularly when the Bombers themselves have a lot to play for?
Well, to be honest, I think Sydney's got it in the bag because not that I'm going down, not that I'm criticising the Bombers because the Bombers are my favourite Melbourne team. I do have a soft spot for Carlton, and I do say to Andy Marr, I really like Carlton, and I hope they can pick themselves up from this year and go well and go, forward in the future real well. And but yeah, in all honesty, I think Sydney's got it in the bag against the Bombers. Probably not easily, because Dyson Heppel and crew are always a very good team, and they're always tough competition to go up against. But yeah, in all honesty, I think Sydney's just got too much form at the moment. We got Buddy back, and the way he went on the weekend, I just think Sydney's got this in the bag.
All right, fair enough. Even though the Bombers are playing for a spot in the top 8 potentially. Who do you follow with the NRL again, Mark?
NRL, Penrith Panthers.
Panthers, yeah, they got the job done, I think, 18-12 last week. They're second behind the Storm, and, of course, this weekend they are to take on the Melbourne Storm. That's going to be an absolute ripper, isn't it?
It will be a ripper, in all honesty. I think Penrith's got that one.
You reckon they've got it? Are they going to exercise the demons of last year's grand final?
I reckon they will. I mean, I got tremendous respect for the Storm, with people like Cameron Smith and Billy Slater who've been in the team, and, of course, Craig Bellamy. But in all honesty, I think how unpredictable this year has been, not just across AFL, but NRL and all our sporting landscapes, anything can happen. And in all honesty, I think Penrith's got this in the bag. Because we've got Cleary coming back, and, that was a big difference for New South Wales in the third Origin match because he wasn't there. I think that played a big part in Queensland winning that game. But, in all honesty, I think Penrith can win this on the weekend.
All right, fair enough. And I want to get your thoughts too on the Rugby Sevens. Are you a fan of the whole concept? And do you think they could bring in an abridged version of league potentially in the future, in the Olympics?
I think I'm a big rugby fan because although I was born and raised in Sydney, my mum was a Kiwi, and I lived over there for 15 years. And over there, as you probably know, it's a national religion in terms of sport. And I follow rugby quite closely. And I was on the phone to my brother in New Zealand tonight, and he said, "No, I can't talk to you anymore. Got to go. I'm watching the All Blacks, or whatever they call their sevens team, play Fiji." So he hung up pretty quickly on me. But, I follow rugby quite closely. Big Wallabies fan. And I reckon they could bring a bridge version of rugby league into the Olympics by all means. I mean, heck, if you can get something like breakdancing in there, you could definitely get rugby league in there. I mean, it's done by a lot of big countries in the world. You've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, you've got France, you've got England. Yeah, I think there'd be a very rich market in terms of getting rugby league into the Olympics, by all means.
Interestingly, off the text, Anonymous here says, does Old Mate know Penrith are missing half their team this week? Store by 20+, reckons Anonymous.
Well, with all due respect, Anonymous, there's been very unpredictable results in sport, not only this year, but in the past. I mean, you've just got to look at the 1970 VFL final, Carlton versus Collingwood. How many points were Collingwood down to come back? Well, Carlton down to come back.
44 at half-time.
44 at half-time, and they won that. No one expected the Swans to win when they first won in 2005. We won. And the amount of victories that people like Mick Malthouse have pulled out of the bag, and Kevin Sheedy coaching Essendon over the years. It's like, you think about, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Essendon played Brisbane in the early 2000s in a final, and the way Kevin Sheedy came back and won that with Essendon was magic.
Yes, absolutely. But, yeah, I get your point about unpredictability, but it will be interesting to see how the Storm do perform in that particular encounter. It's going to be a big one, top of the table clash in the NRL. Just on New Zealand, I want to bring up New Zealand because it sounds like you're of Kiwi origin. They have won.
Well, my mum was a Kiwi. I was born in Sydney.
Right, two silver and one bronze they've won so far. So I'm sure the gold medal will come eventually.
Go on. I was just going to say, the way New Zealand have just excelled over the years in sport, especially in rugby, like Bledisloe Cup. You know, you've got to seriously respect them in whatever they do, because, I mean, it's like they've had a lot of champions over the years in terms of the Olympics and Commonwealth Games. They've had the All Blacks in the World Cup, and they've won it heaps. They've had Mark Todd in terms of equestrian events. He's like probably the most biggest equestrian winner New Zealand's ever had.
Yeah.
They've had, you know, the female All Blacks. How many times have they won, like international competitions like the World Cup, et cetera, et cetera. The netball team, you know, especially in toward the end of, you know, in the last kind of 20 years, they've just had great players, not just like, you know, what's his name, Izzy Folau's wife, but they've had a former South African shooter, Irene van Dijk.
Now, Irene van Dijk, she played for Waikato Bay of Plenty Magic, I think, didn't she?
That's right. She used to play for South Africa, and then she emigrated to New Zealand, and with her as their shooter, they blitzed everybody for years. So New Zealand has very excellent sporting teams, and they are to be respected. Of course, that's not to say that being Australia, we should take the back foot by all means to New Zealand. We should, you know, press forward and give it the best effort we can. But over the years, New Zealand had put out some very good quality sporting teams, and they are to be respected.
That's a fair point to make, and I'm sure there'll be some success to come. Did you watch the New Zealanders go at it in the men's hockey last night against the Kookaburras?
I did, and we got a very good win. And, yeah, they're going well. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the Kookaburras have won every match they've been in the Olympics thus far.
Well, that's the thing. They've got to continue that form to the final, because it was a long-standing hoodoo, as I said before, for many years. They seemed to dominate every other competition outside of the Olympics, and, of course, they broke that hoodoo finally in 2004 in Athens. But it's always the key, just getting to the final and producing on the big stage. That'll be the big test.
We can do this, and speaking about performing on the big stage, I remember 1982 when Australia 2 beat Dennis Conner, and no one expected Australia to win.
Yeah, 1983, yeah.
What did we do? We won. And YouTube this, you'll probably find it. There was a New Zealand current affairs host, guy by the name of Paul Holmes. He used to be like New Zealand's version of
Is he the one that had a go at Mr. Conner, and Conner walked out of the interview?
He didn't just walk out. He's the one that had a go at Dennis Conner. Dennis Conner got up from the desk, overturned the desk, and stormed out of the studio.
That's right. Back in the mid to late 80s, yep.
That's right. And that was, I believe, Paul Holmes' first ever episode, and ratings went through the roof. So Google Paul Holmes, Dennis Conner, you'll find it.
Yeah, that'll be one for the listeners out there. That was a famous confrontation back, I reckon, in about 1987. That was when the America's Cup, wasn't it, held in Perth or something from memory in 87? Anyway.
I think so, yes.
Mark, appreciate your call, mate. Thanks for ringing in.
Thanks a lot, David.
Have a good day.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Mark from Sydney there. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson with you here on this Thursday morning on SEN, your home of sport.
Don't just get a forklift, get a Toyota forklift. When you need a forklift, don't just get a forklift, get a Toyota forklift. Get the world's #1 forklift brand. Get legendary Toyota reliability, get world-leading safety, and get it from toyotamaterialhandling.com.au. Get the Toyota Forklift Advantage for sales, service, and hire. Get a Toyota forklift.
The wonderful team at Berwick BMW continue to deliver exceptional customer service.
Rather than us rave on, we've looked up Google reviews. Janine says, an amazing experience. Getting our first brand new car can be tricky, but Berwick BMW team made us feel that it is possible. And Kirsty said, these guys were amazing. From the initial call to arranging a test drive, Berwick BMW's customer service was 10 out of 10.
5 stars all round. Join the BMW family today.
Visit Neil Phillips and his amazing team at the all-new Berwick BMW LMCT 8953.
If there's one building material that screams Melbourne, it's natural bluestone. At Prestige Surfaces, we're the experts in bluestone cleaning and protection, ensuring it stands the test of time with our exclusive protective formula. At Prestige Surfaces, we're the market leaders in cleaning, protecting and maintaining bluestone, and the first choice for landscapers, tilers and builders. Prestige Surfaces, exceptional protection for natural bluestone. Visit prestigesurfaces.com.au.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a Pay What You Can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
At Australian Diamond Company, we believe diamonds make moments. We're known for our quality craftsmanship and exceptional range of ethically sourced diamonds. If you're searching for the ideal engagement ring, our specialists will help guide you through the process and find your perfect match. If you want to take your proposal to the next level, contact the team at Australian Diamond Company. Visit adc.com.au to book an expert consultation today.
The Australian Diamond Company, engaging romance.
We've been on course for over 20 years. And now we're online 24/7. Melbourne, Goulburn, Sydney, Atherton, Ingham, Perth. Yep, we're all Australian. Bet locally everywhere and anytime with BBet. Just download the app now or search BBet online. Next time you are going to put on a bet, think BBet. BBet, the home of real betting. bbet.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. If you think you have a problem, call 1-800-858-858.
Born on this day in 1936, former British racing driver Jerry Ashmore, who was born in West Bromwich, Staffordshire. Born on this day in 1941, American Basketball Hall of Fame forward and seven-time NBA All-Star Nate Fairmont, who was born in Akron, Ohio. And born on this day in 1954, American Pro Football Hall of Fame running back Walter Payton, who was a nine-time Pro Bowler. As we mark births, deaths and marriages for Topin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives, visit topinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, the overnight crowd on SEN.
Back, you are listening to the Overnight Crowd on this Thursday morning. Damien Watson with you into the second half of the working week, which is always nice. If you want to call in, 1300 736 736, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Michael from Sydney says, "Hi Damo, I admire the Olympic athletes, particularly those competing in individual sports. Whereas athletes competing in regular or yearly competition can fulfil their hopes and goals, the Olympic athlete in some cases dedicates himself or herself for 4 years with no guarantee of gaining Olympic selection." Your thoughts? Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, with individual athletes as well, there's greater scrutiny on the individual, whereas if you're part of a team, then you share the scrutiny. So I think it's harder for the individual athletes. And you're right, they do. I mean, there are individual competitions that are undertaken within the 4-year gap between Olympic Games, but it doesn't receive the same amount of attention, nowhere near the amount of attention as an Olympic Games campaign. So it's a little bit different to the weekly routine that you see with the AFL or the NRL, where you have an opportunity week to week to atone for a bad performance the previous week, whereas you've only got one chance in the national spotlight every 4 years. So I tend to agree with you. There is that added sense of pressure, and they don't get the same monetary compensation for their efforts either. In most cases, it's fair to say they probably get most of their money through endorsements more than anything else. Anonymous here off the text, Simone Biles' performance at the USA Gymnastics Trials was also under par. She stepped down from the beam and almost exited the entire stage during her floor exercise. Could she be hiding an injury, says Anonymous there off the text machine. 1300 736 736. I'll be with you still for another hour, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson here with you on this Thursday morning. Hopefully more gold for Australia in the coming hours. Hopefully similar experiences to what we obviously watched and listened to yesterday.
Rowing gold medalist Rosie Popper joined me after the women's fours triumph in Tokyo.
Bit of rush of relief comes over and joy. I think it's going to take a few days to settle in, and I think it's, everything that we've worked so hard for together has paid off. It's such an amazing feeling. It's something that you can't really describe.
Today, Bruce McAvaney ahead of day 6 of the Games.
Awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. That's Red Energy. Hyundai Kona. Seriously fun.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large-format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1-month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Tyre Power Buying Power gives you the power to buy better during their best buys on big brand sale. Like this best buy on Falcon tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Falcon passenger car tyres. Plus more best buys on big brands at Tyre Power. CanStar Blue's Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power's best buys on big brand sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au to view or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
As I got serious about my endurance sports, I took alcohol out of the equation. Now, so have the team at Australian Sports Brewing Company, introducing Zero Plus Sports Beer. It's electrolyte enhanced beer for recovery. Alcohol-free Zero Plus Sports Beer, a full-bodied pale ale with a delicious, refreshing finish, and you can enjoy it guilt-free. Try one today. Zero Plus Sports Beer, available at Dan Murphy's and online at sportsbeer.com.au.
Ace Aussie finishes with Ace Gutters, your roofing and flashing specialists.
Betty Cuthbert was the golden girl of the 1956 Melbourne Games, winning 3 gold medals on the track. Injury forced her to retire from the sport she loved 4 years later. But in 1964, she attempted a return. And despite being completely written off, Cuthbert won gold in the 400 metres.
She absolutely aced the finish, and so can you with Ace Gutters' state-of-the-art coil coating facilities. Search acegutters.com.au.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
The overnight crowd